Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. It all started with that door-to-door salesman. I was lazing in my room as always. It was one of those rare days where I was alone at home. I don't know what came over me to actually invite the guy instead of declining him and shutting the door. Maybe it was because he had pink hair and looked like Shiba Tatsuya that I let him in. In the end, he gave me an offer, one that I can't just brush away even though it sounded like bullshit. Surprisingly, it was free as well. So, which world am I going to find myself in? I'd rather live my boring life with my disabled body if I am going to a death world. No amount of OP powers can tempt me into going to Re-Zero or Worm Parahumans, you know the type of world. You will be a descendant of Merlin Ambrosius in high school DxD. You can find the extra details in terms and conditions. He answered my question as he pushed a contract to me. I read the whole thing. There are no details about who will be my parents other than being Merlin's descendant, but I will have 3 potions as my OP hacks bullshit cheats, so where I am starting doesn't matter much as long as I have access to magic. I will be fine. There's also a cosmetic option between choosing DxD Merlin appearance or a custom one. It doesn't mean I will get his abilities, but I chose Type Moon Merlin as my looks because I don't know how DxD Merlin looks like. Why are you even giving me all these cheats for free? I couldn't help but ask. This isn't a regular reincarnation after all. Look man, I went through regular Isekai adventure, I even have a fanfic in my name, then came back to my original world. I wanted to use my newfound powers to get a decent job and marry my high school girlfriend. But turns out that I have to become a salaryman in the epilogue as per protocol. I am sick of it. You're my last customer in the epilogue. After this I am taking over Apple, Google, and Microsoft. I honestly want to get this over with real quick. He had a dreamy look while saying how he plans world domination via mass overtake. Wow, apparently he is a former protagonist. Why is there such a protocol anyway? I asked, not knowing it would trigger him. It is put to make the protagonist relatable for the readers. I saved worlds. I fucked big titty hentai elves. Well, that one was to save my life, so it is not cheating. I turned gods into my slaves. Once I came back, some prick tells me, making me a salaryman is the critical point to become relatable. Fuck that. Sorry, it is kind of a sore spot for me. He even bowed. How Japanese-like. Don't worry about it. I quickly put an end to that topic and signed the papers. It is mostly about guarantees for my family's lives so that I won't miss here. It turns out I won't be able to come back like the Shiba Natsu in front of me did. Wait, is he the unholy mix of Godsuya and Natsu? I should have guessed that earlier, really. Well, here's your potions. I will handle your corpse after you drink them. Saying something mortifying, he gave me the bottles. I didn't even hesitate and drank the bottles. Just the fact that I will be getting rid of my disability is enough for me to leave this life behind. Goodbye chronic pain. I mean, there are painkillers for that, but on the other hand, I did watch Dr. House. Feeling lightheaded, I lay down and gave Natsu a thumbs up before everything went dark. I signed up for a reincarnation harem adventure with OP powers to have a wish fulfillment type of stuff. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to find myself in the infamous Sigurd Institute of the church when I woke up, nor was I expecting to be over 10 years old. It kinda threw a giant wrench into my plan, since I was hoping to save some people to grind social points just in case, and having the powers to stop a tragedy but letting it happen anyway would just leave a bad taste in my mouth. It also doesn't help that there is no exact timeline on Rias reincarnating her peerage except Akino, who got reincarnated around 10 to 11 years of age. Now at the age of 14, there's no one in immediate need of saving other than Valerie and Gasper, maybe not, since I am not sure when they tired escaping. I even then doubt I can make my way to Romania by the time they try escaping. I can yoink Valerie later, but it is not easy since I can't attack an entire faction by myself despite them being on the weaker end of the power scaling. I mean, I could, maybe, but it will take time and I need to get a grasp on my full abilities. If I was given enough prep time, I could have got her out while she and Gasper tried escaping, but I doubt that I can get out of this institute right away. If I remember, Kiba and his friends are going to get gassed during this year as well, but I don't even know where that event happens. As I was saying, I am for some reason in the Sigurd Institute. I already went through the memories of this body that was living on autopilot until last night. Archmid's infinite memory and genius intellect that comes with, doubtful on that part. One feels stupid as ever. Let me process the memories at light speed. Life here is or was bad. They basically desecrated Siegfried's corpse to get a DNA sample and mass-produced clones, which most of them died due to bad cloning technology. The church isn't all that positive on the usage of magic and most consider it heretical. Siegfried of the hero faction was the first success in the cloning project. I don't even want to think about how many children died prematurely before him. Then these assholes thought, why don't we play gotcha with these genes and see what comes out? which makes up the rest of the clones here. Some got their plugs pulled before taking their first breath, some died after getting out of the artificial wombs, some died mid-training due to having health problems due to poor luck by Arangasus on Gene Gacha. According to my memories, the kids here didn't even see the blue sky before dying. The rest who survived was thrown into a meat grinder where they were given demonic swords stolen from Norse mythology and have their lifespans eaten by the said swords while trying to master them. There's 5 survivors at the moment. The first clone that was made without interfering with the DNA, he was given the Siegfried name after Graham accepted him and got shipped to Romania to kill vampires. The second is Fried. His sadistic nature due to birth defects was overlooked because he was a genius with swords and got shipped to train under David Saro. The third is Lint, which was introduced in the Shin High School DxD series. She's basically gender-swapped Fried with a heart of gold. She too was sent to Romania after Siegfried because he trained her for some time. I'd say the only reason she turned out okay is that she is introduced as a sword waifu later on. There's little Sigmund who's 8 at the moment and he is still receiving basic training. Then there's little Olmi known as N132 yet to be named. They branded me as a vegetable right away due to autopilot thingy, and the same thing prevented them from killing me before I took over. My body was able to learn how to fight, so they didn't hold back on training and further experiments due to my ability to wield minor holy swords. Unlike the rest, I was born with purple eyes. My hair color turned similar to that of Caster Merlin after some experiments. Naturally, I was behind my peers, but I didn't die like the rest of the children here, and my condition was suddenly cured during yesterday's sparring where Ewald Cristaldi hit me hard enough to crack my skull. Unfortunately, my sword skills are not good enough to let me go and join my fellow artificial humans in Romania, so I can't run away from these nut jobs that call themselves believers. Well, let us get to the good news. Following my awakening, my OP powers have awakened as well. I just wish that I had freedom of choice, but I am not complaining. Essences of Blank, Archmage, and Harem Protagonist. It is like a holy trinity in DxD since I can just train my physical body to cover up any weaknesses I have. Now I just need to get used to being 10 years younger and find a way to escape the church or get myself excommunicated without getting killed. Oh, by the way, I am currently wielding a Fey-forged holy sword. Coincidence? I think not. Chapter 2, Chapter. It's been a couple of days since I have arrived in this world. I was given orders to rest due to my cracked skull, which was healed during my awakening. I mean, seriously, my skull has cracks and they're telling me to sleep it off. Seriously, this body was a mess before I took over. Archmage said it only had 3 years before dying from multiple organ failure. So as per contract, I was healed from all of that upon arrival. This means I need to run before they noticed my miraculous recovery. Wait, they would probably declare me a miracle child, which is worse. I always disliked religious people due to being forced into it by the society I lived in. I would rather be chased by the church than join them. Anyway, I am laying on my humble bed in my room, which is small as it could get. The only decoration in the room is the cross hanging on the wall and a small library with books on totally non-biased explanations on different races in the world. I would have liked to read some, but I am busy trying to get used to the migraine I am having. Archmage can pick up any magic I can see. Also, it grants me the ability to sense magic like a sixth sense. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of mythological magic systems covering the world and none of them are compatible with each other. I suddenly understood why Ophis desires silence. I suddenly want to hug and comfort the poor lowly. I didn't leave chronic pain for chronic migraine, damn it. In the end, I tried to forget about that and get back to work. I was looking into viable escape routes, and I am saying it, God of the Bible fucked angels big time. I don't mean it literally, but the holy magic deal they use has much more restrictions compared to demonic magic, or I'm doing something wrong while using it, which is also probable. One might ask, where did I get the holy power? The answer is my sword. Holy swords are capable of generating holy power, which I utilized and took a sample from my magic reactor. Now I can generate it on my own. Also, holy power is a universal power type, so it doesn't matter if I am using the holy power I absorbed from Fey Forged Sword. I was hoping for free to use imagination-based magic, but the reality was cruel. I can only infuse it into my body at the moment. The most magical thing I did with this stuff was making fire. Wasn't holy fire, unfortunately, which revealed some secrets for me. Holy magic, I figured out at the moment, is like miracles from Dark Souls. It responds to faith and prayers, which makes sense because only the most devout believers of the church have access to it. I don't think Vasco Strata can make fire with his holy power. I should look into that later. OG Merlin here made the magic system from demonic magic. Why shouldn't I make miracle system similar to Dark Souls? I really want to see Asia throwing lighting while calling out to God. I should take Merlin's name as well. After all, I do count as a hero descendant, and those guys took the name of their ancestors. So, I took my time to come up with a solution to my imprisonment and how to escape. Today, however, I was looked over for my head and permitted to keep training. I think they also want to see how well I perform after my mental disability was cured. So here I am, standing in front of Ewald himself. He already drew his sword, but before we could start he started monologuing. Excellent recovery time, warrior. This just shows the might of our Lord. Yeah, I tuned him out. Most males in this world are already one-dimensional to make Issei look like a goddamn hero, and I especially hate this guy due to what I read about him on his wiki page. While he was monologuing about God's grace, I drew out my holy power and used the possible teleportation prayer I came up with while hoping someone would respond to my prayer. Oh Heavenly Father, save this lost child of yours from this den of heresy. I had to close my eyes to hide my eye roll. I used my sword as a filter point. At worst I will end up in fairyland or wherever this sword was forged. I can just tell them I am here to return the sword. Following my prayer, I was engulfed in a pillar of golden light and got teleported out of that place. I really wanted to see Ewald's face when he saw my prayer getting through. In his eyes, I prayed to God after all. After MC teleports out. There was a moment of silence after the boy's prayer was accepted, then all hell broke loose. Find me that kid's file right now, roared Ewald. He was one of the people who didn't have high enough clearance to learn about God's demise. This event shocked him and the others in the institute to the core. After all, they assumed God would understand them since he didn't smite them yet. The kid called this place den of heresy, which isn't wrong from a certain point, but the fact that his prayer went through meant they fucked up big time. After some time one of the nuns came back with the kid's file. Subject N132, cloned from a piece of perfectly preserved bone marrow found during Church's search for Sheath of Excalibur. It was suspected that the bone marrow belongs to Merlin Ambrosius and was used without any tampering. Why in God's name no one told me about this? Why were we training the clone of the best magician the church had with swords? Ewald roared again only to get no answers. No one was able to remember why they missed such crucial detail. Of course, they didn't know it wasn't their fault. Well, he shouldn't be far away, he probably ended up in some church. Find him and bring him back. I have to inform the Pope. With his last piece said, Ewald departed from the Sigurd Institute feeling dirty from just being here. We need to cleanse this land, after all God sent his message. Clearly, this is a den of heresy. And, by the way, this Ewald wanted to burn down an orphanage with kids still inside just because the church discovered an old satanic ritual that hasn't been used in centuries in the basement of the orphanage. Merlin POV. Well, you got the genders wrong, but this is the first time someone prayed to me, so I'll let it be. I opened my eyes only to see the most gorgeous women I ever saw in my life so far. Pale blonde silky hair spilling down to her back, smooth unblemished skin, and that emerald eyes filled with malice. So, kid, who are you and why did you pray to me, Morgan Le Fay? Okay, I may have made a critical mistake. I am here to return this sword. I quickly presented the sword hanging on my belt. Oh. That's indeed one of ours, too bad it is not Excalibur. That piece of shit Bedivere didn't return it like he was told, then the sword broke from lack of proper maintenance. Morgan's expression softened after hearing me and took the sword from my hands. I sighed in relief seeing this. Well, you still haven't introduced yourself, it is rude, you know. Didn't your parents taught you that? Ahem, unfortunately, I have no parents in this world but my name is Merlin. I barely had enough time to dodge before Morgan struck me. I am not a person that likes jokes like that, kid. Seriously, did no one use that name after Merlin's death? Why did she get triggered? I am serious. The church has a cloning facility and they cloned me from his remains. I quickly raised my hand while infusing my whole body with holy power just in case. Thankfully my words got her to stop. Well, I hope you're not lying. For your own sake. Saying that, Morgan twirled her hand, creating a magic circle under me. According to Archmage, it is a magic equivalent of a DNA test. Guessing her next action, I covered my ears. Those disrespectful pedophiles. Morgan screeched before she started to heave. Elder sister, what's going on? Is that Arthur? Are they living together here? Arthur, those assholes cloned Merlin. Morgan threw herself at her brother's arms and started to cry, leaving me feeling awkward. There I am assuming that's him. But he doesn't look like him, are you sure? Arthur gently consoled his sister while inspecting me. Huh, one would think they would have a bad relationship after the shit Morgan pulled over Arthur. Again, it has been some years. I am going to put an image of Arthur and Morgan here if my phone doesn't die midway. There were lots of experiments afterward, though I kinda like the new hair color. I replied in return since Morgan doesn't seem to be capable of answering. I see, well, he was our teacher, so he has a special place in our hearts. You're welcome to stay here as much as the rest of the Fae allows. Follow me, you look like you could use a bath. With his reminder, I looked at my clothes that got dirted while rolling away from Morgan's attack. Nodding to him, I got up and followed the pair of siblings to their house through the forest. Let's hope I can learn some fairy magic before I have to leave. Chapter 3, Chapter. Time really does heal most emotional injuries. One such example is sitting in front of me drinking tea. Merlin, you're not sitting correctly. Didn't they teach you how to act like a proper Britishman? Morgan chides me gently. I am honestly not sure if she's serious or if she takes pleasure bossing her teacher's clone. We can teach him, Morgan, don't blame the kid. I kinda wish they didn't focus on my shortcomings that much. Who cares how I sit and drink tea, and why does Avalon, yeah, that's the name of this place, has Earl Grey? Well, that's true, I guess. Then we will move on to the next topic, magic. I will teach you the basics since it is not something you can master right away. Morgan makes a light ball while talking about her plans. I copied that and cast the same thing, shocking the siblings. Well, I guess I get to teach you everything, after all. This is going to turn out better than I thought. Insert Ojasama laugh. Seeing Morgan laughing like that prompted me to join as well, leaving poor Arthur sweating on the side. It must have looked horrifying to him. Thankfully the pair of siblings live in an isolated part of Avalon, otherwise the other Fae would have been scared because of the laughter. It was quickly discovered that I still need to read books if I wanted to make my own spells and not just copy them from others. I was expecting that. I can probably crack the logic behind magic systems if I copy enough from it, but why bother with that when I have a book for it? Fae magic specialized on 3 points, which are illusions that can turn solid but not good enough to pull lantern ring stuff. Morgan said some Fae could trick reality with their illusions but didn't give me any examples. Enchantments, as can be seen by Excalibur. Morgan was rather grumpy on this section and kept muttering about Vivian, which I smartly didn't hear, and lastly plant manipulation, which is pretty straightforward. I can make flower petals sharp as swords and copy Byakuya from Bleach without an ounce of shame. This doesn't mean fairy magic can't be used for other stuff, but those 3 are the main selling points. This means I can rip Merlin off and steal his flower theme as well. I also requested to learn from Arthur, much to Morgan's displeasure, since in her opinion I am wasting my talent to swing sticks, but she didn't stop me. Arthur is an interesting character. He is like a British Naruto when it comes to beating someone up to become their friends. Wait, he is older than Naruto, which means Naruto is just Japanese King Arthur high on ramen. I can never look at that manga with the same eyes ever again. Anyway, he destroyed me during our spars and he kept apologizing afterward. There was lots of screaming, which was definitely not my own. I swear. The church training I was given before and these beatings I took helped me get used to fighting, because I was technically a vegetable when I learned how to fight. After many and many of Arthur's beatings I came to be able to last a minute against him at his %1 power. I am not talking about physical power but his mastery of swords. Seriously, OG Arthur is broken. Then again, he had years upon years with his sword, so it is natural that he would beat me like a child. During whatever free time I had, I managed to draw Merlin from FGO from memory, because I want his clothes like how I took his face and name. It's not like Supernatural here dresses normally, even though they live in the modern era. I mean, sure, it is a bit on the nose compared to others, but the whole outfit just looks so cool. My training routine was broken when Vivian decided to visit Morgan. Turns out that she neglected her work to teach me and didn't inform anyone. I didn't even know Pendragon siblings have jobs here. I thought they're living their afterlives here. Merlin, could you come here for a second? Huh, I never heard Morgan speaking with that tone. She almost sounded scared but mostly angry. Arthur and I stopped our sparring and looked at each other. Seeing him shrug like it's no big deal, I got relaxed as well. After cleaning ourselves with magic, we went back to the house. Entering the house, I saw the first fairy in my life since Morgan doesn't count. Yellow curious eyes stared at me while I inspected the visitor. Blue watery hair, that looks like it was made from water. Her features are hidden by her veil, but considering the supernatural, she is most likely beautiful, and her purple dress hugged her features, but it split open from her left hip, showing her legs. Azura from Fire Emblem. I snapped my fingers like I solved some great mystery. I don't know what it is, but it is most likely wrong. Merlin, meet Vivian. Vivian, if you try something funny I will make you regret it. Saying her piece, Morgan took the dumbfounded Arthur and left the house. I ran out after them. Like hell, I will be alone while dealing with a Fae on business. Don't leave me alone with her. Just don't agree to something without laying out all the details. Arthur yelled and advised while getting dragged. What if I have a deal you can't refuse? Vivian whispered right next to my ear, scaring the life out of me. And I died from a sudden heart attack purely out of fear. This is a joke. After making our way back inside the house, Vivian put 3 drawings on the table. I facepalmed out of sheer embarrassment. My Merlin gear drawings. I must say you're rather good at drawing. She commented on my Merlin artwork. I should have destroyed them afterward. I muttered, my face expressing regret. I don't even want to know when did she got those from my room. Well, as you might imagine, I have a deal for you. She spoke after reveling in my predicament for a while. I am listening. I answered with a sigh. By the rules of the harem protagonist, even the females on the enemy side would have a favorable opinion of me unless I take action against them, so I should be okay. Morgan might have told you that we are seeking to recover Excalibur. Unfortunately, the Pendragon family cut ties with Avalon after we took Morgan in. The current state of the world doesn't allow us to leave our little realm for long enough and take it back on our own. Her brows furrowed as she spoke about the state of the world. It is 2005, but the world isn't clean as it is used to be. Then again, it is better than 2020. That's where I come in, I guess. Vivian nodded at my response. It is actually doable. I know where the swords are going to be and I will be strong enough to take them by force if necessary. It is basically a guaranteed deal for me. So, what do I get out of this? Even though it is basically free real estate, it doesn't mean I won't negotiate. Residents of Avalon will make these clothes from our best materials and I will personally enchant them. In return we want you to collect all the Excalibur pieces. While saying this she pulled out a golden blue colored sheath from somewhere and put it on the table. It is weird since this sheath is not called Avalon here. This is Excalibur's sheath. It has an enchantment on it that will merge the pieces back together and cleanse the sword from the extras added into it. Vivian spoke those last words like she was eating something rotten. Extras? I inquired. God of the Bible wasn't willing to give the sword to Arthur without adding his modifications. Those so-called 7 useless abilities of Excalibur are from him. I always thought the abilities of that sword was underwhelming minus the mind rape ability. What did the sword do originally? What could it do? Of course, it did as its name implied, it brought victory. That sword could bend fate and destiny in favor of its user. Then why did Arthur die if he had such a sword? Vivian looked at me like I am an idiot. Genius intellect my ass. He wished to stop Mordred and sword aided him. It doesn't matter that he died as a result. Well, now I understand why Arthur gave me that advice. Anyway, in summary, you want me to bring you these pieces. In return I will get the best gear Faye could make. If I fail and die before completing this task you get to claim my soul as yours. Essentially. Normally I wouldn't make such an unfavorable deal on my side, but Morgan claims you're a genius at magic, maybe even more gifted than the original, so it covers the potential loss. I want an extra artifact forged by you on top of the gear since the last piece has been missing for years. As long as it is in my capabilities, sure. Well, I am satisfied with this. Afterward, we drew up a written contract that says I have to bring the pieces before the time of my death, my rewards, some extras, and signed it. I could feel my soul being covered with something that felt like a cocoon. I guess that's how it feels to have someone having a claim on your soul. Your gear will be ready by the time you leave this land. Pleasure meeting you, Merlin. With a beaming smile, Vivian rolled up the contract and got up. She stopped just as she was about to leave and approached me with a mischievous smile. Yes. I was rather unnerved by her smile. Without answering me, Vivian took my lips and shoved her tongue into my mouth. Her tongue felt cool, which made me feel like I was eating ice cream. I was shocked, but soon enough my new abilities as harem protagonist shined through and I took the lead. Pushing her tongue back into her mouth I launched a counterattack that will send her into bliss. This time it was her time to be shocked as I got her to sit on my lap and kept kissing while massaging her body as if I was familiar with it. Unfortunately, I needed to breathe at some point and had to break the kiss. Opening my eyes I was greeted by Vivian's shocked expression. Satisfied with my work I let her get out of my lap. First, she fixed her clothes that got disheveled during our little makeout session, then turned to me with a blush on her face. It seems, you're going to be a dangerous man, Sir Merlin. I just wanted to make Morgan a bit jealous, but now I am the jealous one. Saying her piece, Vivian left in a hurry. What happened a minute ago reminded me that I am living in a harem/ecchi setting. Wait, does this mean Morgan wants to smash? Morgan was scary calm after my deal with Vivian and she seemed to be contemplating something. I would have expected her to be angry like she was when Vivian arrived, but nope, she seemed totally okay, at least from the outside. I was honestly curious about this whole deal, so I went and found Arthur, who was fishing. Hey, Arthur. I sat down next to him and took one of the fishing rods for myself. Yes, buddy. Why are you two seem more afraid of Vivian than angry? I rather not ask this to Morgan, who has a history of being a dark witch. That can be explained with an inappropriate story involving too much alcohol and a truth or dare game that gone sexual. His eyes seemed empty, like he was experiencing a painful memory. Do I even want to know? I asked myself. I can tell you, but it will probably scar you for life, but if you want my advice just go for vanilla if Vivian offers to sleep with you. Okay, I definitely do not want to know something like that. Then again, I can turn the tables on her quite easily. Thanks for the advice. I thanked the men while reeling a fish I caught. Poor Arthur had been fishing for hours and his bucket is still empty, and I just came and caught one after 5 minutes. We kept fishing until the sun went down. Arthur had 2 fishes to his name while I had to release them back because I was catching too much. Chapter 4, Chapter. The mortals that visit Avalon such as I am only allowed to stay for a limited amount of time. Why is there such a thing? I am not sure. Morgan just said I won't be able to leave if I stay longer than allowed, and I have been here for about 5 months, which means I have 1 more month before I need to leave. Since my time here is about to end, I have been making plans on what to do and how to approach the events that are coming. I need to get Valerie out of there before she gets broken by her brother. At the very least I need to keep her hidden from rise of him. I have many plans, but to enact them I need a solid foothold on the world, which is hard due to my runaway status. I shouldn't have run away, I was too hasty, I guess. Then again, I need to tread carefully since I still need Cacao Beal, Coca Beal, to bring the Excalibur pieces in one place. I can hunt them down myself, but why bother when there's an event that will bring them together? Alright, let's stop here. Your mind is somewhere else. Arthur lowers his sword. Sorry, just planning for the future. It is okay, I understand, but Merlin buddy, I need a favor from you. I am going to visit an old friend, can you tell Morgan? I can't do it myself because she won't let me go if I tell her. He asks as we pack up after our training. Sure. I can only guess that friend is female and there is going to be a lot of action for him tonight. Seeing me nodding, Arthur let out a big grin and gave me a fist bump before going the opposite direction of the house with a skip in his steps. Have fun, friend. Without wasting time, I went back to the house while hoping Morgan won't be mad at me. She has a short fuse from her LOL I'm evil days. Morgan Lemon incoming. Take note that this is the first +18 scene I ever wrote. Also, she and Vivian are not in the harem, but Merlin will sleep with them at least once. Opening the door, the first thing that I noticed was the heavy floral scent coming from the petals on the ground. The second was Morgan wearing see-through nightwear. She was resting on her stomach, which pushed her DXD-sized breasts even further. I didn't have the focus to notice how she redecorated the whole living room into a bedroom. I had better things to do, like looking at Morgan's body. I had to take my time to admire and appreciate the view. Come in if you're done admiring. Morgan called out with a sensual tone, compelling me to move without a thought. Note to self, harem protagonist doesn't give me resistance to seduction. My poor virgin brain can't handle the lewd. Shaking my head, I found myself sitting next to Morgan, who is looking at me like a snack. Fresh virgin versus 2,000-plus-year-old MILF is not a fight I can win on a regular day. Thankfully I got help. Merlin, do you know why I am doing this? Morgan purred while getting on my lap. Not really, but I can't bring myself to care. I answered without thinking, still admiring her. Fufufu, that works too, but there is a reason. While most people would say original Merlin, my teacher was a respectable wizard, he was a pervert as much as anyone. He created a magic technique that let him transfer knowledge through carnal acts like sex or plain kissing. He only passed it down to me. A lightning bolt passed through my head as I understood those words. Now that I can confirm what's coming, I took the initiative by massaging her thighs with one hand while the other went to her breasts. The help harem protagonist provides is weird. It is like path to victory for lewd, but I just know what to do instead of getting a list of actions. How impatient, but I don't dislike it. Your time here is coming to an end, and I have yet to pass on all my knowledge and experience on fairy magic and this technique too, since it counts as an inheritance. I was going to do it with just a kiss, but that vixen Vivian took your lips before I could. You can say this is me one-upping her, knowing her she will come back for more. Moaning again, Morgan started undressing me, while I made quick work of her clothes. Once we were both in our birthday suits, I laid her down on the bed and took her lips while my hands worked their magic on her lower lips. Once she was wet enough, I plunged myself into her, making her moan and wrap her legs around my waist. I don't know how this information sharing thing is going to work, but I guess I just need to keep going. After some time, I started receiving information in my head which distracted me enough to get Morgan to get on top of me. How you're natural at this, but I'd rather be the one on the top. She whispers into my ear as she plunges herself on my rod and starts moving up and down. Morgan continued her movements while I got used to focusing on two things at a time. Once I got the hang of things, I resumed my own movements, increasing her moans. I am actually a fan of cowgirl position, but trusting my new instincts, I turned Morgan over and put her into a different position, one I didn't even know existed. Her moans doubled as I hammered in her. After some time, she clenched hard enough to bring me to peak and release in her. Let's hope she has a spell for that. Huff. That was great. It's been so long that I forgot how good it feels. She says to herself while laying on my chest. Good thing we have all night. I positioned myself and entered her again. Oh my, let's see if you can back up those words. Morgan says, not knowing she is destined to lose. Morgan passed out after the 6th round. Infinite stamina and vitality are broken as fuck. Also, I got an upgrade on some of my essences. Harem protagonist. Plus you are guaranteed to impregnate every time you have sex, with however many or few babies you want. This can be toggled on and off. This is pretty useful if every woman I meet is going to try to bed me like Morgan and Vivian. Hold up, that sounded wrong. If I was a hornier man, I could have revealed this info after becoming OP and rescue some races having fertility problems. Archmage. Plus through the power of lewd you gain the ability to teach others with lewd actions, like hand-holding. I am speechless. I didn't think that technique would become an ability. The next morning I woke up as I normally do without any signs of exhaustion and cleaned the former living room while Morgan slept. She only woke up while I was preparing breakfast. Thankfully Arthur hadn't arrived yet. While I know that he knows what happened here, seeing that he became my wingman, knowing and witnessing are two different things. You're a beast. Morgan groaned as she sat down and started eating. I am hoping that is a compliment. Yeah, it is a compliment. Also, it is hard to hurt a lady like me even with those positions you came up with. I am just exhausted. I underestimated your stamina because you're young. I could only laugh nervously at her words. Chapter 5, Chapter. My last day in Avalon arrived all too soon. In the meanwhile, Morgan taught me the basics of the human magic system made by OG Merlin. Unfortunately, it wasn't the lewd way and she had fun seeing my disappointed expression. Arthur gave me some books about swordsmanship while saying I shouldn't let anyone from his family know unless I am marrying someone from the family. That guy knows how to raise flags. With my goodbyes finished, I just needed to take my gear from Vivian and leave this place. So I was given a gnome guide who didn't bother to speak with me, and he guided me to the lake Vivian likes to call home. This was actually the first time I was traversing Avalon. I was warned by Morgan to not stare at anything and just follow my guide, but the parts one saw was enough for me. It reminded me of Twilight Forest from that Minecraft mod. I didn't play it, but I had watched it on YouTube back in the day. After an uncertain time of walking, we arrived at the lake where Vivian resides. It is located in the middle of the forest, painting a nice view. Arriving at the edge of the lake, my gnome guide left, while I was contemplating about whether if I should go in the lake. Vivian herself rose from it. "It seems time has come," she said solemnly, like she was sending a warrior to war. "Yes. Very well, here's your payment." Vivian made a gesture with her hand, making my outfit rise out of the water. Hopefully, they'll be dry. Looking at them, I can see the enchantments on them. It is mostly magic amplifiers and magic defense because magicians of this world don't get close and personal. I wish I had specified the enchantments. Well, I can change them on my own later on. I hope you will deliver your part of the deal. I nodded to her before touching the clothes, turning them into motes of light before they got embedded in my soul. They're soul-bound, like your staff. I even added that sword you brought back in it. The staff itself doubles your power output, so you should get used to it before picking fights. I don't think I will be getting in a fight willingly for a while. Just because I can drown a person in razor-sharp petals doesn't mean I want to do it. I am afraid it is inevitable for you. My sources told me that the church is already looking for you. She replies with a frown before she schooled her expression. If they made the information public, then the rest of the supernaturals must be looking for me as well. After all, my ancestor was a big deal. I groaned. I knew that hiding wasn't an option, but there's a difference between information leak and making it public. Exactly. Now what are you going to do, young mage? Vivian almost looked amused at my situation. I have an idea. I just need to reach the familiar forest. I mutter while a plan forms in my head. Yeah, that's totally doable. If not, I have my plan B. Very well, I can help you on that part. Don't worry, I am not asking anything for it. Thank you for your assistance. I bowed in respect as Vivian covered me in water and teleported me to Underworld. I found myself in a lake near water spirits, which scared me for a second before I trapped them in vines. I can't really kill them for looking ugly. Although I wonder how they get lingerie, or do they buy it? Then how? I don't see how anyone would take them as familiars. Damn, Vivian knew exactly where to teleport me. I will remember this when I go back to give the pieces back. Once I put the horrors of nature behind me, I dried my new clothes and used a simple spell to grow out my hair because I look better that way. For my plan to work, I need all my charm. Plan, get Tiamat as a familiar, is a go. First I will throw Issei under the bus and offer his useless ass to her. She can train him herself to repay for her treasure. After all, I am asking her help to protect me from gods and super devils like Surzex. I can handle the rest with my magic, and once I join Golden Dawn on top of this, I should be pretty secure on the political side of things. Then again, I need to lay low as much as I can to ensure Kokobeel goes along with his plans. I am hoping to appeal to her greed to get a familiar contract out of her that will give me political standing enough that people won't casually hunt me down like some Rouge Sacred Gear user just in case she won't accept my proposal. If that doesn't work, I can only hope she would fall for me on the spot. I am a harem protagonist after all. That kind of stuff happens a lot. I asked Tiamat's location to the trees nearby. It was hard to believe that they're still alive despite looking dead, but they live. Yes, I can talk to trees. After following their directions, I noticed her signature, which is the largest I have yet to see. She's stronger than Vivian, who's stronger than the Pendragon siblings. Unfortunately, she seems to be fighting someone who has a chaotic presence. Getting near the battlefield revealed that person to be a devil. Just sign the damn contract, lizard. Random mob yells as he fires volleys of demonic energy bullets. I can copy the spells he is shooting in, but it turns them into human system spells like a mana bullet, but I can't copy demonic energy itself. It seems I need to get a sample from someone. Another arrogant young master. Leave if you want to live. I am missing my TV show. Not until you sign this. Poor guy couldn't finish it because Tiamat turned him into a paste. Then she turned towards me. So, why are you here? Asks the gigantic blue western dragon. Ah, it can wait. Please go watch your show. I need to inspect the body before it turns to dust. I point out the former devil. Suit yourself. Once Tiamat left, I went near the meat paste and sucked a piece from the lingering demonic energy into my reactor, making it capable of producing it. This right here solves most of my problems. Structural grasp. I imagine the result and pour my newly acquired energy into the spell while aiming at a tree nearby. The result showed me some information about the tree which is normal for this spell, but the main kicker is that I can turn this into a spell that will work for the human magic system. This opens so many possibilities that I doubt I can cover them all. Interesting, if you're done playing, come in, child. Tiamat's voice reached my ears like I thought she couldn't keep her curiosity to herself. I am not revealing too much since everyone would have expectations for bullshit like this just being Merlin, and this will be in my favor while negotiating. Taking a breath, I entered the lair of the dragon. Chapter 6, Chapter. Entering the cavern revealed a structure similar to a Mayan temple. At the top of the temple, Tiamat was in her dragon form, laying down on a pile of gold like a proper dragon. She's watching a giant holographic TV, but I can sense that she is also paying attention to me. Getting near, I took out a plastic chair from my hammer space and sat down. I am not in a rush after all. Did you really have to bring the chair? She asks after some time. Yes, it's plastic, it's comforting to me. I reply with a frown. I was really lucky to find this in Avalon before Faye annihilated it, since they hate plastic. Tiamat sighed before turning the TV off, then she turned her body towards me. I can already guess what this is about, but I am still required to ask. Why are you here? Damn, you sounded really tired. I have to deal with arrogant shits that think I am obligated to become their pet daily. It is not just the devils, there are lots of magicians as well. She shook her head to people's stupidity. Well, why don't you make a contract with me and declare you're not available? I grin. Just being a clone of Merlin doesn't mean you are him, you need to do better than that. My grin got wider at her snort. I can bring you the next host of Drake, you can train him or her to pay you back. And why can't I just torture that information out of you? You can't because I don't know it yet, but hear this, I get visions sometimes. It got me out of that damn institute. I am pretty sure I can find that poor sob. I am bluffing here, but Merlin was known for his clairvoyance as well. I can mask my meta-knowledge with this. Tiamat growled silently. It sounded like a thoughtful hum if anything. You said your visions got you out of that place. Where did you end up? Already fishing for information. Just answer. Avalon, right in front of Morgan Le Fay's loving arms. She didn't eat you right there. Well, there was eating involved, but not the kind you're implying. I also mastered fairy magic. Bullshit. You had like what, 6 months? At her dismissal, I summon forth my flowers and have them surround me. What can I say? I am Merlin, the mage of flowers. I have a reputation to keep up. Show me the magic, I will copy it right away. Unfortunately, she didn't fall for my bait and show me some dragon magic, but she inspected the petals I summoned before she blew them out with her breath. Mint. I ask. Hygiene is important, so what about what you did outside? She huffs. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lady Tiamat. I smile as I release some demonic energy, but my smile is a fake one. Well, it is not nearly enough to get me to sign up, but I am willing to hear your side. She didn't press on the fact that a human possessing demonic energy, but changed the subject. I don't need you to fight for me, I just need a somewhat neutral backing. While you work as a referee for raiding games, you're not working with devils. I need you, otherwise everyone will try to recruit me whether I like it or not. You don't want me to protect you. People who are actually strong enough to kill me would rather sit down and talk with me first. I point out. I am not strong enough to take on ultimate rank due to lack of battle experience, but I at least have the raw firepower. Tiamat scratched her chin before raising one of her claws in the air. I can work with that, of course. I will protect you if you really need it, but I won't be degraded to a Pokemon. Okay, here are my conditions. 1. I am not a pet you can order around, I demand respect. 2. I will not fight your fights unless it is necessary. 3. You will locate Drake for me before he awakens so I can get my hands on him. 4. I also want your children. Could do, wait. What? There is a high chance of your abilities being hereditary, so I want your children. Also, it's been so long since I had a child, I miss the feeling. I can accept that as long as I get so raise them with you, but I can't do it now. I wildly wave my hands. I can't be a father just yet, readers won't let me hear the end of it. Then again, it is the author's problem, not mine, but still. Why not? Tiamat growled, sounding quite angry. Why is she so adamant about having children? I am an artificial human, I have bodily problems for days, problems that can plague my children. I want to purify my body via senjutsu first. I solemnly reply, it is a total lie, but it is believable. Reasonable, but I am rather impatient, give me a possible timeline now. I thought about it, I have plans for senjutsu. It is my only viable way to strengthen my body without changing my race. I just need time for my plans. 1 year should be enough, but let's go with 2 for safe measure. 2 years should be enough if I can operate freely. I am already planning on making a spell that works like Library of Heaven's Path, I just need to collect senjutsu manuals. Very well. Wait, did you just say you're an artificial human? Tiamat replied before stopping. Yes. Why is she panting? So, you don't have a mother? She asks, almost sounding happy. Yes, but why does that matter? Tiamat didn't answer, but her form flashed blue, forcing me to close my eyes. Once I opened them back, my jaw dropped. This. Tiamama. Why is her fate version here? Why is she blushing? Yes, call me mother again. She put one of her hands to her cheek while replying. I am legit scared. Why do I always end up in such situations? Right, harem protagonist. Can we do the contract? I hesitantly ask. Yes, I am also adopting you. Call me mother in private. She appeared next to me only to smash my head in her bountiful chest. I would like to point out I will not be sleeping with my children. If she's anything like Tiamat from mythology, I need to say this, I don't know if she slept with her children, but all mythology has incest. Your choice, but you can't stop me from doing it with my sons. Tiamat replied with a frown. I see she's no waifu material, or I just need to change her mind through various ways. At worst, find a way to only have daughters. Fine, let's just sign the contract. I got out of her embrace and got some blank papers. I like having things written down. Tiamat turned serious once she saw me stop playing around and pull her own chair made of gold. I have a feeling she doesn't have any normal furniture. It took us some hours to lay everything down. While Tiamat is rather horny and would be willing to sleep whenever I desire, she outright banned some types of plays. I didn't know extreme degradation was a thing. I don't even know how we got to that part. We were just talking about my security boom. Next, we're establishing protocols for booty calls. Once everything was finished, I burned the magic-infused paper, finalizing the deal. Well, it's been a while since I was connected to someone. Now come, child. Tiamat got up and started summoning pillow after pillow. Can you at least call me by name? I raised an eyebrow to her impromptu bed. In public, sure, but I magically adopted you, thus you're my child. Now come, give your mama some love. Tiamat laid down as the clothes that barely covered her form disappeared, and she beckoned me as she spread her legs, revealing her wet folds. I have been here for about half a year, and this is the second woman I am sleeping by doing nothing. That's DXD for you, I guess. And, more like harem protagonist bullshit. My clothes disappeared as I approached her and penetrated her without any foreplay. She moaned as I thrust with vigor. My hands reached for her voluminous breasts, kneading them like dough. After some time, my hands got wet with her milk. I was a mother goddess. I can produce milk whenever I want. Go on, child, drink. I was a bit hesitant, but my instincts guided my head towards the Twin Peaks. Unfortunately, I could only suck one of them while my hand took care of the other. It was delicious even for someone who doesn't like milk like me. It is harder to please Tiamat. Her vast experience gives her an advantage, but her breasts are her weak spots. She clenched as I sucked on her tit. Her milk actually gave me a temporary boost in stamina, but I don't lack that. She pushed me back after she came, making me fall on my butt. I raised an eyebrow, but she just smirked before enveloping my rod between her breasts and started rubbing. I am extremely fertile. I can't have you release inside just yet. She gave a disappointed sigh but sped up her movements. Seeing that I am still standing tall, she started to suck on the tip until I released it in her mouth. In the end, she sucked everything I released. Then we went back to the beginning to do it all over again. Are you sure you are human? Tiamat asks as she bounces on my lap. Yes. I am feeling smug from seeing her getting frustrated. Apparently, it is a pride thing for her to not stop until her partner goes limp, but she's the only one getting tired. We'll see. Tiamat held out, but she didn't last and fell asleep while mumbling how she will do better next time. It was only hours later when Tiamat passed out that I remembered my newest ability. Genius intelligence, my ass. At least I got something out of this. Harem protagonist. Plus you can breed with any species, and the offspring will either be a half-breed, with just the right amount of fusion, or purely one of the parent species. Chapter 7, Chapter. Golden Dawn is a magician organization that was founded by William Robert Woodman, William Wynne Westcott, and McGregor Mathers. The last one also becomes Sir's ex-bishop at some point in the past. Golden Dawn deals in modern magic. It is one of the most famous magician organizations, but it is relatively new as an organization. Also, it happens to be my first choice because I know a future villain is going to be here, and I find the abilities of Alpaca Tyrant quite bullshit, like how I found the DXD story arcs after Trihexa was sealed. On the other hand, Golden Dawn gives me a chance to meet Lo Fei. I have to keep up my appearances and take her as my disciple no matter what. I am not really concerned about how much knowledge I can find in this organization, because by the time I am finished here I should have something similar to a Jukas Kankara formula, and I should be able to make my own magic system. It also helps that I have access to imagination-based magic, and all I need to do to convert it to human magic is just look at it. The entrance for any of the magic organizations requires testing to see if you're worth having around, but I have 2 letters of recommendation, one from Morgan and the other is from Tiamat. Tiamat was rather grumpy that she lost to me in war, but the smile she had while writing the letter suggests she is just being tsundere. Or she is trolling me and wrote something outrageous in that letter, we will see. Anyway, I am overqualified to enter this organization, but whatever. Lu Fei learned everything she knows from here, and that even includes Norse magic, even black magic, so I will be just peachy here. It is an honor to have you here, sir, but I must ask, why choose us? I believe Grauzober would have better resources. The examiner asks, rightfully so. Why bother with someplace new while there are better options? Now, choosing so-called the best and popular organization is too mainstream. Also, their connections to devils and fallens are more extensive than Golden Dawn, which is a major turn-off for me. I wave his concerns off, making the poor guy relax. I honestly don't know if I should be happy or not due to being recognized right away. I didn't even have to introduce myself. The moment I entered the place, I was given a pretty servant to follow me around and serve me. I send her to buy some snacks. Wait, it's 2005 to 2006, they don't make Sour Patch just yet shit. Luckily I got her communication address, I should call her back. Sir, I am afraid I couldn't find these jelly beans you asked for me, please forgive me. The servant girl came into the room. I can see that she's out of breath as she frantically apologized. Damn, now I feel bad. No need to apologize, I forgot that it's not being produced yet, I should be the one to apologize. I quickly got her up. I also noticed a small shock going through in the eyes of my examiner, but it works for me. While it was accidental, it does set up my clairvoyance act pretty nicely. I don't care if they believe it or not, I just need the excuse. My papers were quickly processed. It didn't even take an hour before I was in a workshop under my name. Geez, giving me all this stuff, now I would feel guilty if I don't contribute to something. I don't even know half the stuff in the room, that can be rectified right away. Leaving the workshop, I made my way to the library. Now how should I go around doing this without frying my head? Brain freeze, I feel my thoughts slow down as the magic circle cools my head. Book trace, before being too late I use an enhanced version of structural grasp. It is like tracing of a Mia, but this one targets books in an entire room. The whole library is downloaded to my head as I start to heat up. Thankfully before I cook myself the second spell finishes scanning. Sir? What was that? My pretty servant asks on the side. She seemed quite shocked. Extreme reading, Angelica, come on, I have over 1 million books to go through. I chuckle at her dumbfounded expression and walk back to my workshop. What? Ah, I am going to enjoy breaking her common sense. I should help her out as compensation though. No matter how you look at it, shoving all that knowledge to my skull wasn't the best option I had, but it was the fastest. I was going to make a spell to process the books, but my migraine shot up after that stunt, so I decided to read up on mind magic, mental booster first before messing with it. This is actually entertaining to read. It shows how you can shove magical energy into the right parts of your brain and spirit to speed up your mental faculties. There are of course many versions of it. Some are faster and meant to be used for short amounts of time before it hurts you. Some are more stable, they're generally used and left like that to give passive boosts, and some was labeled as suicidal by the Magician's Council because of high mortality rate. My stunt falls under the suicidal category, by the way. I spent a month working on a personalized mind spell that will merge all 3 aspects of mental boost spells. On the other hand, I am helping Angelica with her projects and help her out whenever she gets stuck on something. Teaching with head pats has been enjoyable for me, and Angelica has yet to complain about it. Human magic is more about the knowledge than the actual magical energy you boast. Sure, total energy you have is important as well, but it is like having rocket fuel for a steam engine train. Knowledge and power must be balanced like everything in the universe. In the end, I just love being able to teach with heavy head patting. It turns Angelica into putty. At the end of my first month here, I finally had my mental spell multi-thread acceleration, overclock series V1.032 ready. Ah, Minato-sensei would be proud. It is actually a pretty stable spell despite its horrendous name. With my current mental capabilities I can work on 3 background processes and speed them up to %25 without any harm to myself. I can just boost my main process up to %100, but that shuts down the background processes. I can refine the spell even further once I finish reading up the rest of the library. I apparently need a more durable body to handle more, and enhancing my body with magic doesn't count. Those 3 processes are currently going through the books from the library, while I myself am going through any books I can find on Senjutsu. There were some books about it in the library that had information on it, but there are no manuals I can try out. Lord Merlin, I am leaving for my tests for today. Do you require anything? My maid asks politely. Thank you, Angelica, I do not require anything at the moment. Good luck, I reply. I put my notebook down once she leaves and move towards the machine I have built. I don't use this with Angelica around since it has a chance of explosion upon use. I can take it, but Angelica can't. I don't want my pretty maid to get hurt because her master was reckless. She actually looks like Angelica Ainsworth from Fate, Oath Under Snow, but with more emotion, so I may have a soft spot for her. Going back to the machine, it looks pretty unstable since it has duct tapes all over it, but this is the best I could come up with in the limited time I have. This is a basic energy refiner. You put fire-attributed magical energy into it, then it spats out non-attributed magical energy, etc. Grabbing the input handle, I shove my entire reserve into it and watch it work as the machine destroys my magical energy into nothing. Soon, I caress the empty output tank. If anyone were to see my face right now, there would be a lot of questions. Chapter 8. Ma Master, how can this qualify as teaching? Angelica moans as I pat her head. What can I say, Angelica? My ancestor made this technique and I watered it down to head pats instead of carnal acts, but it still carries some lewd aspects. Also, you're a couple of months late to ask that question. I clarified. I actually didn't know that a person could get off on head pats. Anyway, I just finished teaching her my own updated mental boost spell with some security modifications for the safety and privacy of both of us. The alterations I made will make her mind fast and unbreakable, so anything I deem secret will remain in her head. The reason why I am doing this is that little Angelica just graduated and she wants to stay as my maid despite being 4 years older than me. And Angelica is just a maid, but she's going to be maid with benefits, so she's not in the official harem. Money surprisingly is not a problem. I pretty much cracked Merlin's system once I devoured the library. Human magic is all about equations and mathematics, but once you dig deep there are some constants in everything, which is what Kankara formula is based on. Yeah, I found it on my own Sukkatajuka. Ahem, this formula acts as a master key to any spell and gets more powerful as the user increases their knowledge of magic. That's why Ajuka is dangerous. Unless you can overpower him, he is going to turn your magic against you. He luckily isn't able to do that with holy power, but one can't become a Satan with such glaring weakness. I don't have such weakness, I just need to increase my wealth of knowledge and I can take him on. Why am I planning ways to kill him again? No idea. Back to money making. I make money by refining the already exiting spells to work better and be more efficient and get royalties from it. No one actually complained yet since the creators of the spells get paid as well. It's not like I am making a lot from it compared to other supernatural. I can't publish my work yet since I am mostly focused on creating a new system that encompasses all the systems. That takes a lot of time. I also need to finish my Senjutsu bullshit hacks because I need to accomplish my goal before Tiamat comes to ask for her babies. Well, she regularly visits for sex. It surprisingly brought my lust levels down quite a bit. Going back to current events, Angelica is my full-time maid now. She even got a room of her own in the workshop. She's no Graphia, but she served me well during the past 6 months. Master, the original technique. Was it better? She asks as she gets her breathing under control. Learning speed increases in corresponding to the amount of lewd, so yes, kissing would be faster than head pats and on and on. I answer. I see. Master, may I ask why did you accept my request? No one wanted me after what happened with my family. Her brows furrowed as her face showed sadness. What happened with your family? I am genuinely curious since she never talked about it and I never socialized with others. I have that pesky SI disease that makes me not care about non-story related people. Master, you really need to get out of your workshop. Also, going to heaven, as you put it, doesn't count. Angelica sighs. I am not going to brothels like she is thinking. I genuinely snuck in heaven after observing some angels visiting the Vatican. It is for research purposes, of course, and angels don't suspect anything. They have too much trust in their father's system. Master, you're monologuing again. Sorry, continue. You said something happened with your family and it properly got you bad fame. Yes, it turned out that my ancestor has been possessing male heirs of the family for generations to prolong his life. He wanted to become a devil, but no one wanted him. Once it got exposed, it brought a lot of bad light to the family. Now no one trusts us. She finished explaining and I sighed to myself hearing about it. That sounds like the Ainsworth family, all right. Also, I kinda feel bad for making her tell me all of that. She wasn't going to tell me this until the last moment since she is aware that I am a bit of an airhead. While I don't like mind control, but she's been getting blasted by my protagonist aura, aka subtle mind control, which can't be turned off. It seems she couldn't bear to not tell me before becoming my official maid. I am not going to throw you away for such things, but you should tell me such things beforehand. Your master, despite being pretty intelligent, is still stupid. That got a giggle out of her. Master, I don't mind if you take some liberties with me, you know. Angelica climbs to my lap and whispers to my ear. I raise an eyebrow. I guess taking the weight off her shoulders made her bolder. Well, maybe later, dear. I still have some research at heaven. I pinch her ass to get her off and get out of the workshop. I can faintly hear her cursing some random brothel. Name's getting in her fun learning time. Take this, a bathing female angel splashes her sister, wetting the other angel. Eep. Elder sister, please don't splash me like that. If you do that, I have to respond in kind. Hee. She responds with a water spell. Female angels bathing and using their magic for some innocent fun, the only time I get to do double research. This is really heaven. Although I still find myself flabbergasted how easy sneaking in heaven was, I am certainly not complaining. Too bad Gabriel has a private bath. I'd rather not try my luck by sneaking in sixth heaven just yet. Once the two lovely angels get clothed and leave, I move towards the lake. This is the best holy water I can get my hands on. I fill my watering can with holy water and make my way back to the Garden of Eden before any male angel decides to take a dip. In my honest opinion, male angels are mistakes. It's totally biased, but listen to me as I recite the most infamous enemies of heaven. Lucifer rebelled and became a devil before wanting world domination. Azazel made an orgy in heaven and took his whole group with him while falling. Barakiel is a useless pervert on par with darkness and Tio. I genuinely wanted to see God's reaction to his fall from masochism. Kokabeel is a freaking warmonger that enjoyed wars. Wait, wasn't that guy pro-human or something like that? All of them were pure angels and happened to be male. There's only one well-known female fallen angel, and that is Penemu, because she has an NTR streak. It is quite obvious that something is wrong with male angels. I mean, look at Metatron. He abandoned heaven just to get ninja training while other seraphs are trying to hold things together. Arriving at the secluded spot in the garden, I search for my plot of land where I decided to grow some things. Seriously, angels are like Skyrim guards when it comes to detecting me. I randomly planted some cannabis and grew it. All the angels that noticed it just said, "Huh, must be Father's plan," and left it there. Yes, I am growing cannabis in the Garden of Eden. I even got a saint to bless the seeds before planting, and I watered it with the best holy water I can get my hands on. The whole plant turned golden and started to emit holy power. This should make me high enough to ignore my migraine. I really want to find Ophis and ask her how she lives with this. Chapter 9, Chapter Master. Angelica enters the workshop that is full of golden clouds. This holy blunt is something else. Here, Angelica, take a puff. I pass it to her with a dopey smile. Who would have thought smoke of this thing would turn into golden clouds, and the best thing is that I don't feel any migraine. Master, what is this? It is holy blunt, made from blessed cannabis grown in Garden of Eden and watered with potent holy water. I explained to my lovely maid. You weren't lying when you were saying, "I am going to heaven, dear," were you? She shots back with an incredulous expression. Not one bit. I laugh while she smokes the blunt. I would normally be apprehensive about drugs, even normal painkillers, but holy blunt has all the benefits of cannabis but none of the adverse effects. It doesn't even get you high enough for you to lose reason. Okay, it may make someone more open, yes, let's put it that way, but I won't black out and wake up at the top of the Eiffel Tower or something. Hearing some coughing, I turn to Angelica, who is now supporting golden energy wings made out of holy power. It seems she smoked the rest herself. It appears that there is indeed some side effects, because my reading is telling me Angelica has become an angel for a limited amount of time, like an MMO buff. Holy blunt may cause accidental limited angelhood, good to know. I need an angel to smoke this later. I mutter to myself. In the end, Angelica retained some holy power and the energy wings once she cleared the drug out of her system. She needs to power the wings with her holy power, and she can only fly for 5 minutes with the reserves she has, but she doesn't register as an angel anymore. It appears that holy blunt alters the human body to handle holy power better should they acquire it. I don't know why she got wings, but I can't have it because my reactor is capable of storing holy power. She was also rather embarrassed when I started calling her my angel. Senjutsu is weird. I would have expected some cultivation bullshit that comes with it, but no. You just manipulate your life force and suck the natural energy in the world into yourself, strengthening your own. This also purifies your body and increases your lifespan. The talent required comes in the form of one's sensory abilities. Senjutsu requires meditation and to intake of natural energy from the world that is full of malice due to wars, be it mundane or supernatural. If you take in malice, you can fight it with resilience or get corrupted by it, which drives a person to insanity. In summary, one needs good senses and mental balance to be able to properly use Senjutsu. Then you can use this energy to strengthen your body internally or externally, coat your hands or shoot it like projectiles. External strengthening is also dubbed Tuki, also called fighting spirit, which doesn't require Senjutsu. People can get Tuki from extensive training, which lets them connect to their life force and manipulate it. There's no meridian stuff, no pills to boost things, no tribulations from Chinese heaven since the last sage died from it, nothing. I mean, meridians do exist, but no one bothers to circulate their energy clockwise towards the north while standing on a tortoise at sunrise. You know, cultivation bullshit. Instead, they just absorb the energy and let it flow naturally in their bodies. That works as well, but I want something better than that. Some mythology-affiliated manuals do change the circulation of ki to achieve different effects, but those only available in China and India. They also force you to become a Buddha under themselves if you can get strong with it, which is meaningless to me. This led me into experiments. I permanently borrowed some death row inmates for this. Learning how to manipulate soul energy, life force, ki, chi, chakra, whatever, cost some years of my subjects' lifespans, but at least they didn't die. Once I was able to manipulate ki, my reactor started producing it, which was used on my subjects. I'd rather not have them get corrupted by malice. Once I got the hang of it, I tried creating the cultivation bullshit I very much despised. First mind control, now cultivation. Why do I keep doing things I abhor? I sighed to myself. Master, you seem tired. My maid inquiries as she massages my shoulders. I can't physically get tired, but I am mentally spent. I had to dispose of our subjects since I was done with them. I might have underestimated how exhausting killing would be. I plopped my head on the table. I didn't feel bad, didn't feel joy or disgusted, but it was just tiring. I could have done that myself, Master. Why did you bother yourself with such things? Her hands get heavy but never painful to show her displeasure. Gotta get used to it. We are not living in a peaceful world. How is your project going? She keeps writing papers to salvage her family name. As her master, I should help her. If Master says so, my project is fine. I am about to finish it, but I might need more teaching, Master. Her hands sneak towards my pants. I don't mind teaching you. I smirk at her. Teasing Angelica is way more fun compared to Tiamat, who has a schedule for lewd time. I mean, Tia is fine as well, but it's been 6 months and she is still trying to beat me in bed. I have no time manipulation yet. It eats into my own research time, so I have to subdue her quickly, which doesn't leave me much fun. How I have been waiting for this for the whole day. She unzips my pants, releasing my rod. After stroking it for a while, Angelica gets under the table for better reach while I select today's lesson. Let's go with white magic for tonight. Despite having my mental spell, Angelica doesn't use it during our teaching sessions. This makes her focus on the lesson to properly learn. I sigh in pleasure as she swallows my rod whole, her tongue sliding masterfully while her throat squeezes my rod. She came a long way from the days she almost cut me up with her teeth during blowjobs. Sensing my release, I take a hold of her head and start thrusting until I empty everything in her mouth. I am not particularly a fan of deep throat, but she likes it, so who am I to deny her? Master is vigorous as always. I was afraid you'd be unwilling tonight. She speaks as she cleans the leftovers. Well, our lessons always lift my spirits. I pat her head in affection. Then can I get some extra credits? She asks while getting up. She lifts the skirt of her maid outfit to reveal she's been going commando. Some liquid already dripping to her stockings. To my nod, she sits on my lap and impales herself without hesitation. Angelica. Wasn't that a bit hasty? I know for a fact she's a virgin. It's fine, Master, I have been preparing. She moans to my ears. Seeing she's not uncomfortable, I pick up my pace as well. Thrust after thrust, I mold her to my shape. The workshop is filled with the sound of flesh hitting flesh and sensual moans. Feeling her clench, I double down on my efforts and release in her, eliciting a particularly loud moan from her. Angelica's back arches. She even releases her pseudo-angel wings as she moans a last time before she slumps like a puppet. Seeing that my little angel passed out from one round, I clean her with a spell and put her on my bed. Someone to cuddle like this all the time would be nice. Maybe I should order her to do so. Archmage. Plus your offspring, which can be any sex you wish, can inherit your abilities, either at full power or weaker, essences included. Chapter 10, Chapter. There was a reason I put my senjutsu stuff for later while I focused on magic. Anyone that reads some fantasy novels can tell you that different energies have different qualities that bring different results when used. The natural energy of the DXD world has lower quality than the ki produced by my reactor, meaning I would be stronger than people of my level if I were to use the ki for senjutsu. If it works like that, why not aim higher? After all, my reactor is capable of producing any energy as long as I have a sample of it. This brings me to today. Once again I am in front of my self-made purification machine. Once again I poured everything I have into it like I have been doing for the past year. This time, however, instead of an empty tank, there is a single mode of rainbow-colored light in the output tank. It cost me a year, but I wasn't wrong with my theory. This single mode of energy is the famous origin energy one can see in fanfictions, and now that I absorbed it, my reactor can produce it with essence bullshit. Archmage, origin energy obtained. Origin energy, source of every other energy in creation, capable of substituting for any other energy. Due to its nature, anything powered by this energy will have extra output than it is normally capable of. Now, let's go back to senjutsu. The art of empowering yourself with natural energy to increase your own. What would happen if I were to use origin energy? Bullshit, that's what would happen, but I can't be satisfied with that. I want to have my cake and eat it while taking other people's cakes on top of it. I want to turn my physical body into a massive energy-given shape like dragons, but without becoming a dragon myself. I want to pull a Von Mason type of body up in this bitch. This is where the cultivation bullshit comes into play. In all honesty, it doesn't change too much. Normally when you take natural energy in, energy spreads in your body following one path. The method I came up with turns that into 7 energy paths spreading at the same time, simultaneously refining every part of my body, including 3 Dawn I read in cultivation novels. The convict I tried this on went from a normal human to mid-rank, physically, power level in 3 months, and that was me using ki. A totally normal dude with no talent or plot armor. So, I sat down in meditative position and reached for the origin energy in my reactor. There wasn't much of it yet, but it should be enough to get started. My mental spell has been refined to allow for 10 lines of thought over the year, with that I took 7 of them, each guiding a strand of energy down 7 paths. The trick here is the timing. The paths are not in equal length, and I need to time it right for them all to pool in the dantian at the same time. Which isn't all that hard if you have a mental spell like mine. My body felt like it was burning as the energy passed the meridians, refining my body like forging iron. Once all the strands met at the dantian, I felt a small tremor in my body before the circulation became automatic. That's right. It is passive cultivation, and now I just need 1 line of thought to push origin energy into it. Opening my eyes, I don't smell any impurities because those have all burned by origin energy, but I did notice the calluses in my hands flaking away to reveal soft skin under. I never stopped my sword training in this past year. Being able to use a weapon is important even if I am playing a mage. Now I have a way to permanently increase my physical power. This means I can increase it even further with enhancement magic. I should be around high-rank devil physically and mid-rank god level on how much energy I have in my reactor. Thankfully, Archmage makes it impossible for people to sense how much power I have, otherwise, a certain lowly would be bothering me non-stop. Archmage. Plus you can do cultivator bullshit now, nice I guess. Now I just need to make a dual cultivation method for my destined harem, which didn't take long since bedroom method is pretty much counted as dual cultivation. Angelica. I need you for something. I call out to my maid, it is time for some lewd lessons. I am coming, master. Master, what happened to you? Angelica basically runs to me, because it is rare that I ask for something. What? Did I got more handsome somehow? I joke. Master has always been handsome, but you seem, how should I put it, more domineering. It kinda reminds me of Eastern mages. Angelica's description makes my lip twitch. Thank you for comparing me to martial wizards, it could have been worse. My shoulders sag. Always. She grins. Well, I just got physically stronger. Let's make a performance test. I pull her to my embrace, make her go eep. Master, ah, this is life. Merlin. I groan and wake up. What? I snap at whoever woke me up. Rubbing my eyes of sleep, I look at Tiamat, who's been looking at me with equal amounts of annoyance. Seraphal Leviathan wants to meet. She sighs. While I am surprised that they took this long, why does it have to be in the middle of the night? I know they're nocturnal, but have some respect. They apparently sent Mephistopheles to invite you, but he got hit by a golden cloud and got hospitalized from holy power poisoning. Despite her straight face, I can tell she's amused. Poor guy must have come while I was smoking. I even put a sign warning devils just because I was expecting them. Does he ever read signs? I ask sarcastically. It seems like he thought whatever you might be doing inside couldn't possibly hurt him. Now Satans are afraid that you're working on something that might be dangerous to devils. I facepalm. This guy doesn't bother with warnings, and I am the one getting interrogation. It doesn't help that Mephistopheles is the current director for the Magicians' Council. So, they asked you to invite me because we have a contract. They're aware that I am not on the side of heaven, right? Exactly, they're afraid you sided with Fallens. I am also coming with you since I want to see Seraphal's face when you say, I was getting stoned with holy weed. Ha ha ha, I must record it. Well, at least one of us is having fun. Chapter 11, Chapter. So, I am guessing that there's more to it than just meeting Seraphal. I ask Tiamat. We are traveling to Satan's office in the capital city of devils. I didn't even bother with its name, I bet it starts with Lucy or something. I insisted on walking there, no doubt that devils are watching from street cameras or something similar. I would expect something like that from a Juka. This will show them waking me up in the middle of the night and how petty I can be. Also, I can take my time with Tiamat's hand. Yes, we're holding hands in public. How shameless. Well, Graphia might be there as well just in case something happens. I am not trusted by Satans as much as people think. She giggles at the thought. Like Graphia can take you on. I join her in laughter. It is all about implication, my dear. They're actually being pretty patient since they don't know you were high as a kite when the incident happened. I am quite cognizant even after smoking that thank you very much. I defend my only salvation against the enemy called migraine. It has been getting worse since my senses get sharper as I get stronger. Sure. I shoot a betrayed look at Angelica, who didn't mind it and kept moving behind us. So dear, are you planning on hitting on a Satan and a wife of another Satan? I hate NTR, so no. I frown at the idea. I have anti-NTR protection from the essence. It is only fair that I don't steal anyone's wife. Harem protagonist. Achievement unlocked, hardest decision. Give up on Graphia. Plus, due to your anti-NTR views, your charms won't work on a married woman. Instead, they will see you as a brother figure or will try to adopt you into their family. Ghosts are not included, wink. WTF. I see, what about Seraphal? Unlike the contrary belief, I don't sleep with every woman I meet. I declare with a straight face while trying to ignore that is exactly what happened so far. Sure. Whose side are you on, Angelica? I can't help but ask. Master's side, of course. I would have believed her if not for her grin. We finally arrived and got escorted to Serafall's room. Getting inside, I can see her going through papers with a forced smile on her face. I guess she decided to do other work while waiting on us. Graphia is on the other hand is standing, looming, behind her without any emotions on her face. I can kinda guess that Graphia has been making Serafall work while waiting. Seeing us come in, Graphia received us and served some tea with Angelica helping her while Serafall finished the paper in her hand. Well, she's not wearing her magical girl costume. So this is serious for them. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Underworld, Merlin. Serafall beams a smile at me. It would have been better if it was at a proper hour instead of the middle of the night. I answer, making her brows twitch. While she's a waifu, it takes me hours before I can sleep due to my migraine, and I was woken up from my sweet sleep. Moving on, I am sure Lady Tiamat informed you about what this is about, but I will repeat. We are here to talk about the poisoning of an ultimate class devil. He was the one that ignored the obvious warning signs I placed for people. Lord Mephistopheles was hospitalized. Doctors said it was a vicious poison that attacked both mind and body. Serafall's smile vanishes. That doesn't matter to me. If he had followed some simple rules, he would be fine. I argue. He keeps talking about evil Gundam gods. Serafall snaps, looking frustrated. Damn, are you sure he's not getting visions from the future? I ask, since that pretty much explains EXE antagonists. There might be more to that drug than I thought, or he is just delusional. Merlin, that is not the problem here. After the test results, we came to conclusions that I like my we to be wholly attributed and twice blessed. I finished for her. Sorry, but what does that have to do with this? He must have come by while I was smoking and got hit by the smoke. I guess my supplier wasn't lying when he said that stuff kills. That thing nearly killed a powerful devil. It can't just be the weed. There. I slammed the last blunt on my person. Devils visibly recoil from the holy power packed in that thing. Great devil. Serafall exclaims. I can see a twitch on Graphia's lips. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a pure-hearted saint to bless joints? There was a pregnant silence before it was broken by a shutter noise. Turning my head, I see Tiamat taking photos of Serafall and Graphia. So, Tiamat wasn't lying when she said, holy blunt. Serafall asks herself. HHMP. When did you see me lie, little girl? Sorry, but where did you get this? Never heard of snitches get stitches. I grin. Erg. Was it heaven? I literally ran from their facility. Grigori. I hate NTR. So it's not them either. Fine. Keep it secret. I don't know when, but we suddenly solved the whole mystery about the holy blunt deal. Currently, I am arguing with Tiamat and Serafall about the superiority of thighs over breasts and asses. Tiamat is defending breasts due to being a mother goddess, but I didn't expect Serafall to be an S type of girl. I turn to see two maids fondly speaking to each other. It seems Angelica has been asking for advice, maid-vice. From the more experienced maid. No doubt Graphia is fishing for information, but that's fine. Angelica knows how much she can reveal. I raised an eyebrow to her, but she just nodded with a serious expression, making me shot a dirty look at Graphia for tainting my expressive maid. At least she refused to look me in the eye, and I could see some redness on her cheeks. We finally left Satan's office. I can finally go back home and try to knock myself back to sleep. Merlin. Do you have time after this? Tiamat asks. She is fidgeting. Yes, what happened? It's been a year since I became your familiar. I was thinking how you never took me out on a date. What does that have to do with being familiar? Wasn't said, of course. You have limited time due to your job as a referee, and whenever you came you end up passing out while trying to outlast me. It's not that I didn't want to take you out. I reply and sigh, seeing her turn her head to the side with a guilty expression. I have never been defeated at bed. You can't blame me for keep trying. She did that intentionally. Serafall can hear us from here. Well, if you want a date, then I'll take you. Well, then let's go on a date. She grabs my hand and starts dragging me. Luckily we are right in the capital. We spend some time buying clothes for me after Angelica sold me out and said I only own PJs and no other clothes. I have self-cleaning magic clothes. Why do I need more? We went to a movie, then promptly left after the first 30 minutes of it. I can understand why Did a Pay Dragon became popular. They don't have anything better. After some walking around the park and some quickies in a love hotel with both girls, Tiamat left with a satisfied smile, and I finally got home, workshop, and slept. Chapter 12. I have concluded that despite my current level of power, I can't contend against people that are equal to me in strength. Yes, I have another flaw to fix, and that is experience, but it is also the hardest to fix while I am laying low. I need to fight ultimate class people to get much needed experience, since anything below that would get crushed by the sheer power I have. One simply cannot fight with someone on that level without other people knowing about it. How to fix this? Master, you have a visitor from House of Pendragon. Angelica informs me. I check the security system and see a maid reading the warning signs. Bring her in, it's about damn time they approached. I grumble. I have been expecting them for a while, but it seems they have been looking forward to my meeting with Serafall before deciding. The visitor is a beautiful maid with a rather short skirt. I mean, I can see her garter belt. If I were to guess, she is Lufay's personal maid that is also in love with Arthur. Ironically, Guinevere of this universe was a maid before Arthur took her as his wife. Then Merlin did some magic shit that split her into 3 people, embodying different aspects of the kingdom because Arthur wanted a harem. The last one wasn't in the history books, but Arthur filled me in on that. Worst decision of my life, he said. Luckily he moved on from her cheating on him. I serve as a maid in the Pendragon household, and I'm called Elaine Westcott. Mainly a servant of Lufay-sama. Lord Ambrosius, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Do you have any relations to the founders of this organization? I know she does, but I ask anyway. Yes, sir, my ancestor was one of the founders. She answers while observing the place. Well, may I ask, why did you come to my cozy abode? I ask. Yes, sir, you have been invited to Pendragon Castle for an afternoon tea. I am here to deliver the invitation. She gives the invitation to Angelica. Thank you, but Elaine, you can go back, I will be there on time. Seeing she got nothing else to say, Angelica escorts her out. I am surprised how relaxed she was despite knowing Master's reputation. I know people know about me, but I didn't think I would have infamy. It might be because of these rumors, sir. Angelica answers while opening a page on DevilNet. It seems it wasn't just Serafall that heard Tiamat that day. I am being painted as a lustful pervert, which isn't wrong. Well, mostly correct, but I don't go after girls who have partners. They should do their research properly. You're not caring about your reputation, sir? Angelica asks, knowing the answer. Now who cares? Wait, let me comment on that article. I write a reply, not caring about the results. Flowery bastard, at least do your jobs properly, I hate NTR. Lovely nickname, Master. Shush you. House of Pendragon is located on a small island in England. Unfortunately, Camelot has been ruined during the Great War. So the family built a replica of it on this island and moved to it. The castle is old-looking with an ancient aura surrounding it despite being relatively new. It hurts my modern soul just by looking at it. Why would you live in a giant-ass castle? It is too much work. Shaking my head, I moved to the gates. Angelica gave the unnecessary invitation to another maid who looked at it before secretly burned it. What is the fucking point if I am the only one invited? I really want to bring Morgan here so she can lecture them as she did to me. I followed the maids as we navigated the castle for 10 minutes before we finally arrived. I learned all the etiquette from Arthur while Morgan commented on the side, so I know what I am doing here, I think. I mean, they have been away from civilization for a while. Good afternoon, Lord Pendragon, Arthur. I greet them, receiving polite nods in return. I wonder how they decide the names. I mean, is Uther reincarnation of original but OG Pendragon siblings are technically alive, which means Arthur and Lufay are not inheritors like Jean or Heracles are. It's freaking complicated. There wasn't much talking as we drank our tea, some chat about the current situation of the supernatural world. Afterwards I waited for Uther to get to the point. Sir Merlin, it seems you are not what the rumors have painted to be. So I will be blunt, my daughter Lufay has been thinking about joining Golden Dawn. She has apprenticed under Elaine, who is a very talented magician herself. Uther gestures to Elaine, who nods. While she is talented, she does not specialize in fairy magic, which my daughter has the highest affinity for. Man, I kinda wish Lufay was here to decide herself. So, I would like to confirm the rumors about you learning from our ancestor Morgan herself. Uther finally finishes. Yes, I ended up teleporting to her location due to the sword I was wielding. She and Arthur have been very accommodating, and yes, she passed all her knowledge on fairy magic to me. I clarify. Lufay is on the potential waifu list, so being her sensei would be nice, but unfortunately, currently, she should be around 13 years old. She was rather amused to teach to her teacher's clone. I mutter the last bit, earning a chuckle from the father-son duo. I wouldn't have expected them to live together. Arthur says. Well, in the end, they're siblings. You can't stay mad forever. I shrug. Well then, Sir Merlin, I would like to request you to take my daughter as your apprentice while she studies at Golden Dawn. Uther finally says. I accept, but I need something from both Arthur and Lufay. As long as it is not something outrageous and deadly, sure. Uther says, earning a look from his son. Oh, don't worry about their lives, I swear on my life that they won't get a scratch. I just need them for something I have been planning for a while. May I ask what this is about? It is a recreation of a historical moment, that is all I can say. I send an amused look towards Arthur. To my luck, Uther agreed on it after Arthur argued about how strong he is. Oh yeah, I can already see a plan forming in my head. Now I just need Valley. He is White Dragon Emperor, he counts as British as well. Chapter 13, Chapter 3rd POV. So Valachan, I heard Merlin got contacted by devils and he appears to be a pervert as well. Why don't you try to seduce him into Grigory? Valley Lucifer White Dragon Empress shoots a venomous look towards her adopted father. Stop trying to sell me to someone else, pervert. Sniff, my daughter is rebelling, sniff. Azazel cries as he dodges his daughter's projectiles. Enough joking, why did you call me? Is there a mission? Maybe I just wanted to see my lovely daughter. How cold, Valley. Yeah, I am not buying it. Fine, the thing is. Crash. Merlin POV sometime earlier. Why are we driving again? Arthur asks for the 4th time. I am going to crash the car into Azazel's office. I grin at them. Right, I didn't hear it wrong then. He then promptly tries jumping out with his sister, but he is unsuccessful. Elder brother, Sir Merlin must have a plan, otherwise he wouldn't be driving himself. Ah, innocent Lu Fei protecting her new teacher. Also, I should switch things to Japanese, it's been getting annoying hearing things like Elder brother, Lord Ambrosius, or Sir Merlin. I never got around doing that because I didn't see many people. Language, Japanese add-on, devil magic for the win. I assure you, Merlin-sama wouldn't put us in danger, but do expect some shenanigans. Ah, much better. What businesses do we even have with Grigory? Arthur asks. He is still trying to open the doors. We're hiring a fellow British. As I was gaining speed, some magic circles targeted Azazel's office at Grigory and opened a teleportation circle to it. The enhancements on the car let us break the wall without any discomfort on our side while showing Grigory how underprepared they are. Wait, wasn't I laying low? Shit. I'll think of something to salvage this later. Lowering the window, I look at the 2 people present in the room. Azazel looks like a creep in real life with that coat. At least wear a shirt under it. Then this. Sora Ginkgo. Huh, she must be Valley. This means Issei might be female as well. That throws a wrench into my plans, again. Good day, Governor, I would like to hire your daughter for a job. I throw him a file. This is a method I developed to extract sacred gears without killing the hosts. I can't help humanity without causing a major incident, but this will save people's lives. Hopefully. Not that I care, but I like having the moral high ground. You can't crash into our building then ask help for whatever business you have. Just what do you think of us? Valley starts blasting our ears. Go with them, Valley, this payment covers the damages and your fee. Azazel cuts her off. What? You can't be serious. Come on, Valley, I need all the British people I can get my hands on for this. I am not British. You're the White Dragon Emperor/Empress, that automatically makes you British. I point out. He's right, Valley, white wings manifest behind her and Albion supports me. Fine. I am British then, but that doesn't mean I must go with you. Go, Valley, take it as a vacation. Also, I have a feeling Merlin is about to do something big. I need an insider. Well, he did manage to convince her. Once Valley grumpily entered the car, I teleported us to Romania and started driving towards Teep's faction. Where are we? Romania, there, read the dossier. I snap a finger to summon the report about Valerie. I have been gathering intel on her for the past year, but I didn't go save her due to my unwillingness to do it alone. After all, sieging a faction solo will make people wary of me, but doing it with other people under the guise of reenacting King Arthur's quest for the Holy Grail will just receive chuckles before people realize I have the Grail all to myself. The Holy Grail? Exclaims Arthur. Yes, Valerie Teeps, the current user of Sephiroth Graal, also is a genuine princess. So, we have an all-British team with the descendants of King Arthur and a dragon, on a quest to kidnap a princess while recovering the Holy Grail. Angelica summarizes with a twitch on her lips. It took some time for others to get the joke I am going for. I relished in their groans full of cringe. Merlin, I assume you have a plan. Arthur asks. We finally arrived at the location. My rental car was magicked up enough to get us to a mountain overlooking Teep's faction. I can sneak the car in, but that would be too much work, so we stopped and snuck in under my magic on foot. Currently, we're in a tactical point across the Teep's castle where purebloods live. Yes, I will be casting a spell in this location that will mask the area. Afterwards, Lu Fei is going to bombard the castle with elemental spells. I nod at Lu Fei, who nods back. Once they leave the castle to search for the attackers, you, Valley and Angelica are going to engage them. The trio nod in acknowledgement. I can see Valley and Arthur looking over to Angelica, trying to gauge her power and fail at it due to my spells. Angelica has holy power due to a drug accident caused by me, so she should be quite deadly to vampires. I explain. I am hoping something like this won't happen to my sister. How was I supposed to know holy cannabis would alter people's bodies? It didn't do anything to me. I am going to regret asking to go with you, don't I? Arthur rubs his temples. I bet he is already regretting that he convinced his father for this. On the side, Lu Fei is observing Angelica close up while touching her to the point it comes off as lewd. Seriously, who would think she is 13 years old with that chest? And at last I will be sneaking in and steal the heart of a princess while playing the mage in shining white robes. I grin, making them sigh. Wait, who's keeping her? Vala finally asks. TCH, I was hoping you guys would be too annoyed to ask such questions. Well, the church would kill her due to being a damper even if she has Sephiroth growl. Arthur concludes. Fallen would like to have that, but I am angry at Azazel and don't want to help him get his dirty hands on a new toy. Vala says with a disgusted expression. We all know what devils would do. Damn, so she's going to this flowery bastard. Thank you, Vala. It wasn't a compliment. Once the other kinks of the plan were worked through, we began our quest for the Holy Grail. Looking at my team, I see everyone is ready. Then let's begin, Garden of Avalon. Yes, I ripped it off. Unlike NP though, this one works like a reality marble wannabe that converts the area around me into a field of flowers, and I don't need to be inside to keep it going. I am planning to copy boost from Drake to turn this into an AoE buff spell later on. Once the barrier stabilized, Arthur, Angelica, and Vala spread out while I signaled Lu Fei to start bombarding the castle. This barrier is made from fairy magic taken up to the extreme, only beings like Ophis and Great Red can notice it. It costs me quite a bit of energy, but I can handle the strain. Once Lu Fei knocked down some towers of the castle, vampires started to pour out of it. All of them pale as paper, supporting pale blonde hair and blood-red eyes. Poor bastards didn't even know what hit them as the trio started engaging. Of course, I was already in the castle by that time, walking at a relaxed pace like I own the place. I have some flowers surrounding me, giving me an ethereal aura like an immortal expert from cultivation novels. That is until someone notices me. At that point, my flowers turn into massive flowers and devour whoever came into view. Before long I reached Valerie's room, which is Marius' laboratory, and entered the place. Like I expected, Marius, being a coward, holed up himself here, frantically trying to take the grail out of Valerie. I pinned him and his guards to the wall with some blood-sucking vines before moving to Valerie. Her eyes still have clarity, which means she isn't broken yet. She might be emotionally dull though. Hello there. I wave exaggeratedly while my vines free her. Hi. Valerie returns my wave with her own in a subdued manner. No doubt she's untrusting. I would be the same if my half-brother did something like this to me. Well, I am here to get you out. We will have more time to talk later, but what shall we do to your brother? At my mention, Valerie looks at her brother. I can see some fear in her eyes. Marius traumatized the poor girl to the point she still fears him despite his pitiful state. You too, humiliate this waste of breath, record it as well. I mind control the two guards and hand them a video camera before turning to Valerie. Turning to Valerie, I see that fear is gone, replaced by interest. Is she a sadist? My questions were answered with Marius's scream, which got muffled after his mouth was covered by something. Judging by the sounds, guards took the humiliation thing quite seriously, and Valerie is enjoying the sight. This explains so much about Gasper and why Valerie had him dress like a girl. You heard me, I didn't order them to rape him. I defended myself. Teep's faction is a patriarchy. Prince getting treated like this by some no-name guards is the worst humiliation he can get. Valerie answers as she moves closer to get a better look. I don't dare to turn back and look at the scene I caused. The sounds are enough to scare me. Well, while it is good to see you getting lively, we need to go. I set teleportation to my barrier. Upload that to the internet. Valerie orders the guards as we teleport. Am I going to regret saving her before her spirit broke? Well, that was a good warm-up. Vale fist bumps with Arthur and Angelica. They got back in the barrier once I send the signal. It seems they became nakamas during the fight. Indeed, it is nice to fight alongside such powerful warriors. Arthur pushes his glasses with his finger. Too bad he doesn't have the Megane shine. Master, can we do outings like this again? Angelica is clinging to my arm. Did Vale turn her into a battle maniac? All right, it seems everyone had fun, but we must end things for tonight. You guys can properly meet with Valerie later. Merlin-sama, how are we going to leave this place? They locked the space around us. We can't teleport without giving our end location. It appears Lu Fei is the only one worried. No worries, Lu Fei. I have some spells I need to test. They will be too busy with the aftermath. My miracle-based magic system is finished. It is time for tests. This system is OP and broken. It is powered by faith, and that causes some bullshit results, which makes it dangerous. Making this system made me realize how powerful faith really is. Going to the edge of the barrier, I make a T-pose before praying. Praise the sun. It's midnight. I ignore Vale to inspect the results. Yes, it is midnight, but miracles are called miracles for a reason. Following my prayer, the moon turns golden and starts shooting sunlight beams to Teep's castle. I throw a smug smile toward my dumbfounded companions. Merlin, what the fuck? I didn't answer them but teleported us back to the car. This time I had Arthur drive while Angelica sat in my lap since there was limited space with Valerie on board. So Master, you were saying something about laying low. Fuck. Chapter 14, Chapter. Valley and Pendragon siblings left once we got back to Golden Dawn. They looked tired and shocked. Valley is no doubt going to start training harder since she is aware she can't fight Moon Gatling gun. Flowery bastard. I declare you as my temporary rival. At least until I find my real rival. And that happened. At least Valley promised she's going to keep my power level to herself, not that it matters. The Pendragon siblings looked like they can't wait to report to their father, which is fine, they would rather keep it a secret as well. After all, I might just teach that spell to Lufay. To be honest, the only reason I could cast such a miracle is that Archmage accepts faith as a viable energy source and produces it. Valerie, who doesn't know power levels, and Angelica, who is used to my bullshit, was okay though. Once we got back to my workshop I finally introduced myself to the kidnapped princess. Well, I never got to introduce myself. My name is Merlin Ambrosius, the Mage of Flowers himself, and this lovely lady is my maid Angelica. Valerie Teeps, but I guess you already know, thanks for saving me, but why? She asks. I wanted to reenact Arthur's quest for the Holy Grail. I answer seriously. Right, what's the real reason? I wanted to look at the Grail, of course, saving a pretty flower on the side is just a bonus. There's no need to lie to her. I mean, Sephiroth Graal is connected to principles of life, also the concept of death. The user is forcefully told about the secrets of life and the creation of souls. Unfortunately, the users can't handle all the information due to not being gods, their heart and soul breaks under the overload. In the end, they start to talk to the dead and stuff like that. Those mean nothing to me, I have infinite storage for my memory, I can just shove everything in my skull as I did with the library. You want me to use the Grail? Valerie asks with a scared expression. Nope. I just need you to live here and look pretty. This will be more dangerous to me than to you actually. Really? Since I am being honest with my intentions, she's more trusting. I swear I will not harm you intentionally. I offer my hand. Okay. She takes it. Also, it's not like she has anywhere else to go. Well, go on, you must be tired. Angelica takes her to her room, please. Nodding, Angelica takes Valerie to the room I already prepared for her. This workshop is going to be crammed soon enough, I should move to somewhere else. Once Valerie slept, after a drugged glass of milk, I washed her with my soul power and looked through her soul. Since I am amateur at this, I needed to have her unconscious, but once I have the information about souls from the Grail I can hijack SGs like nobody's business. The 3 golden cups slowly revolving around her bright soul, almost latching to it like leeches. Considering that they hurt her as she uses them, it is a fitting term. I push a bit of my soul into the cups and enter it. As I said to Valerie, this will be more dangerous for me than her. She's basically just a conduit between me and the Sephiroth Graal, and she's safe because I am taking the strain for her. As my spirit entered the Grail, I was blasted with unintelligible fast-paced whispers. In return, I pushed my mental spell into overdrive just enough that the whispers became understandable. I was honestly expecting to get blacked out and wake up with all this knowledge in my head, but nope. I need to stay here and listen to the voice recording of God as he lectures how life and souls are created. Well, at least it is interesting. Good morning. Valerie gets out of her room, she's still wearing her PJs. Morning. I greet her with a tired wave. I didn't get to sleep last night due to what I did. Valerie has 3 cups with each holding a different lecture, and I barely finished the first cup. It was about creating souls, which was fun but useless to me at the moment. I wanted to learn about life and death so I can move on with my plan to solve my lack of battle experience. You look like you didn't sleep for days. I had something to do last night and couldn't sleep. It is mental tiredness more than physical. So what would you have for breakfast? Orange juice, tea, or virgin blood? Can you supply the last one? Valerie asks. There's a church with pretty nuns nearby. Just no, I'll take orange juice. Valerie chuckles and reaches for the juice. Master, Seraphol Leviathan sent a letter asking if you're available for a chat. So they heard about my stunt. Fine, tell her I'll be available after checking up on my farm. Let's see who will heaven send for the Grail. I was wearing my farming gear, humming a nice tune, and was going to heaven to take care of my farms when it happened. I felt like I am being surrounded by space itself. Opening an eye, I noticed the purple mist coming towards me. Coming towards me but failing to take me away like its user was trying. Sighing, I allowed myself to be pulled. I am honestly surprised that Hero Faction took this long to invite me. Once I was in the other dimension, I looked over the selection of heroes. Chow Chow, thankfully male, standing in the middle with a confident smile. Next to him stands George, who's wiping his face with a handkerchief. I guess I tired him with my resistance already. Jean is there, so are Heracles and Siegfried. I am looking for a specific person. There he is, little Leonardo. Ignoring Chow Chow's speech about mass genocide of supernaturals, I employ my new knowledge on souls to hijack Annihilation Maker and download its functions. This sacred gear can make monsters, which can help out with my lack of battle experience, but I was always a firm believer of go big or go home. Which does explain why I became a NEET in my first life. Anyway, learning how to make soulless monsters is going to help me with my plan. Hey! Are you listening? Hearing Chow Chow's yell, I turn to him. Nope. Well, sorry to keep you guys waiting, I was just looking into something. I say with a grin. I hijacked Dimension Lost as well. SGs are like information banks. I can achieve it on my own, but they help out. Well, I honestly didn't listen, not one bit, so I don't know who you guys are, but I have a farm to take care of, so I'll be going. Waving my hand, I break the dimension and leave. George can stabilize it back before someone dies. I love my protagonist luck, where everything I need falls into my hands. Chapter 15, Chapter. I am once again back on the devil's side of the underworld. This time, however, I am not in Satan's office. At least Seraphol had the decency to invite me to her house, which means I am in Citri Mansion. Unfortunately, this time I am alone, since Angelica is taking care of Valerie, teaching her about modern society because vampires are backward savages. If you guys are supposed to be impartial to your families, why are you living here? I can't help but ask. Seriously, Surzex lives with his family, Seraphol lives with her family, even Ajuka is living in Astaroth territory. The only person that lives alone away from their family is Asmodeus. That guy has his mansion where he lives alone. How am I supposed to see my Sotan if I don't live here? Please don't ask stupid questions, Merlin Kuan. Although she left her sister here to go to human school, her Wani-chan will always love her. She lightly hits my arms as she says. Yes, I have been elevated to Kuan. I think the only reason I haven't got to Chan is because of the Holy Blunt deal. Siskin much. Please, I am at least honest about it. Surzex-chan carries an album full of his sister's photos taken while she's asleep. Hold up. Rias tends to sleep naked if I remember correctly. My maid couldn't stop talking about it after it ended up in DevilNet. I mutter audibly. Seraphol grins at me. Ahem, Leviathan-sama. I am afraid I don't have much time. Graphia nudges the Satan, briefly freezing her. Why is Graphia here? Do they want Valerie for Rias? Yes, we happen to hear about your actions in Romania, Merlin Kuan. You do know that will anger the church a lot. How come it is my actions? I brought every historical people I could find there. I love to mess with them, and I also have a way to appease them, but I appreciate your concern, Seraphol. Call me Levitan as I asked you before. She pouts. Nope. I pop the P, making her click her tongue. Well, I believe church won't tolerate a damper holding one of the holy relics. I am not giving her to devils. Not everyone is a fan of your evil pieces. Well, at least not until I am done with her. I knew you wouldn't agree, but I had to try. Now that we got that out of the way, have you watched my new movie? Seraphol sighs in regret before bouncing back. To be honest, I expected more coercion on Devil's side, but works for me, I guess. Going back to the conversation, I gave my honest review to Seraphol. I did start watching her shows and movies. I never watched magical girl-themed stuff before. The closest thing was a Sailor Moon fanfic where the tuxedo guy kept talking about his 100% Nippon steel and how it almost ended the universe because girls fought over it. Graphia was silent through the whole conversation. Sometimes her eyes would have a glint that scared me. I am rather afraid of what will become of her, since harem protagonist radiates a "please adopt me" aura towards taken women. I am seeing a fight between me and Euclid on who's the better little brother on the horizon. Well, while this was enjoyable, I still have things to do, and I would rather not hog the most popular magical girl of the underworld to myself. I have been here for hours, my neat senses screaming at me to go back to the comfort of my workshop. Merlin Kuan, you are making me blush, but indeed I have work to do as well. By the way, do come to visit whenever you want, don't wait for an invitation. I will endeavor to make time, but my life is pretty hectic. Well, maybe you should get a manager. Her words struck me. Manager. Why didn't I think of that before? I also happen to know the best goddamn manager in the underworld. Then again, getting her will be hard since she's into knights in shining armors like most of the girls in this world. I decided to visit Tiamat while I am in the underworld. I don't know if she's in her cave, home. There's a schedule for a reason, but I think she would like a surprise visit. Getting in the cave and climbing the tedious steps, I found her blasting magic towards some targets made out of gold. I am starting to think everything she owns is made out of gold. Yo. Hey Merlin, when did you come? She didn't even notice me. Whatcha doing? I seem to be getting stronger due to our connection. I was testing things. Maybe she's being affected by the blank essence. Good, do you have time? I was thinking we could roam the forest. I am not much of a romantic guy, I mean it isn't even in the tags but I try. Sure. Let me get my coat. Does she even need it? Yes, Tiamat moans as I thrust in her. I wasn't thinking about this when I invited you. Why does everything go back to sex with you? I grumble and slap her ass. I am a very frustrated woman, she replies between her moaning. Something crashes next to us just as I was about to finish in her. Fuck. Who disturbed my fun rollover here? Tiamat releases her aura making every being around us stiff. I can faintly hear a Hydra whining in apology before the poor thing moves away. Well, let's continue. Tiamat shakes her ass towards me. You are going to ignore that dying person 100 meters away. I ask not knowing what to do. Yes. Shrugging I thrust back in. This has been the weirdest sex I had so far. I am getting tired of it actually. Valid POV. That damned Hydra, where did it came from? Save that for later, we managed to divide the poison to safe levels but Tiamat is around, she sounded angry. I get up with a groan. I have been fighting with strong beings in the forest ever since I came back from Romania. The power Merlin boasts is immense, he didn't even seem phased after that last spell. He is at least strong as that old fuck, if I can defeat Merlin I can take rise of him as well. Faster Merlin. Give it to me. I stop after hearing the voice. Albion, what are the chances? Just leave, they probably know you're here but don't care. My cheeks flush. Those perverts doing it in public. He is like Azazel as I thought. No, he is better than Azazel since he is sleeping with Tiamat. That puts him above that crow. I don't care. Chapter 16, Chapter. I decided to go to the fallen side of the underworld once I was done with Tiamat. Seriously, Tiamat doesn't care about public sex, she even said she would have brought our viewer in after recognizing her. I am starting to see how her mentality differs from humans. My reason for visiting the fallen is because I recognized the girl who ended up near us and probably saw me bang Tiamat. It was Valley, my luck is fine as always. For some reason, I have a desire to keep bugging her. This gives me the perfect opportunity for me to annoy her. So I just teleported right next to her and started checking her body for injuries, mostly her legs, especially her thighs. Merlin. What are you doing? She wiggles under my hands trying to free herself. That Hydra must have hit pretty hard, I must check if you're okay. I say, making her freeze. I am fine. She stutters. Is that so? Getting up I look into her eyes, she turns her head away. Yes, I am fine. She repeats more firmly. So, did you enjoy watching me? I whisper in her ear. I relish in that blush spreading to her ears. I usually take some time before eating a girl, for example, it took months before Angelica was eaten but there's something about Valley. Ah, is this a bad time? The whole atmosphere gets destroyed by Azazel entering. I sigh and back off, giving room to Valley, who quickly moved to the side. Well, she took a pretty nasty hit. I was just checking if she's fine. I see, how do you feel, Valley? Azazel smirks, no doubt he realized what this is about. I am fine. Maybe she could use a vacation. I mutter loud enough for the others to hear. What do you have in mind? Fishing. At least ask my opinion. Well, yes, she could use a break but we're kinda backed here and we need all the help we could get. Sighing I throw him a dossier on divine dividing. Reading the paper, Azazel puts it away before snapping his finger. In a flash, he is in fishing gear. Well, Valley, it seems we're going fishing. Azazel and I grabbed one arm of Valley and started dragging her as she limply let us carry her. Fishing with Azazel and Valley turned out more enjoyable than I thought. Azazel takes fishing seriously enough that he doesn't talk about Grigori. Valley has a competitive streak but keeps losing to me. At this point, I am thinking some fishing god blessed me or something. This is ridiculous. Why are you so good at everything? I am not good at everything. Have you seen my personal life? That's just a giant mess. Sure. Hey, what's that fish? Valley asks. Looking over I notice a particular fish calling out for help. It is a talking fish. Hey, magic fish, will you grant my wish? I don't have any magic but I'll suck your dick. Fish pleads. I have a feeling he did that before. What a coincidence. I decide to play along. Merlin, stop. We pulled the fish to the boat and put it to sleep after it refused to die. Azazel even blasted its head off, it just put itself back together. As I thought. It is one of the children of salmon of knowledge. Those who eat it would find it easier to use magic. Azazel concludes. Would it piss off the salmon of knowledge? I ask. Now he got eaten, so it is fair game. You should brush up your history. You're okay with eating a sentient being? Valley asks. Your adopted father has a minotaur farm. I point out. I keep forgetting that. It is cheap steak, don't blame me. We ate the fish, it was awesome, and I had an epiphany afterward, the last puzzle piece to finish my miracle magic system to make it usable for anyone. Now I can release that to appease the church. It will fuck canon forever, but it was already fucked. I might as well collect the Excaliburs. There's no guarantee that Cacaobeal would go for Kuo now that there's a bunch of new variables. After cleaning up, I bid goodbye to Vala while ignoring Azazel swooning and teleported home. Girls were asleep by the time I came, so I went to bed as well, but not to sleep. I still have lectures from God, 2 more sleepless nights than I can release Valerie. If she wants to stay, she can stay. Good evening, dear Sephiroth Grawl users, you're listening to God FM. Tonight we will talk about the principle of life. I am genuinely thinking that God was high when he recorded this. The miracle system, I started developing after I used it to escape Sigurd Institute, then used it again during the mission to save Valerie. It is different than human magic that uses equations and knowledge, it is different than devil magic that uses imagination and visualization. This system uses faith as its base. In theory, if you have enough faith you can pull any trick, including reviving the dead. Of course, faith is a broad subject. When I use it, I use the energy in my reactor, which is non-attributed faith. Yes, faith has attributes as well, but it is based on what you have faith for. For example, someone believing Amaterasu can manipulate light, heat, and purify corruption. For people of the church, it is more versatile because they believe God of the Bible is omnipotent, so he can do anything which reflects their faith energy. Issei would be pretty OP with this system. I know this system seems similar to Eastern magic, but Eastern magic requires you to make a contract with a higher being to use their power. This just needs you to believe. It is broken as much as I am, and I don't mind publishing it. In the end, even a devil can use this. I have already published it, but I have yet to get feedback. Merlin-sama. I lift my head from the papers to see Lu Fei approaching. Ah, Lu Fei, has your registration finished? I ask the bubbly girl. Yes, I even made a new friend, her name is Meredith. Lu Fei beams a smile. I have no doubts that Meredith might be her first friend. I have never run into Meredith during my stay, but since Lu Fei met her, I can put some defense magic on her to prevent her from getting possessed. That way she won't go evil. That's nice, come on, sit, let's start our lesson. Fairy magic can be hard to make sense of due to Fei being alien to us in logic. I get up and bring out my blackboard for the class. I refuse to teach a 13-year-old with aphrodisiac headpats. Chapter 17, Chapter. Flowery bastard, I shared my fish with you, please respond. XXX_morning_star_xxx, what do you want? It's like 3 a.m. Flowery bastard, I thought devils were nocturnal. Anyway, I found a newly evolved Longinus. XXX_morning_star_xxx, I didn't even know they could evolve. Where is it? Flowery bastard, I want a date. XXX_morning_star_xxx, Merlin. Flowery bastard, I want a date. XXX_morning_star_xxx, fine, I'll call you when I am available. Flowery bastard, good night. Meredith.pdf. XXX_morning_star_xxx, good night. XXX_morning_star_xxx is offline. I put my phone back in my robes and focus on my job. I am creating an extensive protective array on Meredith's soul. I mean, seriously, her sacred gear is freaking broken. She even managed to seal Issei's pervert side in the LN. I can't have it fall into wrong hands, but I am too lazy to do anything more than this. I can't believe I have been working on this for a month. Yes, also it's been about a month since I started teaching Lu Fei. She's drinking the lessons like nothing. She doesn't have much in way of magic reserves, then again I am comparing her with myself, but she's making up with her versatile style. It would have been better if she had focused on something. Not everyone has cheats like me after all. Apart from teaching Lu Fei, many things happened this month. First of all, I sent Valerie to Gremaris. What? I had no use for her after I finished my audio lectures with God, and she wasn't a waifu since this version of her prefers woman or very feminine men. I mean very feminine men. She would be happier riding Gasper. Maybe he'll grow a pair by the time of whatever left of canon. I mean, he does grow up during the story, but why not earlier? Also, the church was too busy learning my miracle system that they didn't even notice her going missing from my side. Yes, there are spies everywhere. I advertised the new system by saying, unlike my ancestor, I developed this system by observing the flow of holy power that angels use for their spells. I made a bet with Angelica on how long it will take heaven to notice and go, wait a second. On to the matters that I actually care about. Since the canon is mostly dead, I located Excaliburs. I want to get this over with and order something from Vivian. To my luck, Church doesn't hide them because of their stupidity. 2 of the blades were each stored by the Catholic Church, Protestant Church of England, and the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's 6 pieces. Arthur and Valley have yet to take that fateful trip to find the last piece. I can locate it once I got the others though. Sensei, are you going out? Lu Fei calls out. I gave her homework so she's working on that. Yes. I reply as I straighten my robes. Then what about the child on your shoulders? I look up, my eyes meet with the eyes of Ophis. She's coming with me, she asked for some banana pudding. Do you want some as well? Apparently, Chow Chow bitched on Ophis because I banned them from approaching the Golden Dawn building. So she decided that I would be a nice addition to her war against Baka Red. I tricked her into tagging along with promises of banana puddings. Yes. Thank you, Sensei. Lu Fei practically jumps in her seat. Well, let's go hunt some Excaliburs, Ophis-chan. HN. Wait, what did you say, Sensei? Lu Fei gets up to run behind us. Sensei. But she wasn't able to catch us. As someone who snuck in heaven and claimed a part of it as my own cannabis farm, it is not hard for me to sneak into these places where they keep the swords. I openly monologue. Why? Ophis asks. Things have been boring with the previous 2 swords, I figured you could use the narration. I mean, without someone talking, it gets awkward. No need. I shrug and keep working on the 2 swords in front of me. Vivian's words gave me an idea. She said the current abilities of the swords are something God added and the main function stopped working after the sword broke. So what I am doing is the extraction of the original sword while keeping the reforged Excaliburs untouched. I am even adding some holy power to make sure people don't realize swords getting tampered with. I am also adding a surprise in them just in case Holy Sword arc still happens. That is 4 down. The other 2 are owned by Zenobia and Irina, one of them lives in England, and the other lives in Italy. Golden Dawn is located in England. Naturally, I went after Zenobia first and snuck into her room. Luckily she wasn't on a mission. It is their mistake to not store their swords in a hammer space. Although I must admit Zenobia has some serious cake, that booty is sinful. Wait, all of the church trios have nice asses including Asia. Perhaps it's a church thing. Their combat outfit is scandalous too. It was the original Merlin that decided on those outfits back in the day. Ophis reads my mind. And my ancestor was a wise man. I chuckle nervously. You've been staring at her outfit. I didn't read your mind or anything. Phew, also yes, Zenobia is sleeping with her combat outfit. Well, Ophis, while you're feeling chatty, can I ask something? Sure. How do you deal with the noise? Ophis nearly crushed my head with her thighs before jumping down from my shoulders. Describe it. I do my best to explain, it is hard to put it into words. You can really hear it. Others didn't believe me when I said that, but since you can hear it as well, we are in this together. In the end, Ophis nodded like she came to a decision and took my hand, almost possessively. Finding Irina was easier compared to Zenobia since she does own a restaurant and I did order from them before. They live 2 towns away from Golden Dawn HQ. As an anime mom, Irina's mother cooks great food, so I eat there sometimes. Luckily Irina wasn't on a mission as well, so I was able to sneak into her room and extract the Excalibur out of Excalibur Mimic. Once I had all 6 pieces in the scabbard, I put it on a magic circle and used a locator spell to find the last piece. At this point, Ophis have already fallen asleep while clinging to me, I don't know how though. Wait, I did smoke a little, maybe she fell asleep once her headache went away. So I dropped her off at my workshop with a mountain of banana puddings as an apology for leaving her alone. The last piece was in a ruin leftover from the Great War. You need the luck of a main character to find it, but I had cheats and the best locator spell this world has ever seen, so it wasn't hard. Once the last piece got absorbed into the scabbard, I got swallowed by golden lights and found myself in front of Vivian's lake. She was already waiting for me there. Without any words I presented the complete sword. I am thankful for your services, Merlin. Do you wish to use your favor? Yes, can you forge this? I handed her a blueprint of the ultimate sword. I had trouble making that blueprint, let's hope she can forge it. Vivian looked over it, her eyes widening as she read, then dropped it into the lake. I was quite eager to write Vivian Lemon at the beginning, but now it is just meh. Yes, I can forge it. Now there's something else I am offering. She got closer. Vivian's clothes dissolved into the water, leaving her naked as she hugged me. I am sure Arthur told you about it. Yes. I look over her shoulder towards the tentacles made from water. Vanilla has always been a preference of mine. Such pity, but it's your reward, not mine. I let Vivian push me to water so I would be floating. She sheathed herself with my mighty Excalibur in a single move, moaning at the sensation. Arthur and Morgan don't come to play anymore, so forgive me if my performance is inadequate, but please let me do the work. I nod as she starts moving. It is pretty enjoyable since the water itself is Vivian as well. She's giving me a massage while riding me like there's no tomorrow. Her insides impossibly slippery, allowing her to move at extreme speeds that would have killed me a year ago. After some time, much weighted release comes as Vivian's back arches. Seeing me still hard, Vivian chuckled darkly and started moving once more. At the end of the night, I slept floating on the lake while Vivian sucked me off with a jubilant expression. Chapter 18. I have officially finished my mission and my soul is once more unbound by any other higher forces. Minus Ophis, who refuses to leave my side. It appears she counts me as family because we suffer from the same condition. Also, she is pouting because I left her alone and went to Avalon all by myself. She was muttering about Vivian and how her tentacles being a danger to me. This made me release a sigh of relief that I choose vanilla. If it got Ophis interested enough that she knows about it and its dangers, I honestly don't want to experience it. While I am thinking about the fan-favorite Loli, I finally decided to make a spell to get rid of this noise. I didn't do it before because then I wouldn't have an excuse to get stoned. I made a sensory filter spell and blacklisted the source of the noise. It worked brilliantly, and I shared it with Ophis via headpats. She legit shed a tear after getting her silence before latching onto my back like a koala. Now I have to carry her around like a backpack. Loli captured. Or was she the one that captured me? Moving on, I can finally get on with my plan to gather battle experience. Which is pretty much over the top and unnecessary to do from a certain point of view. Then again, who cares what others think? If this shit works, it will cleanse the world from the backlogged malice and it will give a place for battle maniacs to blow off steam. Yes, you guessed it, I am making my goddamn dungeon. That's the third thing I dislike, dungeons. It seems I am breaking all my taboos. First, I need to try this out. I sat in meditation and for the first time I reached out to nature, not to its energy but the build-up malice. Pulling it towards myself, I used the information I got from Sephiroth Graal and Annihilation Maker to turn that malice into a soulless monster. Poof, the vilest creature in the Omniverse has been created, a goblin. And he promptly got killed by my sword. I swear I felt a rise in my power upon killing it. What do you say, Ophis? Does the world feel a bit more peaceful? I asked the Loli of wisdom. HN a little. It is a successful test. Now I need to utilize the knowledge from Dimension Lost to create a dungeon space and automate the process of collecting malice and turning it into monsters. Essentially, I need to make a dungeon core. I wish I hadn't wasted the artifact deal from Vivian. Then again, the sword I ordered is important as well. Shaking my head, I started planning out the core's functions. I could even turn it into something like an independent type sacred gear so it would keep getting stronger without any risk of overspilling like Danmachi Dungeon. There was something like that, right? I didn't see anything beyond Season 1. Sensei, I finished the homework you gave me. I turned to grin at Lu Fei. She's been going through this stuff faster than I anticipated. She might be finished with fairy magic in a year, at least the parts 1 I'm teaching her. There were very clear instructions inside Morgan's inheritance about how much I am allowed to teach before my relationship with Avalon sours. It's not like it matters, but they let me stay while I had nowhere to go. I can at least respect their rules. All right, get the blackboard. The next part is going to require some extensive diagrams. Sensei, can I ask something? Shoot. Angelica-san said something about teaching with headpats. You're too young for that. I can do that once you hit 15, I suppose. I tell her. I see, then I hope Sensei keeps teaching me in the future as well. I nod at her. She'll be really sad when I move to my own house. To be honest, I rather avoid having her in the harem, so I am putting teaching via headpats off since it has clear lewd implications. I have to break that flag Arthur raised because I can't see Lu Fei anything other than a student. Sorry Arthur, I have failed you. Speaking of Arthur, I wonder if I could make Kath Palig using the comparison in the malice of the world. I can't do without foe, right? Angelica, could you order a magic artificial womb? I am feeling creative. She raised an eyebrow but nodded. I can't make my companion haphazardly like that goblin, this needs proper care. As I mentioned before, my cultivation is mostly passive and utilizes origin energy. All the energy I am producing gets infused with my body. This means my conceptually weak DXT human body is easy to upgrade to something else, something I was looking for. The change in my body thankfully was noticed by me earlier, so I was able to convince Ophis to watch from the sidelines. I took control of the paths in my body and started revolving them at high speeds to increase the pace. Veins bulge around my body as visible rainbow-colored energy surges through. I feel like I am shedding off heavy clothing as the feeling of lightness spreads. Shockwave. A shockwave spreads in my body, changing it from a molecular level, turning my flesh into pure energy-given form, very much similar to dragons but without the weakness towards dragon slayer weaponry. Opening my eyes, I expected to see Ophis, but the sight I am greeted with is bizarre. Ophis is sitting on Tiamat, keeping her in place. Tiamat is panting with a flush on her face as she tries to reach me. What happened? I ask calmly. Give me children. It is pretty self-explanatory. Ophis points out the veritable wet spot on the blue-haired dragon's crotch. She got into heat. Ophis nods as Tiamat struggles to get up. Ophis had to soft punch Tiamat until she got out of the heat, then she broke down crying. At that point, Ophis silently left the room while mouthing, "Deal with it." And Ophis soft punches would be like hammer strikes. I honestly have no idea how to console someone crying other than throwing ice cream boxes at them and leaving. I don't even know Tiamat on a personal level. Sure, we have sex and sure we went on a couple of dates, but she's like 10,000 plus and I am not even 30 with my previous life included. The point I am trying to make is that I can't understand her. This is the backstory I gave to Tiamat and why she has an obsession with children. So, will you tell me what got into you? I ask as she sniffles and stops crying. I never told you about my past, did I? You said, you were a mother goddess and it doesn't take a genius to tie you back to Babylonian times. Yes, I was once the primordial goddess of the sea, but things went down a little different than the mythology. I was put to sleep instead of getting killed. After all, my children needed someone strong at their back. While I was sleeping, they managed to piss off every other mythology. In the end, they called out to me. While I resented them for killing my husband, I couldn't let them get killed by others, so I woke up and fought with everything I got until I burned my divinity. The last thing I remember was falling to a pit of darkness. Once I woke up, I was a dragon instead of a sea serpent. Once I found my way back to civilization, I learned that thousands of years passed and my children were killed off. First I lost my mind, no matter what I loved my children. Then I started to indulge in my new instincts as a dragon, as you can guess from my treasures. I never had thought of having children again until the last millennia, but wasn't able to find someone that fit the bill and was willing. When I saw you, I noticed your potential, then I figured I would go with Hikaru Genji route like Izanami did with her last husband. I guess I was a bit too impatient about getting a child, and once I sensed your transformation I couldn't hold it in. Tiamat finishes her story with an apologetic expression. I can't help but embrace her. I never felt too attached to her until now, but I am a sucker for tragic backstories. And I am getting Tiamat pregnant, but she won't be many scenes with children since they will be babies until the epilogue, just saying. I carried her in bridal carry as I made my way to the bedroom. Tiamat, for the first time in the year I get to know her, was supporting a blush on her face. I laid her on the bed gently as I peeled her clothes off. For the first time I didn't dismiss my clothes and let her take them off as I kissed her lips. She started moaning into my mouth as I played with her sensitive breasts, and made my way down to my prize. Those thick thighs were waiting for my skillful hands while I licked some milk off her breasts. Hearing Tiamat's impatient growls, I spread her legs and sheathed myself into her. This is the tightest she's ever been. Her insides refused to let me go while I kept pumping in and out, eliciting sensual moans from her. Unsatisfied with my slow pace, Tiamat wrapped her legs around my waist, urging me to speed up. Taking the hint, I speed up to the point my poor bed started creaking. Reaching the peak, I released deep within her while making sure she got pregnant with a girl. Thank you, dear. Tiamat says before biting my shoulder. I can sense possessiveness from the mark itself. Don't tell me you claimed me as your treasure. Nope, I made you my one true mate. I won't have anyone other than you even if you die. Tiamat casually throws that and goes to sleep. How can she sleep like that after what she did? Sighing, I went back to my essences and I made sure that our daughter will be a perfect fusion between dragon and whatever the hell I became. My little baby is going to get the basic versions of Blank and Archmage. They won't know about them. To them it will be their natural talent they get from me, which isn't wrong. I have no paranoia about my children killing me since I have no plans to be a bad parent like Rizavim or Lord Bale. Also, my children can never catch up to my speed of improvement. Chapter 19, Chapter 3rd POV. My dear siblings, we are here to discuss Merlin Ambrosius. Michael starts the meeting of Seraphim taking place at the 6th heaven. What about him? Sure, he appears to don't like the church, but he did make this new magic system. One of them says. Yes, the Exorcist's performance has been doubled once they started using it. Although not even Vasco Strata was able to replace the phenomenon Merlin created with the golden moon. Yes, he has contributed to our cause immensely, but, unfortunately, we have received the news that he gave the Sephiroth Graal user to the devils. Michael gave the grave news. Holy relic falling to the hands of the devils is a major event that could have long-lasting consequences if it wasn't handled right. But brother, it seems that the holder of the Sephiroth Graal seems to be childhood friends with Bishop of Gremory Eris. She's yet to be turned to the devil too. Let's not make a hasty decision. Gabriel interjects. She's been looking into Valerie's dossier and she can't help but feel sorry for the poor girl. That doesn't matter. The fact that he gave a holy relic to devils is enough to put him under our watch. Michael, let me go talk to him. Uriel slams his hand on the table, anger evident on his face. Calm down, Uriel. Indeed, we were a bit late to meet with the boy personally, but there's no need to be that angry. Another seraph calms him down. Brother, I think I should be the one to approach him. Intel says he doesn't have many males around him. It is clear he favors females. Gabriel offers. No. The rest of the seraphim yell in unison. I didn't fall after Azazel's tricks. Don't belittle me, I am not naive. Well, she has a point. Yeah, for a second boy's face looked like Azazel, that's why I reacted like that. Right. It's not like he can seduce our sister in the first meeting, ha ha ha. A pink flag falls to that angel's head unseen by anyone in the room. All right, calm down, sigh. Then I'll be leaving this to you, Gabriel. Hearing her brother Gabriel nods and leaves with an excited smile. So, any news on Metatron? Another Seraph asks. The last time I called him he said he found genuine Sharingans from a manga and he was about to get an eye transplant. I barely talked him out of it. Michael sighs and palms his face. Metatron was never been the same after their father's demise. After discussing the current situation of heaven, the mysterious farm that grew out of nowhere, the church's situation, and what should be done until the next meeting, Michael ended the meeting leaving only him in the room. Why do I feel like I committed a grave mistake with sending Gabby? Michael shakes his head, gets up, and leaves as well. In the empty meeting room, cracks spread on air and the world breaks similar to the semblance of a certain ice cream lover, revealing Merlin sporting a soft smile. Well, it seems like I need to make some adjustments to heaven's system before meeting Gabriel. I can't break a second flag after all, it would be rude. And, seducing Gabriel on the first meeting sounds like something Merlin would do. Where should I put this box? Valley asks, she's holding a comically large box in her hands. That goes to the living room. Thank you for helping me move. I thank Valley. There's nothing in those boxes but I needed a reason to call her, otherwise she will keep procrastinating our date. What do you even have in these? I carried a warehouse full of boxes. Weren't you freeloading off Golden Dawn? I got nothing in those boxes. There's no need to lie, also I want to see her face. What do you mean nothing? I just enchanted them to weigh heavy. There's nothing in those boxes. You. She points a finger at me. Me. I point a finger at myself. All right, lovebirds, that's enough, save it for your date. Tiamat walks in front of us with a big belly. When did you get knocked up anyway? 3 days ago. Dragon bodies are weird. Now I need to lay the egg. This is also why Merlin is moving. Although Japan wasn't my first choice, it is not bad. Tiamat answers. Valley sends an indiscernible look at me as I continue laying down formations. There's a reason I moved to Kyoto. One of the reasons is that I want to make my dungeon here. People will die in there and I need them to not die when they're killed. This means I need to make a deal with the death god to allow them to respawn. I can make the spawn function on my own, but it would be easier for the Shinto faction to accept the dungeon and become my alpha testers if their gods approve it. Izanami is the most reasonable one among death and also the only female death god I know. The dungeon will clear the malice out of the world. This will indirectly strengthen Shinto faction as well. I don't see any reason why she would refuse, but even then I have offers she can't refuse. Once the house got secured and became a livable place, I and Valley got kicked out by Tiamat and Ophis. Tiamat is going to lay the egg and she doesn't want anyone to see it. The only reason Ophis is allowed is that she can't beat her out. So, we're going to our date yet? Fine. What am I going to do with you being like this? Valley sighs and mutters the last bit. Love me. Valley turns redder than Rias's hair and rushes past me. She probably didn't expect me to hear it, judging by the reaction she had to my answer. I decided on a beach date due to it being summer. Of course, we're not going to public beaches like casuals and get roped into tropes. I have no desire to beat random mob. So, I reserved the entire place just because I could. Valley wasn't aware of the details of our date, so she had to wear the bikini I provided. It wasn't anything revealing, but Azazel warned me about Valley's baggy beach shorts. I want my girlfriend in a bikini, damn it. Now we stand together looking at the blue sea. Valley's wearing her bikini and I am fully clothed. My clothes make me look thinner. That's why I am fully clothed at the beach. I tell her. I didn't ask. Valley's face is blank. Goodness. If you insist, I'll show you. I dramatically take my shirt off. I didn't ask. She screams, but her eyes are glued to my body. One of the benefits of becoming a mass of energy given form is that I became a true shapeshifter. I can adjust how much muscle I have. Once Valley calmed down, we started playing around. We swam a little. Things got competitive as always whenever I hang out with Valley. Eventually, I brought out the watermelon. I always wanted to try this out ever since I started watching anime. I excitedly placed the watermelon. We're both supernatural, just closing my eyes won't work. Valley points out. Oh, don't worry, this is a special blindfold I made while making a sensory spell for Ophis. This will make you blind and dull your other senses to human levels. Valley argued against wearing fetish wear for a bit but still put on the blindfold. The fact that she associated blindfold with SNM makes me worry about her childhood. It must have been hard growing up with an abusive father and then NTR fallen Azazel and heaven's greatest masochist Barakiel. Since Valley trusted me enough to get herself blinded, I didn't play tricks on her and guided her to her prize, but we both forgot about our strength while having fun. In the end, there wasn't much left from the watermelon and we both got showered with watermelon blood. It's just juice, don't call it watermelon blood, it is edgy. Valley whines. Sure, XXX Morningstar XXX. I made that account when I was 10. Spare me the embarrassment. I take the opportunity to pat her head. This is nice. It's been a while. I enjoyed myself, she says. Well, I am glad. I hear you've been pushing yourself. It is important to rest. I have a rival to catch up to. She jabs me with her finger. Well, why don't I help you then? Getting help from my rival sounds lame. Just listen, I kinda cracked how bloodlines work. I can refine yours a bit to have different effects. What do you say? My bloodline doesn't have fancy abilities, but I could use the extra boost. Boost. I make an auditory illusion similar to the sound of drag. Valley was not impressed. Anyway, just look at these symbols. Devils have subconscious magic processors that can be enhanced with studying, so this is like a crash course. Seeing her nod, I flash some meaningful symbols that will alter her bloodline. Bloodlines are magic spells that are ingrained into blood, but they can be enhanced. For example, the Phoenix family can increase the effectiveness of their pyrokinesis by studying wind and fire magic. I want Ravel as my manager, so, naturally, I am looking into them. Too bad she is into knights in shining armors. I will have to do something drastic to get her. Anyway, there's a limit to increase, but since I am OP bullshit hacks, those limits mean nothing to me. After a minute, Vala falls to her knees holding her head. I give her some head pats to alleviate the pain. So how is it? Vala doesn't answer but moves away before she bursts into demonic energy. Her form changes as her body twists into something demonic with black stony skin and blue lines over. Did you rip this off from Devil May Cry? She looks like a female Virgil DT. No. Shit, I didn't know they had that game here. I need to catch up with the current games. I believe you. She doesn't sound like that at all. Her voice is different too. To be honest, DT in real life looks badass. Her transformation doesn't last long and she turns back into human form again. She needs more training with it. Thank you for this, Merlin. To be honest, I kept feeling inferior ever since Romania. You end up being the best at whatever you are doing and it made me feel bad, but I guess realized that. I just want to say sorry for being rude. She hugs me, her face looking up at me. To be honest, I didn't notice anything. She kept avoiding me and I kept bribing her or Azazel to bring her with me. Well, what can I say? I am the target of many people's envy. Don't ruin this. Ha ha ha. Seeing me laugh, Vala decides to shut me up with a kiss. She's shorter than, but she manages to reach my lips. I have many ideas to boost your power. Tell me, Vala, do you have the motivation to get more power? I have a feeling I am missing a joke, but yes. So she knows the game but not the memes. Can you run, divide, through a katana to slice space apart? Vala instantly connects the dots and hits my arm playfully. I guess I am taking up sword lessons now. Chapter 20, Chapter. We came back home to find Tiamat and Ophis looking over an egg bigger than Ophis in height. I immediately felt a connection to that egg. My daughter is in there. We're back. I shout. Welcome home. How did your date go? Tiamat asks, teasingly, provoking Vala to hide behind me. Well, it's okay if you're shy, but I need my husband for something. She scratches her chin like she's evading something. You need to bleed on the egg. Ophis blurts out. That's not hard. It has to be your heart blood. Still not seeing the problem. I say. After discussing the process, Vala sat down with Ophis on her lap while I took my heart out of my chest with a swift movement and let the blood pour onto the egg. Tiamat said she can't bear to watch it and left the basement to cook for tonight. Once the egg shined and stopped taking more, I put my heart back in and let my body heal. I mean, I looked into Sephiroth Graal. As long as my soul is intact, I cannot die. I just keep on regenerating. Things like this are nothing. Once the egg calmed down, we inspected it. The color was sea blue, but now the shell has a rainbow shine to it that draws attention. Ophis declared herself as the guardian of the hatchling and put a pillow next to the egg and sat there with her new handheld console. I gave her Pokemon, but she is still deciding on her starter. I shared a look with Vala before shrugging and leaving the room. I trust Ophis with this. I will pay her with bananas and more games. Getting to the kitchen, we found Tiamat cooking with a cute apron. She had a major behavior change ever since she marked me, but I don't dislike it. So, dear husband, you still need to find me the location of Drake. She reminded me while eating, drawing Vala's attention. Sure, holder of the boosted gear lives in Kuo. We need to sneak in, otherwise Rias may claim it as her property. That's fine. As someone who can sneak in 7th heaven, I leveled up. Getting in Kuo was easy as breathing. Rias and company didn't even notice Azazel living next door, so we are naturally hidden. Here, my plans once again got trashed. Issei is no more, she is called Isamu. I have no idea why Vala's name hadn't changed, but whatever. She is currently at Motohama's house watching porn and masturbating. It is a bizarre sight. Thankfully I can only see their backs. Seeing two male and one female teenager masturbating to porn while ignoring each other is just weird. What are they doing? My party asks simultaneously, making me sigh. Hayatu Isamu, 16-year-old, goes to Kuo High first year and she is currently masturbating with two dudes. Ikami narrated. In the meanwhile, my senses went inside her soul to the boosted gear and observed it alongside Drake. Welsh Dragon's power acquired. I declare in my mind. I already have Albion's divide and reflect. Now with this, I got boost and penetrate. I can finally upgrade Garden of Avalon to drain enemies while boosting allies. I can already see giant flower petals reflecting attacks. I already have semi-immortality in the area of effect thanks to Grawl. That spell has become OP. What? Valley yells. Is it a threesome? Tiamat asks the real questions. No, they're watching porn. I sigh, unable to relay my complex emotions. I mean, there's a girl next to them practically naked and masturbating and those two are doing nothing. I clear the confusion on their faces. I fear for the future of this country. Tiamat shivers. Screw the country, how could my destined rival could be this shameless? We decided to approach her later but something happened as we were about to teleport back. I can't handle this, Angelica, my medicine. I call out as we move back. The last straw was hearing Isamu sensually moan and the two idiots telling her to shut up. Angelica summons an animal cage made for snake-type animals and takes out a small hydra before letting it bit me on the neck. Ah, that's the stuff. I sigh in relief as the poison does its thing. What the hell, Merlin? You'll get hurt if I smoke, so this is an alternative. I explain smoke on Holy Blunt would end Valley. Getting bitten by a hydra isn't a good way to get high. Lucifer-sama, please, it is best for your mental health if you accept it and move on, Angelica consoles Valley. Now that I am thinking about it, Angelica has been with me since like chapter 6 to 7. Well, she was not in the planned harem obviously, but she earned her place. Seeing that it will take the trio long time for them to finish, we went back home. Also, I may or may not have put the idea of a threesome in their head, you know, for practice when they get real boy/girlfriends. I just put it there, whether they'll take it or not is up to them. You know what? Isamu should be thanking me that she's getting a DP on her first time. That evening I set the magic womb, as I would call it. There was Cathpalags in Avalon, but those don't look anything like Fokuin. So I needed to make a template myself. I could yoink a Fokuin from another dimension, but I hate summonings. In the end, I sat down with Tiamat and talked about creation. I mean, she was a creation goddess once, she should be able to help. So you want to create a familiar for yourself since I no longer count as one? She asks. I just want a cute squirrel-like thing that will hit me whenever I act like a pervert. That came out wrong. Should I dust off my corset, dear? Tiamat teases, seeing my face. You got it wrong. Let's just focus on this. She hums meaningfully. We made way into making the genetic template. Also, I wanted to ensure Foe would not become a beast of calamity while having a good level of power. So it is taking the time. The next day we managed to catch Isamu alone at home. She seemed to be hobbling, but she had the most stupid grin on her face. To me, it was horrifying, because she has the exact face of Issei but with a DxD-style busted body and long hair. She might look okay to those who don't know Issei, but it is a traumatic event for me. Thank God I didn't see her face yesterday. I let Tiamat take the wheel from there on. I couldn't even enter the house, so she and Valley went ahead, but Valley stormed off after 15 minutes and asked me about my breast preference. I guess Isamu hit a sore spot since Valley is flat. I spent my time caressing her head consolingly. Tiamat left the house after half an hour with a contract in her hand that said she owns Isamu's ass. So, how did it go? Good, I own her body and soul until she pays her debt, but I decided to start the training tomorrow since she is having trouble walking. She glares at me. Really? Don't pretend you had no hand in it, Merlin. I raised my hands innocently. Seriously, I just gave them the idea. It's not my fault they acted on it. Talked like a real devil master. Angelica quips. I decide to ignore the sass. Well, I am glad you got yourself a student, Tia. Valley has katana lessons and I have a dungeon to build. It seems we are all busy. I mutter. Valley really started training with katanas. I was mostly joking, but Albion supported her by saying cutting space with his divide is nothing. We tested it, but it didn't work, as Albion boasted. Now Valley is focusing on that. As we were walking back, I noticed a gaze on myself from the clouds and looked up. It seems like it's going to rain. My tone was solemn, but my eyes twinkled with joy. I have complex feelings about Gabriel for some reason. I want to sleep with her, but then I don't. I never had such a desire for someone so far. Maybe it is because of her face. I mean, seriously. Couldn't they draw her a bit better in LN? I have a serious bias against her just because of that drawing. Well, I already have a plan on getting her out of her shell. I doubt she is innocent as people claim. You don't live 10,000 plus years and stay naive. This isn't a cultivation world. Suddenly a thought occurs to me. I wonder an alternative version of my family exists in this world. I guess I am visiting Turkey. Chapter 21, Chapter. And, this chapter might not be well received, so I might as well get it out of the way. Gabriel is watching me. She's probably waiting for an opportunity to talk with me alone. I mean, I was there when they decided to send Gabriel. For this, I left the girls at home. Well, Ophis is guarding my daughter's egg, Tiamat is training, Isamu and Valley is at Grigori training. I sent Angelica to Golden Dawn to collect Lufay's homework instead of waiting for her to send them with magic. Now, I am hovering over an apartment complex in my childhood town. I am not here to lament about my past and talk about my boring background. No, I am here to bamboozle Gabriel and seduce her at the first meeting. To that end I let my magic reach out to little Jesus, my past identity but in DXD, and, yes, my name in Turkish means Jesus. My DXD self looks much better than I ever did in my past life due to anime logic, but he still has the inborn defects in his body. Currently, it's 2007, so it is too late to fix his leg or feet, but he has yet to have that scoliosis surgery. I fixed him straight, this way he won't be locked at 165 centimeters like I was. Too bad he already lost 2 years from school, so he is socially stunned. He can fix that on his own since he won't be having surgeries every other year. I also mind-controlled the rest of the family to don't make the mistakes they're bound to make. Gabriel descended just when I was doing the finishing touches. It is no nice to mess with innocent strangers. Ah, she has a cute frown on her face. Innocent maybe, but they're no strangers. I state. How? I looked in the Sephiroth Graal and saw through life and death. I was able to see my reincarnation cycle. I bullshit out of my ass, shocking her. She's probably thinking they're my descendants or something like that. I won't correct her. We were wondering why did you give the Grail, but you just didn't need it anymore, right? Yeah, I let her go once I inspected the Grail. She chose to find her childhood friend after checking the church out. She was thinking about joining the church. Why did she decide against it? Then again, the believers might have gotten afraid of her. Holy Sword Project. I state, I am still bullshitting, but Valerie does know about the project. I know they have their shortcomings, but... Gabriel mumbles. They harvested souls of orphans and shoved them up in other exorcists. That shuts her up. I should find those containers sometime and set them free. I have some more questions, could you answer? She asks after some minutes. Shoot. We heard you have something called Holy Blunt. Where did you get it? This? Well, I farmed it myself. I take out one and toss it to Gabriel. This feels too similar to that mystery plant that popped up in heaven. It was you. She points at me. You thought it was Dio, but it was me, Merlin. I declare. And, Dio means God, by the way. I cannot believe you sneaked into heaven. Her brows furrowed in anger, making her more cute more than anything else. And I cannot believe you guys hadn't noticed. I literally made a giant cannabis farm and those angels just said something about God's plan and moved on. Hearing me, Gabriel stops and lights up the holy blunt. Her pupils dilate and her serene smile turns into a sneer that gave me chills. Ah, this is good. Do you have any idea how hard it is to not fall? You can't enjoy yourself. You have to deal with your idiot siblings because they cannot be left unsupervised. She keeps taking big puffs from the blunt. For some reason, her clothing starts to unravel but still manages to cover her. I mean, seriously, we left Metatron alone for 10 minutes. He ran away saying he is going to be the Hokage. What the fuck is a Hokage? She would have fallen at this point, but my edits to the system ensure that she won't. Just cursing is enough to make an angel fall. I was this close to joining Azazel in that Grigori orgy. Uriel had to tie me up in the end. Now I am learning that our target was sneaking in the most secure places in heaven. Fuck this. I officially broke Gabriel. She's not herself when high. Gabriel, you are not falling. Huh, why? I saw people fall for less. I don't know, maybe it's because of the weed. I point out. That is the only explanation. She mutters before turning towards me with a perfect smile. Why don't we test this extensively, Merlin? I don't mind falling anyway. She lunges at me. I make no effort to dodge. Her robe goes with the wind, leaving the most beautiful woman in heaven naked as she hugs my chest. I didn't fall, Yada. Now let's try this. She goes for a kiss, but this is where I draw the line. I push her away before she can kiss me. I have no desire to take her while she is intoxicated. I have a moral high ground to protect. If she had decided on this with a clear head, I would have taken her. What the fuck, Merlin? Why push me away? You are high, Gabriel. Here, drink this. I toss her a water bottle. It has the effect of clearing the mind. She frowns but drinks it anyway. Her expression softens as she does. Merlin. What did we do? Oh dear, I finally lost control. Calm down, you're still a pure angel. I have never tested this on angels. It seems it lets you indulge in lust under influence. Gabriel gave me a look that said she's not believing my bullshit. We both know you would have already fallen just from cursing. I talk her through making her believe it was all about the blunt. I mean it is, but I made it like that. This needs more testing. Merlin, give me another one. We are testing this right now. This could help. Heaven, you must know about Father's demise since you sneaked in. We can't make more angels. Heaven needs this. She comes next to me and starts searching my robes. Gabriel, there is an entire farm of that stuff up in heaven. Also, why me? Go try it with another angel. Why must you put yourself at risk? I mean, I can't just keep banging waifus at the first meeting. Well, maybe one more time and I'll stop doing that. I can't ask my siblings to take the risk if I am unwilling to take it myself. Now give me the blunt. Sighing, I give her another blunt and watch her smoke it. Once again her high version comes up to the surface. Feeling better now that you have deniability. Moral high ground is important. Look what happened to Anakin. I don't know who that is, but whatever. Let's start with a kiss. She places a kiss on my lips as I grab her waist. She is naturally innocent about these things. She might have watched humans doing it, but doing it yourself is very different. Eventually, she goes for a deep kiss, exploring my mouth with new angles. Letting her experiment like this enjoyable as well. She's behaving like a child on Christmas. She eventually breaks the kiss due to lack of air and looks up at me. Are they still white? I nod in confirmation. Yes. She grins and reaches out to my pants only to grab my rod. I have long discarded my clothes and set up a barrier around us. She conjures a cloud for me to sit on and gets on my lap. At this point, I take charge to make sure she will have maximum enjoyment and come back for seconds. There is no romantic relationship between us, but I feel like she could balance my chaotic mentality. Lining up to her virgin slit, I cast a self-made lubrication spell and sheath myself inside her. Dear Father. That wasn't awkward at all. Nope. I am definitely not imagining God's disappointed voice scolding me. Shaking my head, I start pumping and I take Gabriel's lips to keep her from shouting God's name. I might lose my boner otherwise. With my hands on her hips and her mouth sealed, Gabriel has little room to move and can't do much other than enjoy herself. Sensing my release, I speed up my efforts and release inside her, my essence making sure she's pregnant with a boy. I always complained about male angels, but I will make sure he will grow up okay. I released Gabriel once she stopped convulsing from her over-the-top orgasm and helped her to her feet just as she came down from her high. She first checked her wings. Finding them still white, she turned and grinned towards me. This is important news. I need to share this with my brothers. We can repopulate heaven with this. She gets giddy with anticipation. Sure, go ahead, take my entire farm, not like I need it or anything. I sarcastically remark. I mean, it's technically heaven's property, but I am not going to point that out if she doesn't realize it. What do you want in return? Heaven can offer anything. Gabriel says, her pleading eyes look very cute. Just take care of our son. I wink at her, causing her to cast a spell on herself. Supernatural pregnancies are instant if they happen for some reason, unlike humans. I can't believe it. This is a miracle. Thank you for this, Merlin, but I really need to go. Gabriel leaves after hugging me. I decide to walk back to Japan. I already have cameras all over heaven. I cannot wait to see Michael's reaction. Plan, turn angels into potheads, is progressing well. Although I don't know how Vala would react to this, she'll probably go bother Azazel, I guess. Chapter 22, Chapter. After about a week of roaming the world and test after test later, Gabriel finally decided to confess to her brothers. For a while, she thought she was imagining things due to the fast pace of events and the impossibility of such a thing, but the tests she made proves that it wasn't a dream. She even used the artifact heaven made to test if she is truly pregnant. Gabriel. I thought you left to talk with Merlin. What happened? It's been a week now that I think about it. How did it go? Michael places his paperwork down and looks at her fidgeting sister. He can feel something ominous from his sister's figure and behavior, but he never expected to hear the following words from her sister's mouth. Slowly, Gabriel takes out a magic pregnancy test and shows it to her brother. This test device can show the results in an instant without any tedious work. Also, it has never shown a false positive. It was made in heaven during the Great War after Lucifer ordered the devils to do unspeakable things to the believers. These devices were put to storage after the ceasefire. Brother, I am pregnant. Seeing that in Gabriel's hands and hearing her words, Michael's heart sunk as he frantically checked her sister's wings looking for black feathers that are not there. Brother, I didn't fall. We discovered something miraculous with Merlin. Hearing that name again, Michael couldn't help but think how they agreed that Gabriel cannot be seduced last week, but looking at her smiling sister, he could only smile in return and ask for details. Hearing the details, Michael didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He can't blame Merlin for this neither, since his sister gave her consent to test this out. In the end, Michael had this holy blunt tested by the science division just to make sure of its full effects and discovered that under its influence angels can reproduce without the fear of falling, and it also increases their fertility to match with humans. This was the miracle heaven hoped for, but Michael cannot feel happy about it, not one bit. Especially hearing that a human sneaking in heaven struck him like a truck. He checked the seventh heaven but didn't find any clues. The lack of clues made him even more restless. Michael had the suspicion that Merlin might have messed with the system to allow this, but in the end, he cannot get angry over it because they are desperate for this. The knowledge about who planted those plants was kept hidden like God's demise, and Michael covered it by fabricating a story since Merlin was seen with the drug. The story goes like this: upon Merlin's escape via prayer, a hidden function placed by God has awakened and gave him the secrets to making the miracle drug, and he has been testing it for the last 2 years. Once the drug was perfected, Gabriel volunteered to test it herself to show their faith in God's plan, and it worked. Uriel, send an official marriage proposal to Merlin. I want him and Gabriel married once she delivers the baby. Michael sighed as he drank a shot of liquid holy power that somehow increased his power. The bottle said Angel's Tears. It is an apt name considering its taste. He doesn't know where did this come from, but it is like alcohol, but you don't fall even if you get drunk. Uriel gritted his teeth but nodded nonetheless. His baby sister got sacrificed for heaven's survival. He is mad but can't release that anger. Maybe he can channel that during the second orgy of heaven. However, this is for repopulating. Merlin, what are you watching? Valley comes to see me watch Heaven TV. I modified God's system to allow angels to reproduce under the effects of holy blunt and even made it so that their fertility would rise. I take a sip from Devil's Shot. It is an experimental drink made from liquefied demonic energy. I got tired of smoking weed. I am looking into alcohol now, but I can't have holy stuff with Valley living with me, so I am going with demonic versions while I send the holy stuff to Michael. Now I am watching Michael turn the entire heaven into heaven for potheads. I release a satisfied sigh. This drink would kill anyone weak, but it only gives me a slight buzz. I don't know whose side are you on at this point. It almost looks like you're working for the fallen. Vala stops and puts her finger on her cheek as if thinking, then grins at me. Ah, you didn't have to do that to impress me. I also impregnated Gabriel. Are you serious? Yes. You're the best. I must record Azazel's face when he hears about this. And off she goes. I wonder what Azazel did to deserve this. I got a call from Vivian about my sword. It seems like she finished forging it. It was faster than I expected. Once again I found myself in front of her lake as she rises from it. This time she's holding a golden black sword adorned with red markings on its blade, but the blade itself doesn't have an edge. It turned out more powerful than I expected. I hope you will use this responsibly. She hands me the sword. I ran my magical energy through it, binding it to myself forever. Red markings on the sword light up in joy, ready to shred reality apart. I have no use for it at the moment, also it still has room to grow. I mutter. Gathering some origin energy, I pierce the fabric of reality and reach for other worlds out there. Dimensional gate. The other side of the portal shows a small blonde kid with red eyes with slit pupils, sitting on a stone throne. He has an aura that demands obedience. Hey kid, I'll let you borrow my sword. I throw the sword at him. You dare disrespect this king? The childish voice of the king of heroes responds. Geez, you're annoying even as a kid. The sword's name is EA. Take care of it, I will take it back later. I close the portal before he can answer. There is an infinite number of worlds out there with infinite possibilities. I sent the sword to a version of Nasuverse where Gilgamesh doesn't receive EA from gods. A version of Nasuverse where I can summon the sword back without any problems. Merlin, what did you do? Something that will make that sword even more powerful. That sword is strong enough to rip apart reality, it doesn't need more power. You know what they say, go big or go home. I say, making her sigh. Will you accompany me tonight? Shaking my head I ask her to send me back home. Vivian's water massage is good, but I don't feel like having sex at the moment. Maybe my lust is dulling finally. I am making slow progress on Dungeon Core. Just because I have beyond genius intelligence doesn't mean I can pull stuff from my ass all the time. I have dedicated all my background process to that task. Meanwhile I am gathering evidence on the king piece. I messed with heaven. It is only fair Underworld gets their fair share of trouble. Too bad Underworld doesn't have anything lighthearted. I can't turn them into saints for fun. So, I am instigating a rebellion by exposing the king piece. This will be enough trouble for them. I just need to time it right to make sure important people don't die. Meh, I'll just give them something for fertility if too many die. Also, I am going to use this to save Ravel Phoenix and make her fall for me. What? I never claimed to be a good man. I would totally plunge the Underworld into civil war for her. After all, she's the best manager I can find. Also she has that Sundara twin drills without being a full Sundara. Alright guys, let's end today's training here. I just got a text from home. It seems mother has woken up. Serord cheers as he teleports to his mother's residence. I follow him like a ghost, I just need to catch him alone for 1 second. I already observed his brother using pod and I want to shove that in his brain. Serord wanted to change the underworld, he saw the semi-dark sides of it because he didn't inherit the pod and due to this his peerage members are all misfits. I want to see what would happen once he got his hands on pod. So I stuck him once he was alone. I forcefully shoved him the symbols that will make him understand and use pod while I pumped liquid demonic energy into his body to increase his reserves. By the time I was done with him he had enough mastery of it to ensure his status as the heir of Baal. Well, I did cure his mother as well. I'd say we're even. My next target was Die Hauser himself, he was sitting in his office looking through strategies for his latest game. First an illusion to cover my tracks, then I took the king piece I stole from a random no-name devil that was never introduced and placed it alongside a dossier about his cousin. He was already trashing the office by the time I made it out of the Belial castle. Now we just let the event simmer for a while before it blows up. Buzz. Blazer shining Azazel, I thought we were besties son-in-law. Not cool. Gabby was my target. Flowery bastard, I just got her high, then she decided it was a good idea to sleep with me. It was all her. Blazer shining Azazel, I don't want to hear it. Also, how did you hack my account? Why can't I change my nickname? Flowery bastard, LOL. Blazer shining Azazel, at least tell me how was her a pay. Flowery bastard, that's your sister creep. Blazer shining Azazel, says the guy impregnated his mother. Flowery bastard, adopted is a very important word. Blazer shining Azazel, I will never forgive the holy blunt. I didn't have anything to do, I wanted to visit Graphia but. Merlin and I. Will you play soccer with me? I smile at the small redhead. Ica's Gremory is not like other children I dealt with and he doesn't act like a brat making him very lovable. Of course Milica's Cohen. I came to see your mother but she is busy I have time. I came to see Graphia but she is busy. Yes. Can we watch anime later? He gives me the hell puppy eyes. Whatever you want little guy, but first you need to take this ball from me. I mess his hair and take the ball from his feet. Chapter 23, Chapter. It comes to my notice that creating a rebellion is hard work, especially with Surzex and Ajuka being in the underworld. After all, if there's a super devil that can vaporize you, the people tend to keep their heads down. So I need them out of sight long enough to spark the rebellion. I have distracted Ajuka by giving him toys to play with, it was all under the guise of showing my sincerity because they learned I knocked Gabriel up. Speaking of Gabriel. I cannot believe that Cradle Robber took advantage of Merlin-chan. Seraphal sniffs like she is about to cry while hugging my arm. She is under the impression it was Gabriel that took advantage of the situation and not the other way around. I was the one who gave her the blunt. It's my fault really, also I don't mind marrying her. I pat her head while lamenting my misjudgment. It turns out that Seraphal sees herself as taken, which registers to harem protagonist. This means that I will be forced to seduce Sona if I want to have Seraphal. It's not that I had the intentions but it turns out that I unknowingly got adopted by a magical girl Satan. Fine, then you're to blame. So I won't forgive you until you wear this magical boy outfit. She summons a ridiculous outfit that belongs to the incinerator. How about this Seraphal? I found this guy wrestling stray devils the other day. He also wants to be a magical girl. I quickly take my dossier on Miltan and give it to Seraphal. He is indeed interesting. I might even get him in my peerage if he shows promise. Yash, you're forgiven. Fun fact, Seraphal is a legit magical girl now thanks to my miracle system. She just had to believe it, have faith, and bam. Anyway, Seraphal will be busy looking into Miltan. Now only Surzex remains. I am no idiot, maybe. To think they will leave this place unguarded but I have nothing but time in my hands. I can just spark the rebellion at their weakest. I am also making sure none of this could be traced back to me, I even taken precautions against Indra's foresight for this. Hindu pantheon is bullshit, some have precognition, some have other bullshit powers and all of them can read minds on some level, even if it's just the surface thoughts in most cases. Speaking about time, I should snatch that Agar's bloodline ability while I am here. No more wasting real-world time for lewd. Merlin and I look, I made it. Ica's runs towards me with a giant smile on his face. He is holding a ball of destruction that is surrounded by 4 little balls of destruction that is orbiting the bigger one. I am improving his usage of pod, unfortunately. I have to do this slowly unlike Serorg since it would be suspicious if I suddenly made him a master at using pod. Also, I made sure Serorg won't awaken his powers just yet. He is going to have Shaunen power up during the rebellion. Good job. Now I need you to speed up the smaller ones. Remember they will need to look like an atom for symbolism. I softly explain it to him. Symbolism holds power as well, and shaping your pod like an atom increases the power for some reason. I am sure there is an anime reference here somewhere, but I don't know which one. Graphia watches us on the side with a fond smile on her face. She always lamented that her son could not have a normal childhood, so this is good for her. But her smile wavers from time to time because of the Gabriel event. She is yet to lecture me like a big sister, but I can feel the Naysama aura surge occasionally. UNN. Mil-ICAs nods rapidly and goes back to focus on his thing. This is exactly the stuff that will rile up Surzex. Hopefully enough to challenge me in his Satan Red persona. My thoughts get interrupted by the hand on my head. Turning around, I see Graphia patting my head. Also, when did she braid my hair? Graphia. Ah, sorry, it's just that you're reminding me of my late brother. She blushes and takes her hand back. I don't mind. She instantly goes back to patting my head. Who would have thought that she's a brocon? Also, I finally found a moral viewpoint that justifies my act here. Underworld will become a better place once they get over this incident. Ha. I still have my moral high ground. It finally happened. I finally got an official challenge letter. Surzex has planned this through. He is putting it under the guise of recruitment for the newest guest star for their Satan Rangers movie. Normally this would be something I would burn at the sight, then laugh about it since the series is that bad, but I took this invitation. The location of the arena is coincidentally in Phoenix territory. While I fight Surzex here, the rebellion will start. I will have deniability since I was with Surzex all the time. They can't blame me for anything either. No one knows about me sneaking in heaven, just Gabriel and Michael, and they won't make that information public. This means there won't be much suspicion on me. My visits to the underworld are frequent enough as well. Just to be sure, I use a spell that I don't like using. Clairvoyance. My eyes turn to gold as I look for things that can give me away. Indeed, there will be some suspicions on me after the event due to some loose ties I didn't think about before, but looking perfectly innocent is the only time I get caught. I close my eyes and rub my forehead. I don't like that spell. What's the point of living if I am going to have spoilers? This is why I gave up on gaming, since I keep watching the gameplay before being able to afford the game. It gets boring. I might not use the spell normally, but I have background checks for the safety of my loved ones, but I don't look into the future on my own. It is like how Tatsuya looks after his sister with his elemental sight. Speaking about Tatsuya, what happened to the pink version, I wonder? Third POV Universe 0. In another universe, a pink spiky-haired Tatsuya is having a mental breakdown. He left behind goddesses and all those beautiful women who literally begged him to stay, but he was loyal to his first love. Currently, he is drinking like an alcoholic in his penthouse. Hick. How did I miss that, Hick? I don't have my former looks anymore, Hick. She didn't even recognize me, Hick. Poor guy thought he could get back with his first love, but she didn't even recognize him. Things would have been fine if he wormed into her heart again. Alas, it turns out that his overbearing attitude that was forged in life and death situations and years of wars was a major turn-off for the girl, and she rejected him. In the end, he became relatable to some readers by getting rejected. Back to Merlin. Holy moly, I didn't expect that POV change ahem. I arrived at the arena armed with everything at my disposal. I did re-enchant my gear at some point, but the defenses on this thing never reached a point I was satisfied with. Then again, any material in this universe would be weak compared to my body. Anyway, the arena setting is a mountainous zone with many hills surrounding it, making it a prime location for sneak attacks. Surzex won't do such things. So, you have arrived. Speak of the devil, Satan Red himself reveals himself in his costume. It seems like he hid behind one of the hills for a dramatic entry. Be honest, you chose this place to make that entry, right? Damn straight. It looks badass, right? I just nod, not wanting to argue. Well, Merlin, after Seraphal, and surprisingly my wife insisted on having you in the newest movie for Satan Rangers, I felt like testing you. Surzex explains. Sure. It's not like you were looking for a reason to beat me up. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Surzex joins me. All of a sudden laughing ceases and we both vanish from our spots. Surzex is naturally holding back because he doesn't know my full power, so I matched up to the power he is outputting. No one really knows how strong I am, they only have their guesses. Anyway, with this, I can get some training in as well. We strike each other, it is mostly me attacking, and Surzex casually dodging and blocking my attacks with him striking me on occasion. My hand-to-hand combat is worse than my swordsmanship, and my lack of experience is all too obvious. At some point, our brawl turns into impromptu training with Surzex giving tips on how to fight on supernatural levels. This made me remember that I never truly fought anyone. It seems I need to get the dungeon running yesterday. Fortunately for me, we got interrupted by the sounds of explosions before I could get hit more. These explosions are also signaling the start of the lower class rebellion. Merlin, let's continue this later, I need to go, something terrible happened. I suggest you go back to the human world, but if you want to help, make sure to not get hurt, otherwise Grafia would go sub-zero. Surzex looks at his missed calls and leaves. Huh, he put his phone on the silent mode just to fight me without distractions. I am starting to like this guy. Then again, he has Ria's nude photos in his wallet at all times, which is weird. So Ravel Phoenix, third POV. This might be the worst day in her life, just when she managed to sneak off to go clothes shopping on her own. First, the champion of the rating games appeared on all the screens across the city. No doubt this was happening in the rest of the underworld. Then he exposed the Great King faction for their cheating on rating games. This was a big revelation. After the Civil War, rating games became the bread and butter of the underworld. There are 3 ways to climb the social ladder for lower-class devils. The first one is the military contribution, which was impossible with the ceasefire going on. The second is making contracts with humans and slowly building your way up, which could take thousands of years. Lastly, the most popular option is the rating games. The games allowed lower-class citizens to climb up even during relative peace. The rating games quickly become a part of our culture. It was about blood-boiling fights. It was about people making a name for themselves. It gave them hope to become high-class themselves should they be successful, but now, it is revealed that all of that was a lie. There was a secret evil piece that is given to certain nobles to block the lower class from rising and getting promotions. Ravel, despite being young, isn't stupid. She could see a rebellion coming from a mile away. If it isn't quenched right away, it might even blow up a second civil war. So she decided to slowly sneak back to her family's castle as Dihauser Belial started talking about how his cousin got killed because she learned this secret. She could already see a group of masked devils attacking at her favorite clothes shop that mostly sells to high-class devils. Unfortunately, while Ravel is smart and is a tactical genius, she isn't trained in combat or stealth, so she didn't notice the people trailing her during her retreat. Chapter 24, Chapter. It appears devils are following your motto, Master. I sigh at my maid's sarcastic tone. I guess it was my fault for not looking at how things exactly will go down when I use clairvoyance. I just looked if whether will I get caught or not. Go big or go home is my motto. How dare they use it themselves? Scratch that, they're already at home. Why didn't you tell me that this was a terrible idea, Angelica? I jokingly ask my maid while knocking out another devil. To be honest, I didn't expect them to attack the cities, even other lower-class devils, while the high-class are living in giant castles with target marks on them. They're going big with this shit. Burn, motherfuckers, burn. MUDA. 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 Dihauser is not helping either. Also, he is a JoJo's fan. Worthless and useless are close terms. Turns out he loved his cousin romantically in this version. In return, he is more unhinged than the original. It wouldn't affect Master Beatty. I will only speak up if I think it will hurt Master in the end. How sweet and devoted. Also, Master makes a cute expression when things go beyond his expectations. Okay. Sigh, let's just go and save my future manager. I cast an AoE taser spell and take everyone out. I can see some glacial mountains forming in the distance, meaning Serafal or Grafia took the field. Ajuka must be alerted already, but that's no concern for me. My attention is on Ravel, who is currently flying towards us. Her clothes are messed up from running and most likely got tangled into things during her escape, but she's unharmed. They're out for blood, run. And she flies past us. She's at least polite enough to warn us. Snapping my finger, I released some pressure. The pursuers slow down as they approach, then fall to their knees, unable to handle it. Then I summoned my flowers to tie them up. I took my sweet time with them and made sure they're comfortable too. Hey. Hearing Ravel's shocked voice, I see that she came back at some point. Most likely she got curious why we didn't run like her. Ravel is a smart girl. Since she didn't hear any screaming, she must have figured out something unexpected happened. Hello, miss, what's your name? I grin and take off my hood, revealing my handsome face to the world. Ravel. Ravel Phoenix. You're Merlin. May I ask, what are you doing here, Merlin-sama? Feeling secure for the first time since this whole thing started, Ravel relaxed. I was here for an interview concerning the latest Satan Rangers movie, but got caught up in this mess. I just couldn't ignore it. Merlin lied naturally as he breathed. I see. Her head falls, she starts making finger points like a shy Hinata. Would you like me to escort you to your home? I ask, guessing her request. Oh Satan, yes. She jumps before blushing and running behind Angelica. Too easy. Ravel is easy to impress, most likely because she got raised as a noble and didn't see much of the world. Thanks to her brother being arrogant shit, she doesn't share the same trait. She is prideful of her heritage, but not to the point it comes off as arrogance. Then again, the only one that was shown as arrogant was Riser, and he got his shit together after Issei messed him up. Anyway, she has very little in the list of requirements on her list about potential husbands, and I just checked every box she had with my little stunt. Master, aren't you getting tired of this? Angelica asks as she knocks out another devil. She's annoyed that she can't kill. Val is seriously messed up my angelic maid. I don't want to kill these guys, devils are already having problems with numbers. But that's not all, I can't keep my moral high ground if I kill the very people I riled up. They're taking this hit so I could get a manager after all. I guess you're right. There's no fun in bullying the weak. Celestial Crusaders, following my spell, sky darkened with clouds and started shooting lightning down. Every lightning that struck the earth turned into soldiers that fought for me. Angelica gave a bland look at my minions. It's because I used the spell at its lowest power. This spell is from an anime I watched in my previous life. It was used by one of the antagonists. Unfortunately, I can't use Moroha Himura's Ouroboros here despite how cool it looks, since it will alter the terrain and we're in the middle of a city. So cool. Well, at least Ravel is impressed. Thanks to my minions opening the way, it didn't take us long to reach Phoenix Estate. The whole castle was under siege with Ruvel and Lord Phoenix holding ground. I cleared the mob for them and reached the entrance where we got greeted by a haggard-looking riser. I made sure he got caught unprepared and made sure he took a decent beating but didn't die. It's all for the greater good, of course. Now he knows he is weak and will strive to improve. Thanks Satan. Ravel, are you okay? Well, he loves his family at least. Nisama. I am okay. I ran into Merlin Sama, he helped me come here. See that army, it's all his. While Ravel was animatedly telling how great I am, I take a look at the castle. The place took minimal damage, but some marks are indicating that rebels managed to take some shots and before defenses were raised. Seeing Ravel is finishing, I turned back and pretended to leave like my job was finished here, only to be stopped by Riser himself. Merlin Sama, please, I would like to invite you. Satan's took the field, this whole deal should be finished already. We must properly thank you for helping Ravel. Damn, Riser is being respectful. Then again, devils respect to power, so I guess it is normal. It's nothing. I shake my head. While I was about to reject his offer and say I need to help others, Satan's made an announcement declaring things to be over. There is even a picture of Diehauser getting arrested. I gave a mental bow to the man. He took a hit so I could get a wife that deserves respect. Well, I was going to say I had things to do, but it seems Satan's got things under control. Shrugging, I follow Riser in. I imagined the Phoenix family differently, especially seeing how Ravel and Riser react to bird jokes. What are you looking like that, son? Someone stole your seeds. Lord Phoenix jokes at his second son's expression. I didn't expect them to do it themselves. Turns out they're cool as long as it is done by the family. Sorry, I didn't expect this change of events. He sighs. Ruvel, Rivar, Riser, and Ravel. That's too many R's. Anyway, Rivar himself is a successful businessman uninterested in raiding games. He was a tad bit too shocked about the rebellion. Also, Rivar is the only one that is still shocked about the events. The rest of the family are acting like this whole thing was a small event. Unfortunately, Ruvel had to go and rest since he used up all of his energy defending the castle, so I didn't meet him yet. By the way, where did Ravel go? Lord Phoenix turns to his wife. She went straight to the kitchen. Judging by her expression, she's going to cook. Riser answers with a grin. Lord Phoenix looked surprised for a second before looking at me, then at his wife before she made an error with her hand on her cheek. Well, Ravel seems to be busy, but we would like to thank you for protecting our daughter. Lord and Lady Phoenix say together. I accepted their thanks and started discussing the king piece, how it works and why does it exist. We can't talk about the weather at this time after all. While we were speaking, Ravel returned with some baked goods. The strategically placed flour on her face declared she cooked it herself. My sweet daughter cooking for other men, they grow up so fast. Of course, her mother had to do her job as a parent and embarrass her. Mom. Eventually, the topic turned to my personal life. There is no doubt Lord and Lady Phoenix did not realize their daughter's change in behavior. Getting her hooked with me would be a boon for them, but I'd rather not go with the route I took with Gabriel. So just when I was about to excuse myself, Graphia happened. Chapter 25, Chapter. The Phoenixes naturally didn't want me to leave this early, but I had things to do. They most likely want to talk more about my plans in Japan and if they somehow could insert Ravel in, but my self-adopted Naysan had other plans. It worked out for me. After all, I know Uriel is going to visit my home. I'd rather not keep my brother-in-law waiting. So I was grateful for Graphia's arrival despite her less than cool behavior. Before we could reach the entrance of the castle, because teleporting out is just bad manners, we got interrupted by a blurry figure rushing towards me. Well, I can clearly see that it's Graphia. She has a cute worried expression on her face. Why is she worried? She should know I am strong enough. Merlin, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did anyone manage to hit you? I was so worried after Surzek said you went towards the city. Okay, she might be overprotective. She doesn't know her brother. Euclid is still alive and kicking. She thinks her brother is dead. Since she came to see me as a brother figure as well. Yeah, I can see her freaking out. She eventually hugs me to her bosom, uncaring about what others in the room would think. Her hand goes to my head, caressing it slowly. Much to say, I was surprised enough to let her do all of that. "Nay-san. I am fine. I might as well cash in on her behavior. Also, it is actually a nice feeling to have an elder sibling again. I don't miss my family much due to reasons, but still, being loved is always nice." While I was focusing on the family love aspect of things, Graphia's hand speeds up enough to have smoke come out of my head. Also, what this is about impregnating a seraph. She finally exploded. "Do you think I will let that slide without a lecture? You will join Mil-ICAs on his lessons about how to behave." Ouch. Angelica, bring the burn cream. If anyone is going to make fun of me, that will be me. It took Graphia a minute to realize where are we. Instead of composing herself, she turned more fierce and got the Phoenix family talking. I was standing behind her with a kid, baby Niji expression on my face, totally dumbfounded by her change. Seeing Ravel standing close to me while holding my shirt made Graphia click her tongue and she give up for now and stop roasting the whole family of birds with ice. I have a feeling she was planning on sacrificing me to Rias to make me her official little brother. To be honest, I dodged a bullet there. I was hoping Issei would take her, freeing me the burden, but Issei is no more in this world. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have much hate for Rias despite her shortcomings. She would be a wonderful waifu if you're going for a single partner. But Rias has the potential of becoming a bona fide yandere. So, I won't dare to get her even if harem protagonist ensures that the harem will be more likely to get along. So, I said my goodbyes to Phoenixes while Angelica brought Graphia back to room temperature. Once everyone was ready, we went back to my house, Graphia included for some reason. "I want to see my niece," Tiamat texted me. They chat. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that my girl's having their own life. "It's an egg," Graphia states blankly, but her voice reeks disappointment. "She's at least half dragon, of course, she is going to start as an egg." Tiamat looks at Graphia weirdly. "But you said she is too cute and how she loves to cuddle. I thought you two kept her hidden all this time and she was already born." Silver-haired maid explains. "It appears there has been a misunderstanding between the dragon and the devil. Yes, look how the egg vibrates when I hug her." Tiamat hugs the egg, we can observe the said vibration, and for a second egg looked to be blushing. "See, she's so cute." "I see. Then what about the futons here, don't you guys have rooms?" She looks around the basement. "She came here to check my living conditions, didn't she?" "Well, since it was proven that little Kana is somehow able to understand us, I figured we can sleep next to her." I explain while ignoring the slowly blushing egg. "We all have things to do during the day, I figured we can at least spend the night with her." "Yes, I named her Kana already in honor of the readers, let's hope she will live up to her name and don't be a picky eater." "That's really considerate of you, Merlin, it is nice to see you growing up." She reached to my hair once again. "Although I had my doubts about you becoming a father at this age, you seem to be doing okay so far." She's not even out of the egg yet. Don't come to conclusions yet. "Well, Angelica made some tea, why not join us if you have time, Nay-san?" I send a grateful nod to my maid. "Well, why not?" We seat ourselves at the table. Due to the same logic, we put a replica of the living room in the basement. I honestly can't leave my daughter and Ophis here all by themselves. Ophis has her games, but learning that my daughter being cognizant was a major blow to my heart, and I can't leave her alone while at home. I naturally checked if she's a reincarnated person or something like that, but the tests were negative to my relief. Remember, always check for reincarnators. And, the only reincarnate in this novel is Merlin, FYI. We sat down, drank some tea, then I had to stop Graphia from freezing valor once she learned her surname. Unlike Euclid, Graphia has no natural submissive tendencies towards Lucifers. It wasn't hard for me to break the ice between them over tea, I mean literal ice between them that Graphia created. After some more talks and Valor willingly talking about her horrible experience growing up at House of Lucifer allowed the two to bond. It also helped that I was dating Valley and somehow Graphia trusts my character judgment despite my track record. The residents of the house mingled together until late, currently, they are huddled up next to Kanna, sleeping. This left me alone with Nei-san. "So Ototo-kun, what are your plans for Japan?" Graphia asks after we drank a couple of pots of tea. "I have a big thing planned, Japan is the best place to test it out. But don't worry Nei-san, at worst it will result in a second Tartarus." I comfort Graphia. Graphia's brows twitch hearing me, Tartarus here is actually a failed experiment done by the god sharing the same name. Greek gods of DXD are weird, they're not rapists like the original thankfully, or even if they were it is more subdued here for some reason. The best way to describe them is they're fickle, one moment they're affectionate and caring, the next they fall to madness. In one of his affectionate streaks, Tartarus figured he could cleanse the world of this malice by sealing it in his abyss. Unfortunately, it backfired, resulting in him turning into a mass of black tentacles with eyes all over it, and he also went mad. Then again, I have no intentions of doing something like that, even though I can do it without problems. My reactor would accept any type of energy after all. Are you out of your mind? As expected, she freaked out. We argued for some hours. Before long it became morning. At this point I was getting tired of trying to convince her. In hopes her make her believe me, I made a group of goblins. She killed them right away out of anger. See, I just need to automate this in a separate dimension and make it an open challenge to draw in the battle maniacs. I explain my ultimate plan. Merlin. Why did I get stronger? Graphia asks, looking at her hands. She is ultimate class, maybe even Satan class. It is natural that she has a good sense of power, especially her own. It is an unexpected side effect. I left it since it will motivate people to fight more. I am using Japan since they're the ones going to benefit more from this. Merlin, have I ever told you about my sister-in-law? She's such a cute girl. I am sure you two would get along. Oh God, I need help. Just when Graphia was going to start bombarding me with good things about her sister-in-law, a teleportation circle opens up in the room. My security system is tied to my clairvoyance. This makes it so that annoyances like Hero Faction can't get in. It also makes the security rock solid because my clairvoyance is OP and can't be fooled by anyone I know from this universe. There is secondary security as well, just in case. Going down because I became arrogant would be sad. Merlin Ambrosius. My name is Uriel. Heaven heard my prayer and sent an angry seraph to my house. Perfect. Chapter 26, Chapter. Uriel. What is the meaning of this? Graphia goes up to Uriel intending to ask some questions. Meanwhile, I take a look at Gabriel. Her head is down but I can see her red ears. Seeing that Uriel is going to get talked back by Graphia for some time, I ignore him in favor of talking to Gabby. Past Gabriel. How are you? I am fine, thank you for asking. How are you, Merlin? I heard you had a child with Tiamat. I didn't have the time to ask last time we met. It's fine, I just came back from a major incident in the underworld. Also, my daughter is over there, the egg that's covered with pillows. I point at the vibrating egg. I have a feeling she's going to be weak to me and Tiamat praising her. Why is she vibrating? Is that normal? It appears she's cognizant. I doubt something similar would happen to you. I smile at her as her hand goes over her stomach. Well, I am feeling different already. She mutters. Something happened. I raise an eyebrow. I keep eating apples. I ate the whole farm back at garden. She says, then her face goes red. The other angels kept smiling at me. It was so embarrassing. I give her some head pats, making her relax. It seems little Adam is earning his name's worth. I mean, let's not kid ourselves, that child will be either named Jesus or Adam once he is born, and I would prefer Adam over Jesus. While I was making some small chat with Gabriel, the rest of the house woke up as well. Uriel is rather loud. Maybe it's because he keeps shouting. How come he hasn't fallen with that attitude? I ask Gabriel, she just giggles but doesn't answer. Somehow Graphia put Uriel back to his place and sat him down at the table to have breakfast. I quickly told Angelica and Tiamat about Gabriel's new taste for apples to prepare something she would like. So, from the shouting, I am going to assume this is about Gabriel's pregnancy. Yes. Uriel sighs. The plant worked as promised, but Gabriel is the first, so she is kind of a symbol for the future of heaven. Here Uriel sucks on his teeth to calm himself down. Brother wanted her to be married right away. This is just engagement. For now, we want her to rest in heaven and stay secure. I almost laughed when he said heaven and secure in the same sentence. So marriage is going to be after the child's birth. Uriel took out a letter that contained more details. Technically I am allowed to enter sixth heaven with my new status. Michael even coded a secret message here saying he'll be grateful if I can optimize the system a bit more. Yes, I just didn't add a clause saying they can have sex while high. I also took some load off their shoulders to ensure Gabriel won't be burdened by her job. I don't mind optimizing the system fully and automate it. This marriage is not being made just because I got Gabriel pregnant. This is also Michael's way of protecting heaven. After all, I snuck in without anyone's notice and changed stuff up. There's no knowing what I would do if I am not bound. It works for me as well. Gabriel has no understanding of romantic relationships yet. Even I have a better understanding of the topic. It would take too long to get her to understand it. I can do that while she lives here. I look towards my women. I am slowly realizing that I need their opinions on things like this. And it took him so long, but he made it. I am so proud. Tiamat is shrugging with an uncaring smile. I can feel the main wife aura oozing out of her. Angelica is holding cardboard saying, "Go master go," and Valley is recording the event to torture Azazel. Well, I don't mind. I casually say. Uriel's brows twitch, his halo flickers for a second before going back to normal. Too bad he saw through my teasing. Merlin, he is going to be your brother-in-law. You shouldn't bully my siblings, okay? Gabriel cutely says as she takes a hold of my hand. Snap. Dear sister, I remembered that I need to handle something back at heaven. I am trusting Merlin will keep you safe. Uriel leaves, no one comments on his broken finger. Dude just broke his finger to keep his calm. I should send him an anger management book or something similar for Christmas. Well, Gabby, we don't know each other much yet, but welcome to the ranks. Tiamat greets Gabriel with a steaming apple pie. That was some Godspeed cooking. Please take care of me. She answers, but her hands are already reaching towards the pie. Seeing her reaction to food, I start to think. Maybe I should hire Nakiri Arena to cook for my wives on special days. Then again, they might force me to permanently hire her afterward. Vali-chan. Gabriel calls out to Vali, who looks at her. Vali has been smiling like a villainess towards her phone. How is Azazel? It has been a while since I saw him. He is drinking his sorrows away. He always wanted to sleep with you apparently. Vali answers. Yeah. I never quite understood why. Let's hope he'll get over it. By the way, Vali, why are you so brutal towards him? He raised you right. I ask out of curiosity. Shemhazai pays me for it. Apparently, it makes Azazel focus on his work after he gets sober. My face falls to the table. Does she do all of that for just money? Poor Azazel. Merlin, I am going back to heaven. Please do visit me, I wish to get to know you better. Gabriel smiles as she tries to teleport, but it doesn't work. Gabby, see that door? I point towards the newest addition to our house. Open it. Seeing her nod, I take a step back. Gabriel opens the door only to see her house on the other side. She turns to me with questions in her eyes. We both know my house is more secure than heaven. I tied your house at sixth heaven to that door. Just in case. This gesture earns me a smile before she leaves. All right, let's go back to making a beast of calamity. I mutter to myself. Going back to my desk, I see that Tiamat and Angelica are already working on the equations, and how much of it we can skip with Munchkin via devil and miracle magic. If it works, why not use it? Master, I believe I found a solution to the problem we ran into. Angelica passed me a paper. The problem we are dealing with is the same with Tartarus. If I load the fluffy foe with malice, he will eventually become a hideous monster. I could have made a beast resembling Cathpalig, but what's the point of that if it isn't authentic? That isn't something we desire. We have been working on the problem for a while and Angelica's solution seems doable. Fokuin isn't just going to be my soul-bound familiar, but he will also be the dungeon master of the dungeon. Angelica proposed that if we put the dungeon core in his soul, we can just channel the excess malice to the dungeon. This actually helps with the dungeon as well. I can just teach Foe how to absorb malice without getting tainted and make the dungeon core less complicated. Since Foe is going to be my soul-bound familiar, he is going to be slightly affected by blank. If I were to give him the core would be affected as well, albeit to a smaller degree, which is fine. I want dungeon to grow, not become sentient. This will also give Foe some degree of recognition. How could my familiar not be famous on his own? It would be an insult to Cathpalig if he is only known as my familiar. The beast that clears the world. Well, I think I should leave the naming to someone else. This is great, Angelica. I pat her head. I am glad to be of service. Well, you earned yourself a date, get ready. Angelica.exe stopped working. Chapter 27, Chapter. Michael POV. I look at Uriel, who just came back, his broken finger to be exact. Uriel always had a short fuse, and he generally breaks his fingers when he reaches his limit. What happened? I calmly ask. Sorry, I ran into Strongest Queen. Apparently she has taken a liking to that boy. After arguing with her about how we're not taking advantage of him, I snapped. I can sense he is not telling everything. Uriel was the most protective one when it comes to our sister, even going far enough to lock her in her house. I can imagine something humans call fluff may have happened, causing him to snap. Sit down, Uriel, drink some angel's tears. I pull up 2 glasses. I don't want to admit it, but Merlin does make this stuff to be perfect. We are getting stronger just by drinking. It would have been better if he didn't add his own jokes into it, like getting us high or drunk. While the 2 seraphim were drinking, something unexpected happened. After years of going missing, Metatron has returned. Michael, I heard what happened to Gabby, is it true? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Metatron looks like how I remember him, except he is dressed like a ninja. There's a difference though, his eyes are different. His eyes are red and 3 tomos are spinning wildly. Metatron, what happened to your eyes? Uriel asks the question he wanted to ask. Like I said, I found genuine Sharingan. I bought it from a white-haired teen. I was apprehensive naturally, but I believed him once he let me test the eyes. He even said I won't have to deal with blindness because it will go straight to EMS. I stumbled upon hearing this. For some reason, I can only imagine that teen being Merlin supporting a giant grin. Metatron, what are you talking about? And how dare you throw away the eyes father gave us? Shut it, Uriel. I asked a question, did Gabby got seduced or not? Metatron roars, his eyes flashed for a second. Yes. I answer with a tired sigh, but I didn't have time to relax because Metatron's eyes started to bleed as he fell on his knees. Arg Mangekyo. So powerful yet isn't worth the pain. Metatron's eyes are still red, but this time his pupils are in the shape of a cross. According to Metatron, his eyes can discern whether an angel is loyal to heaven or not and the ability to turn the traitor angels into humans. Hearing about these random powers, I immediately asked my brother to discreetly scan every angel while I pulled out my phone. Lord of Pigeons, can you do something without being over the top? Flowery bastard, I don't understand. Lord of Pigeons, Metatron came back with a pair of Sharingan. What is that, by the way? That can see heaven's traitors. Flowery bastard, pfft. Worth it. Flowery bastard, while I'd like to hear the rest, I am kinda planning a date. By the way, I connected Gabby's house with mine, just FYI. Flowery bastard is offline. He isn't a bad person at heart, he is just messed up in the head. I keep telling myself, then again probably some of the experiments at Sigurd Institute may have been the cause. I look at the nickname I can no longer change and sigh. He isn't that bad, in the end, heaven's getting better. Who am I kidding? That kid is pure evil. Lucifer would have died from laughing if he was alive. While I was lamenting the fate of heaven, Gabriel came to see me. Brother, how is Uriel? I couldn't find him. He is fine, Gabriel. Please sit, I need to ask you some questions. Sure. What do you think about Merlin? How is he at home? Does he always act like this? I need to know how dangerous he really is. It's not like I would dare attack him at this point, who knows what he added to the system for his protection, but maybe Gabriel can fix him up. He is more subdued at home. I mean, he doesn't act over the top too much, but that is probably due to living with his women, but he doesn't seem to have bad intentions at heart, just a unique way of execution. She starts explaining. I sigh, let's hope Gabriel can restrain him even if just a little. Merlin POV. Instead of a date, Angelica wanted me to meet her family. Which is a bit harder than pulling out a date since I am planning on upgrading her status. So while she thinks she is introducing her employer while I am meeting my future brother-in-law. It's not that I am nervous, but still. Master, this is my younger brother Julian. She pushes forward a very similar looking guy. Yes, he looks like the Julian. Nice to meet you, young man. I go for a handshake while ignoring the fact I called someone of my age young man. N.I. Nice to meet you, sir. He stutters but manages to shake my hand without problems. Despite not intending to do so, I have created some serious fame. Sure, it is contained to 3 factions and maybe Norse mythology due to their presence in the magic community, but still, I am basically a celebrity at this point. I honestly don't feel like it, then again my personal life is a mess and my sanity might be slipping up. Wait, that does sound like a celebrity. There's no need to be nervous, Julian. Come on, let's chat a little bit. I pat him on the shoulder and move inside the house. The house is mostly empty, their parents died years ago leaving 3 siblings to themselves. Angelica says Julian didn't want to move to Japan, so he lives alone while Angelica checking up on him time to time. According to Angelica, her eldest brother, which was found to be the founder of the family that kept stealing bodies, was the one who killed their parents. Since he is dead now, that leaves just Julian and Angelica. She is naturally protective of her only family. So I put on my serious suit and didn't cause a scene by pulling random stuff. Julian was a great kid to speak to when he got over the fact her sister brought her boss to their home. He doesn't deal with magic apparently, he wanted to learn, but the situation with their elder brother made him afraid of magic. So Julian is going to high school like any other normal 16 years old. He is a great kid despite my initial impression. I tell Angelica once Julian goes to the restroom. My initial impression was ruined by his appearance reminding me of Julian Ainsworth. He is a big softy, but that's okay. Angelica gently smiles looking at his photos on the walls. Well, as I said, Julian is a normal high schooler and it is midweek, he eventually needs to go to bed. Afterward, I took Angelica out to stargazing. This was the only activity that comes to my mind at the moment. I mean, when did I do something with decent planning? So I laid down a blanket on top of an uninhibited mountain with some barriers to make sure the environment won't be problematic. I sat down on the blanket and pulled my shy maid to my lap, her head resting on my chest. Moss. I place a finger on her lips. We are on a date, Angelica, please don't tell me Graphia turned you into perfect maid. Me, Merlin. Thank you for accepting my wish. She blushes. My maid so cute when she blushes. It is nothing, I am sure you are aware you're not just a maid at this point. I pull out a ring and hover it in front of her eyes. I didn't forget about Tiamat or Valley. Tiamat laughed at me when I tried this on her and threw the ring to her treasury. Valley, on the other hand, is not ready for a ring. Gabriel will get hers during the wedding. This. She goes completely still. I know I am just 16 and we have known each other more than just a single year, but I would like you to officially join the ranks. I cringe at the end. I am not good at this, not at all, but Angelica should understand what I am trying to tell. Merlin. Hearing me hum in reply, she continues, can I keep the maid outfit? Is there a reason? I am planning on getting a manager soon and it's not like I needed a maid. Okay, the last part was a lie. Angelica looked up at me. From her expression I can say she didn't believe the last part, but she didn't comment on it. Well, I come to appreciate the outfit and I may have developed a thing for it. She eventually says. Did she develop a maid fetish? Subarashi. Fine, keep the maid outfit. Thank you, master. She goes for a kiss full of passion. I think this decision to officially bring her into the harem was the right one. Chapter 28, Chapter. I am currently in the depths of Cocytus, standing in front of a large ominous creature with bizarre features such as the upper body of a fallen angel, albeit with fangs in his mouth, and the lower body of an Asian dragon. This is Samuel, the angel that tempted Adam and Eve to eat the apple of knowledge in DXD. He was later cursed by God. He is also known as evil intention of God. His poison is strong enough to affect the likes of Ophis and Great Red. This means he is a threat to my wife and daughter. To be honest, I forgot about him due to my hectic life, but clairvoyance warned me about it. I guess some people are starting to plot after me once they learned about my child. At first, I thought it was Indra, but it was Shiva. Turns out he got offended by EA. He is on my kill list now. Well, I'll handle him later, but first I need to deal with Samuel. Currently, Samuel is crucified on a large cross with nails driven into various parts of his body, as well as several other restraints that had ancient letters written on them. I recorded those letters since I didn't see them before. It is a nicely done sealing magic. His eyes were also covered with a blindfold that had tears of blood dripping from underneath it. Sorry, Samuel, I have nothing against you, but I can't allow you to live. Also, even if I heal you, I doubt you'd want to keep on living either. I open a portal to the nothingness of the void. He isn't strong enough to endure its encroachment. With that, Samuel disappears. I stare at the void I opened for a while with furrowed brows. Someone plotting against me means there might be more in the future. I have an idea, a crazy one, but it would ensure my family's safety if it works as I hope. I let out some origin energy and scoop up a ball of nothing with it. Encasing it with a special glass, I make a marble with nothing in it. Of course, the glass isn't resistant to nothing, but I am supplying origin energy to resist. With that done, I put that marble in my soul. I need to bind my soul to it before going forward with my plan. Hero Faction Interlude. The leader of the Hero Faction, Chow Chow, is not having a good time. He is pissed. No, calling it pissed would be an understatement. He is trying to save humanity, but a human is denying him of this chance. First, he disregarded them. Now they can't even talk with him due to his protection magic. George's teleportations always get redirected. Last time they ended up in a public orgy. He had to knock some members out since they wanted to join in. Poor Leonardo got scarred for life. George, any news on Merlin? Chow Chow, I think you should give up on him. Look at what he achieved in 2 years after he ditched the church. How can I ignore him? If he isn't on our side, then we can't win this. He can't be that important. Hercules mutters mostly to himself. That is the reaction of the other core members. Sure, he has achievements under his belt, but they're hero descendants as well. Chow Chow gives them a blank look. He doesn't want to get obsessive over one man neither, but his gut feeling doesn't let him move on. He inherited his ancestors' eye for talent. He can see how dangerous that monster of a man could be. Even the true Longinus trembles whenever Merlin's name comes up. Just he was about to speak, someone teleports in their base. Once the flash of magic dies down, the person is revealed to be Sun Wukong, Vanguard of Indra. Chow Chow, you look like shit. Sun Wukong chuckles. Did you just come to laugh at me? Unfortunately, no. Indra wants to see you. I am here to escort you to Mount Meru. Hearing him, Chow Chow's back straightens. Indra might have a solution to this dilemma. Once Merlin is on their side or out of the picture, he can go back to his genocide without this constant fear of death. You should just give up. Indra bluntly says as he takes a sip from his drink. Indra looks normal, but if one is perceptive enough, they would notice a slight shake on his hands. What? Chow Chow is dumbfounded. Indra, one of the strongest gods of the Hindu faction, is telling him to give up. Chow Chow was expecting him to give him special weapons or something like that to handle Merlin, but this is unexpected. What do you mean, what? There's no killing that monster. He somehow avoided my foresight, and now I doubt we can kill him without taking the world down with him. Indra takes another sip from his drink to calm down. He might even survive afterward. Forgive me, Lord Indra, but how strong is he? I thought he was around Satan class since he keeps juggling between 3 factions. Chow Chow is confused. Merlin maybe had 2 years on his own, even his estimation is generous. No one can gauge his power for some reason, but everyone guesses Satan class at best. Indra lowers his sunglasses, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He is playing with them. By the time he released that magic system, he was already strong as that stupid red dragon. Indra states, shocking Chow Chow. How strong is he now? Chow Chow asks with a little bit of fear in his voice. He is the strongest and he has better foresight than I and Shiva. So, there's no defeating him. Indra rubs his eyes. He overused his foresight in hopes of finding a way out. Just the other day Shiva thought about using Samal to threaten his family, and now Samal is no more. Indra smiles, thinking about his enemy shooting himself in the foot. Both he and Shiva sensed the weapon Vivian forged for him. Shiva, being a god of destruction, naturally took offense at the existence of such a weapon while saying, it is not a proper way of destruction. Indra on the other hand didn't care. He had long given up thinking about the world at that time. Now, Shiva fucked up and his death is sealed, but he remains. Indra sometimes checks his foresight, but there are only 2 paths in front of him, one where he leaves Merlin alone and where he goes against him. The first one is where he gets to live, the second route only shows a blank background with a Japanese character for death. So, what do you hope me to do, Lord Indra? Chow Chow sighs. I don't care. Just don't cross Merlin. Indra states. But what? Are you still on that genocide deal? Are you stupid? Indra roars, he just told this guy even he can't beat Merlin. But humanity. Fuck humanity. Was humanity there when Sun Wukong took care of you? When you lived on the streets? Indra asks, making Chow Chow flinch. No. Even your parents sold you to people for money. Now you're here talking how you're going to kill every supernatural race to see the human limits. Indra spits on Chow Chow's face. I tolerated your behavior before because you had some use to me. Now that I am involuntarily retired, I don't need you. Indra coldly states. Then what should I do, Lord Indra? Chow Chow's voice is broken. He is barely keeping himself together. He would have stayed on the streets if Sun Wukong and Indra hadn't take care of him, then get killed or worse enslaved. Now he is about to lose that support. Just stop with kill all supernaturals deal. If you're going to kill something, go hunt vampires or something. No one likes them anyway. Also, leave Cow's brigade as well. Ophis works for Merlin at this point. That organization won't live long. Chow Chow bows and goes back to his people to tell them how they should give up on Merlin. He doesn't talk about how strong he is, though that would be a major blow to their pride and might shake his role as the leader. Anyhow, on this day Hero faction split off from Cow's brigade, becoming a pseudo-police force protecting newly awakened sacred gear users, sheltering them. At least until they acclimate to the supernatural world. Chapter 29, Chapter. Alright, now we just need to let this thing accumulate enough power to make my dream familiar. I tap the contraption we built together. This time it is a decent machine without any duct tapes. Tiamat and I just finished the biology parts of this project while Angelica handled the mechanical parts. Let's hope that little guy would be worth the time we spent on him. Tiamat mutters and goes back to check on her daughter. I follow her since I want to take Gabriel out. She is currently reading a storybook to the egg. It is very bizarre to live a life like this. Making it back to the basement/living room, I see Gabriel reading out loud, but the thing that got my attention is different. Hey, Tia. I calmly call out to my wife. Yes, dear. She seemed to have noticed as well. There's a little but a very stable drain on Gabriel's aura that directly gets sucked into the egg. Our daughter is eating other people's energies. She is not even out of her egg. I state this could be a problem. She might be developing inherent magic. Considering your ability to hold any type of energy and my greed, it is expected. She's going to look like Kana, isn't she? Sharing a look with my wife, we move and stop Gabriel. I tell her to get ready for our date to make her leave the room. What do you have to say for yourself, young lady? Tiamat asks the egg. Tia, she's an egg. I say, ignoring the slowly paling egg. I can communicate with her just fine. She huffs. Alrighty then. I sat down and watched this one-sided conversation. After some negotiation between mother and daughter, they agreed on something. Kana agreed to eat only from me since I was the tastiest. We learned that a drop of origin energy is enough for her to be satisfied. Why do I feel like I failed as a parent already? I took Gabriel to our date with heavy feelings on my shoulders. I honestly don't know where to take her, according to intel I gathered by just asking Gabriel herself. She usually doesn't have time for hobbies, and even when she does, she pretty much tried everything except entertainment like movies or video games and such. But those are too normal, so I broke another taboo of mine and took Gabriel to a version of Nasuverse where one of the timelines is about to be put under quantum lock and snipped. This timeline is perfect in a sense if you look at it from a human point of view. This is an actual utopia on Earth. I figured Gabriel would love to see a world without suffering, also I may or may not have wanted to glance at the cup of heaven if I can find it. And so, the great inventor brought peace and turned this world into a utopia where no one suffers and no children cry. I explained the world's background to the shocked seraph. Okay, I may not have thought this through. Also, I have to deny the local Merlin from using his clairvoyance on Gabriel by flipping him off at random intervals. He just doesn't give up. This. But you said this world is going to end. Why? Gabriel is shocked because, yes, Root is about to pull the plug on this world. This type of world peace means stagnation. If you stagnate, you die. The world only cares about progress, humanity here stopped progressing. So the world is pulling their plug. I solemnly state. Are you telling me true peace is impossible? Arg. Now I can't unsee a ginger Gabriel supporting with Renegan. No, our world doesn't have a higher power that can pull the plug, but yes, the universe tends to balance itself. I reply. Unless it's your own universe, I chuckle inwardly thinking about my ball of nothing. It's binding to my soul nicely. Well, that's depressing. Tell me, Merlin, why did you bring me here? To be honest, I figured you'd like seeing a world without human suffering, but it kinda backfired. I chuckle nervously. Well, it was nice until I realized the implications. Why don't we chat a bit more before returning home? I nod at her and sit down on a cloud. Chats with Gabriel feel more like therapy than conversations. Then again, that is the exact reason I wanted her with me. I am not going to lie, power got to my head, I did stuff without caring about the consequences. It's not like I can fix myself at this point, but this should help me with control. So Merlin, why did you agree to sleep with me, or should I say why did you arrange the situation to reach that point? She asks. I have come to realize I am becoming unhinged more than normal. I figured you could help. You did all of that just to get me to be your wife? Yes. That's kinda sweet, but is that all? I mean, yeah, I had no intentions to increase the number of girls in the harem, but I figured if I am getting a therapist I would rather get someone I can love. So you're not getting more girls? Well, I kinda need a manager. Then. Well, 5 is a good number, don't you think? I have no intentions to get more, I figured I could handle, but it seems 5 is my limit. I explain. Well, I honestly don't know what to think about harems. Solomon. I remind her, making her sigh in defeat. A wise man said, Solomon had over 1,000 wives and he was the wisest man, he must have known something. Anyway, unless something unexpected happens, no more additions to the harem. Dear, I believe this is what humans call jinxing one's self. Fuck. Language. Muramasa-san. I called out to the redhead blacksmith. I am not sure why he looks like a Miyashiro, but this guy is a descendant of Muramasa and he is also a blacksmith like his ancestor. He has a blade blacksmith sacred gear, but I can feel that it is unstable due to his inheritance messing with it. Maybe the blade blacksmith Grigori gave to Kiba was his before they offed him. Wait, wasn't that related to his friend's souls? I don't remember. I came to realize, it is useless to think about descendants, this guy inherited Sengo Muramasa's soul and counts as a hero. Descendant, but on the other hand Arthur and Luffy count as descendants despite not inheriting the spirits of their ancestors. I naturally don't have anything relating to DXD Merlin neither, but I do count as his descendant. Yes, that is me. How may I help, sir? He goes for a handshake, I return it, uncaring his soot-covered hands. I was wondering if you are taking orders for swords. I ask. Unfortunately, I have been having some health problems lately. It appears I have one of those pesky sacred gear things in my soul, I keep messing up. He clenches his hands to a fist. This is the first person I have met that hated their sacred gear. Even Valerie was okay with hers. What if I can help you with that? I offer and give him my card. Not everyone knows my handsome face after all. Well, I'll be glad if you could help. Hopefully glad enough to forge a katana. Yeah, sure. He chuckles. I quickly fixed his little problem. Some inheritors receive some parts of their ancestors' souls for some reason, as I said before, and OG Muramasa was basically waging a war on the sacred gear. I promptly seal that part inside the sacred gear, turning Blade Blacksmith into something else. SG will be capable of doing new things. Something along the lines of UBW. OG Muramasa will return to wherever he came from upon his descendant's death, so he isn't permanently sealed. Now I want you to forge a sword with these materials. I bring out blackened armor pieces. They're taken from Vala's balance breaker after she managed to mix her devil trigger with it, making the pieces demonic draconic in nature. The sword forged won't match up to Yamato, but it will be compatible with divine dividing. Then maybe Albion's ability can cut space. He still claims he could do it if he was alive in his prime, but none of us believe in him at this point. Chapter 30, Chapter. And it had to be done. Working on creating foe helped me a lot in the way of creating the dungeon core. I am about to have a working prototype soon enough. Hey, Merlin. A slender arm wraps around my shoulder. Looking up I see Valley. I peck her lips without replying. This should fluster her long enough to let me tidy my desk. Yes, Valley. I ask as she finally reboots. Ahem, I was going to ask if you wanted to join me in today's watching. She asks while taking out a pack of popcorns. The watching she mentioned is just Tiamat training Isamu. I don't know what she said to Valley, but Valley is holding a grudge. Seeing that I have nothing else to do, I nod and get up. I might as well watch Issei equivalent get beaten. Supreme Maid, Merlin, I want you to meet with Rias when you can make time, okay? Also, look how cute she is here, cute Rias age 8.jpg. Flowery bastard, Nay-san, I said. I am not interested. Supreme Maid, then I'll keep going until you are. Also, fix your nickname. Flowery bastard is offline. I need to make a plan to hitch Rias off with someone else. But how? Isamu is the only one with enough plot armor and she's a female unless. Merlin, you have a really scary expression on your face. It is nothing, Valley-chan. Chan. Get up, Hayadu. It's just 10 kilometers and you're already down. How pathetic. Tiamat scolds Isamu. I have been running huff non-stop, you devil. She complains. She activated her sacred gear after some months worth of training. Issei was 17 and a devil in canon when he unlocked boosted gear. Isamu is 16 and still human. According to Tiamat, the first thing Drake did upon waking up was scream like he saw the worst nightmare of his life. I am a dragon, she is a devil. Tiamat points towards us, Valley specifically. Isamu doesn't comment on Valley nor the fact we are eating popcorn. It seems she is used to Valley watching her. So old hag, who is that handsome fellow? Isamu points at me. That's my husband, Isamu. Also, who are you calling hag? Run another 10 kilometers now. My wife smiles brilliantly. Yes, ma'am. Once Isamu got completely wasted, she wasn't even able to walk. Despite her brutal training, Tiamat doesn't want Isamu to die, so whenever training ends she tends to her until she is back on her feet. So we're having a picnic while she recovers. Well, she's recovered enough to eat already. What is your dream in life, Isamu? I ask cryptically. Artoria would have started running if she saw my current expression. I want a harem. I smile at her answer. It is good that her personality is the same. Don't you already have a reverse harem? Those guys are lame. I refused to sleep with them the other day and they just told me they don't need me. She frowns before she sneers. Then I found them sleeping together. It seems they gave up on females completely. I ignore the last part for my sanity's sake. So how are you planning on getting a harem? This time Tiamat asks. I mean, there's magic. There must be something that can bless me with a retractable futa. Isamu starts telling us her dream, but forget about that. Tiamat cuts her. Huh. Unless you become a strong being capable of changing genders, it is impossible. Tiamat shuts her down. That's weird, considering the amounts of perverts in this world. Someone would have figured how to do that. I mutter while doing calculations back in my mind. I am going to make the impossible. I don't know the reason, but there's a fatal lack of pervy magic. I know someone tried the futa deal but it didn't work. Tiamat explains. I have solidified my plan, it is ready. I can already hear thousands of readers puking at the idea, but it has to be done. Man, I wish I was a futa. Isamu mutters. Wish fucking granted. I must have the title of Dick Wizard. The world stops as I cast my magic, as if the whole reality focused its attention on this historical moment. Heavens roars, warning me not to go against the natural order of things, but I also feel support from a faraway realm boosting me up. EXE is helping me. Boob Goddess needs an advocate here and Isamu fits the bill. Normally I don't like someone meddling in my business, but I'll let this slide. As if angry at my defiance, lighting strikes around us, scaring Isamu, but I hold firm. Utilizing every bit of magic knowledge and cheats, I cast the forbidden spell. Poof. Everything reverts as if nothing happened. I sit back and sip my tea like I haven't done anything wrong. To be honest, turning her into a male would have been easier than this. Isamu is already behind a tree checking her new brother out. I can faintly hear Drake's cries of sorrow. Merlin, what the fuck? Valley yells. It had to be done. I stand my ground. Asterisk Albion sobbing asterisk, even Albion cannot laugh at his rival's suffering. Why? Tiamat gently asks. She has a hopeful expression. She is hoping I would have a logical explanation. He probably wanted the title. Angelica hits the nails on the head. That's not untrue, but I also need her to seduce a girl to stop Graphia from breathing down our necks. Who is that girl? Rias Gremory. Girls go silent. They, of course, know who that is. Most importantly, they're also victims of Graphia's constant messages about how nice Rias is. Not even Gabriel was spared from Rias' childhood photos. To think he would go this far to protect our family. Tiamat is crying. I can see Valley and Angelica holding each other with solemn expressions. I can finally get back at those two idiots by getting a harem. Isamu yells, causing Valley and Angelica to break down and cry as well. Did I say something wrong? No, just promise me you won't use that gift for evil. Yes, sir. I am back at Golden Dawn because Lu Fei is having her last test on fairy magic. Once she passes this, she will be graduating from my class. She's writing furiously like she's on a timer. She got that from her other classes. My tests don't have a time limit like others, you just need to answer the questions. With mental boosting spells being a thing, it doesn't take long anyway, then again not everyone can use them. Of course, I will keep giving her homework on other things, but I will no longer have a responsibility towards her. While it doesn't matter in the end, I won't be implicated once she betrays the organization to go after Arthur. I hear, he already left House of Pendragon. It is only a matter of time Lu Fei follows her brother. Soon little Lu Fei gives me her paper. She hasn't made a single mistake. Well, you aced it, Lu Fei. I have nothing else left on what I can teach you about fairy magic. No way. Yes, you're graduating from my class. Well, considering I only ever had 2 students, that I can't call it that. Sensei. Will you keep teaching me? I can send homework, but I have a project going that needs my full attention. I see. Well, what do you want as your graduation present? Eh? There is something like that. Just in my class. Well, I have never been to an amusement park. Can we go? Lu Fei asks shyly. I raise my hand in a manner to say wait for a second and pull up my phone. Flowery bastard, certified dick wizard Arthur, why haven't you taken your sister to an amusement park so far? Megain swordsman, what is an amusement park? Flowery bastard, certified dick wizard, did you guys grow up in a castle away from civilization? Megain swordsman, yes. I put my phone back and rub my eyes. I mean seriously. Even I have been to an amusement. Well, that was my past life and I was 6 years old. I doubt that counts. Well, I don't mind going. Yes. Can we invite Arthur and Isama? Sure. I agree with that. For a second I thought Lu Fei was trying to land a date with me. She's 14 now and I keep seeing her reading romance books. I got scared for a second. I had a sudden realization about why Supernatural doesn't go to regular amusement parks. Because rides are boring compared to what they're used to, the speed seems slow, Horror House looks hilarious. Even bumper cars were boring to me. The Ferris wheel was enjoyable though, but that's for a different reason. After all, Angelica is here as well, hee hee hee. At least Lu Fei and Angelica seem to be enjoying, I and Arthur not so much. Currently, we're eating some fish and chips. Lu Fei finally got tired, so we're going to leave after this. So how was it, Lu Fei? I ask. It was less impressive than I expected, but it was fun nonetheless. This whole thing felt like a double date, to be honest. Angelica comments while I quickly conjure some invisible air shields to protect us from the spit-out food. The siblings are not in love with each other, but Angelica loves teasing them. You had to tease them, didn't you? I turn to Angelica, she just gives me a peace sign. Chapter 31, Chapter. It looks stable enough, dear. Tiamat checks the prototype dungeon core. You don't mind designing monsters for the dungeons? I am still working on the randomizer for appearances. So I had once again taken Tia's help. Well, I am experienced in biology. It is enjoyable for me, maybe I'll retire from being a referee and do that. She hums in thought. Well, if you want. Why not? I say as I notice Angelica entering the room. Master, we have visitors. Angelica says after entering. All right, did they introduce themselves? Yes, Haimjima Suzaku from Haimjima clan with 2 members of the Slash Dog team and Yasaka of Kyoto Yokai faction. Huh, why are they here? I don't remember doing anything wrong in this land. I stop as I remember Isamu. I don't remember doing something that could make them angry. Well, we kinda forgot to introduce ourselves. Tiamat says while walking past me. Right. I just bought a house and moved in but didn't see the authorities of the land. Getting upstairs we were first greeted by the sight of Tobio, accused user of the sacred gear Canis Lycaon. The sacred gear itself was sniffing the house, and Lavinia Rennie, who has absolute demise. Next to them standing was Yasaka with all her glory and Haimjima Suzaku, cousin of Akino. But wait, there's more. At the end of the room, I could see 2 blondes awkwardly standing behind, Riser and Ravel. Angelica swiftly received everyone and seated them in the living room. On the other hand, my gaze was on Tobio's hand and the hands of Lavinia and Suzaku. Tobio has a wedding ring with different colored stripes matching the girls, the evidence speaks for itself. This version of Tobio went with the harem route like a Chad and didn't hesitate. Edgiest character of DXD has a harem, what a time to be alive. Welcome to my house, I know I haven't visited the authorities of Japan but... why are there so many people? The question didn't need to be asked. Ahaha, well, Suzaku was sent by the 5 principal clans and I had to accompany her as her husband. Tobio takes Suzaku's hand in his. As for Lavinia, I am pretty sure I don't need to say. I nod as I turn towards Valley only to find her getting glomped on by Lavinia. Va-chan, you stopped visiting after getting a boyfriend. Wani-chan is sad. Lavinia promptly buried my girlfriend into her cleavage before she could answer. Well, I decided to tag along once I saw the group. It works for me as well since my schedule is pretty tight. Yasaka causally mentions. Ravel wanted to visit you, Merlin-sama. We ran into the group after we got our Kyoto passes. I nod at Riser. Well, I always hated group conversations, too many things to focus on. And, you and me buddy. I start making small talk to clear the awkward air while Angelica and Tiamat prepare tea. Valley was unable to leave her adopted sister's cleavage and help them. Once the tea was served we started speaking about the main topic of today, me. How nice. Please don't misunderstand our intentions, Merlin-san, but after Romania, you should be pretty used to being asked about your intentions. Yasaka politely says. In bolder terms, they're hoping I am not plotting something that will harm Japan in the end. Well, I am working on a project, yes, I figured Japan would be a suitable place for it. Unfortunately, it isn't finished yet. I was planning on contacting you once it was finished but... I helplessly shrug. Is it possible to share details about this project? Suzaku asks this time, her tone is a tad hostile. If she's Tobio's wife then she probably heard a bunch of stuff about me from him via Azazel. There is no doubt Azazel filled them with his bullshit. I am going to teleport us to an alternative dimension, is everyone okay with that? I look over to my guests. Will it take long? I can't stay away from Kyoto ley lines for too long. Yasaka asks. It should take around 10 minutes. Seeing her nod I go back to my work. Well, it is better to show than explaining, so if you'll excuse me. Without waiting I clap my hands. Meanwhile, I connect to the prototype dungeon core and use it to generate a dungeon. ID, Goblin, this is for prototype only. The dungeon is going to have a fixed entrance once it is open to public. Following the clear spatial fluctuation, we found ourselves in the same house but with ruined furniture. Welcome to the dungeon. I announce with a grin. I cannot believe you're okay after pulling such a stunt, even gods fell after messing with this stuff. Yasaka comments while killing goblins with her foxfire. Well, I have to give it to Merlin-chan. This place is the most stable alternative dimension I ever saw. That's praise considering where Lavinia comes from. She used to work for Wizards of Oz. An association of magicians that said fuck it and split up from Grauzauberer, creating a realm in the dimensional gap. They are mostly evil too. Well, this place would be beneficial to any faction that has access to it. Suzaku says her piece. Yeah, even though it is little. The fact that we can get stronger just by fighting is impossible to believe. Tobio comments while watching Jean tear up goblins. That dog is terrifying, I wanted to pet him but he just turned his fur into swords by pulling a Heaven's Feel Shiro on me. Well, that's all and good but the best part is that it might clear the world once it's finished, maybe we'll see a rise of new Sanins. I am glad to see Yasaka is thinking about the bigger picture. Yasaka-san, were there any Sanin named Jiraiya? The pervy toad sage is the only one I remember with that name. My mother used to tell me how he would use his sage arts to peek at women. Why are you asking? Well, I did read Naruto. I tell, making her grin. Yeah, the author had some inspirations from our people it seems. She comments. Hearing no comments from Phoenix as I turn to them. They look dumbfounded and awed, I guess I once again leveled up in their minds. Well, I guess this is enough for demonstrations, the dungeon isn't ready to handle more than 6 people for long at this point. I end their fun getting some pouts from ladies. No need to pout, the respawn system isn't working yet, and I'd rather not stay here longer without that working. I bullshit some, I need Yasaka to speak with Amaterasu. If I were to barge into Yomi straight away without telling Amaterasu she might take offense. What's that? They say together as I bring us back home. This place is going to harbor all the malice of the world, I don't want this place to turn into a slaughterhouse for supernaturals. I elaborate. So I made a revival system but I need a death god to power it, of course, he or she will have their own interests as well. I am not asking them to do it for free. You want to talk with Izanami-sama? Yasaka looks at me like I have 2 heads. Tiamat said she mellowed down after her second marriage. I say with a confused tone. Izanami-sama remarried. She didn't tell anyone. I turn to Tiamat. Her first husband got scared of her sight after death and shut the door to the human world to her. They're lucky she calmed down. Tiamat says. Well, I guess. Anyway, Yasaka-san, can you relay my request to Amaterasu-sama? Sure. But don't hope for a positive response. I nod. At worst I can read some mythology. There's bound to be other female death gods that are still alive. No pun intended. No, Merlin-kun. If you manage to talk with Izanami-sama, could you ask if my aunt is there as well? Suzaku asks. Her tone is no longer hostile. I guess she realized Azazel was bullshitting. Sure, but I need her full info. Shuri married a fallen while she was a shrine maiden. She is most likely went to Yomi after death. Of course, I will send it later. All my girls don't cook desserts since I don't particularly like sweets. So I didn't lie to her. I quickly exchanged numbers with Riser while Ravel was imagining things. She even has a clear thought bubble on her head. She unconsciously does that illusion whenever she gets absent-minded. Riser explains. Well, it's cute. I comment. The Phoenixes couldn't stay for more due to having prior commitments and they left, leaving the house to its silence once again. Merlin, are you busy? I hear Gabriel. Not at the moment, what's up? I look at her. Well, I am finished with today's work. I was wondering if we can watch a movie. She pulls out Spider-Man 2 from her boob space. Seriously, that boob space thing is broken. I can replicate it but I need to buff my chest muscles for it to work. Sure. Once again I am back at Phoenix Castle, eating Ravel's pastries. She got better since I last ate them. I am discussing Ravel's intentions to become my manager with her parents. Well, I didn't have to do anything. They were throwing Ravel towards me upon teleporting to the castle. So I will be one bishop down, such a waste. I smile at Riser's sad expression. It is an innocent smile full of familial love. He is so taken back that he can't speak. Of course, I have no intentions of taking Ravel while giving nothing. I have this weird sense of right and wrong that I can't just do that. This is also a perfect opportunity to bait Rise of him too. I have been leaving traces whenever I make use of my dimensional gate, while hoping he would learn about it. Learn about it and run into me, so I can kill him without bothering to search him with other spells. Then Riser, how about a trade? I will get you a suitable bishop. Oh, Merlin-sama is too generous. I won't reject, but can we see this bishop candidate? Well, her condition is a bit tricky, so let me explain it first. Saying this I get up and conjure some screens. There's an image of a 15-year-old redhead with red eyes. Mio Naru's 15, possessor of gravity magic. She is a half-demon from another world. I turn around to see their shocked faces. Please, don't look at me like that. Avalon also counts as another world. The place elves and dwarves went counts as another world. Seeing them nod at my explanation, I start advertising Mio like a brand new car. Her heritage is similar to being Satan's daughter, but her father sent her away to live like a normal human. Unfortunately, said father just died and sealed all his power to her with an unknown technique before his death, causing his enemies to flock at the girl to steal the power. I stop to see if they have any questions. So we just need to save her? Lord Phoenix asks. No, unfortunately during the extraction something went wrong and she died alongside her foster family. I correct the upcoming misunderstanding. Infinite worlds, infinite possibilities. While I doubt I will summon someone myself, I don't mind throwing Mio like this. This version wasn't going to survive in that version of Shinmai no Testament anyway, neither did Basara. I can summon her to this side just after her death, and Riser can reincarnate her. Considering she's half-demon already, she doesn't have much in way of the afterlife, so she would be grateful to her saviors. I grin at Riser's complicated expression. I can read his mind just by looking at his face. Mio hits all the checkboxes he has for a waifu, but he also sympathizes with the girl. What happened during the rebellion fixed this guy up. She's a redhead with twin tails who's also Tsundere little sister type. And her gravity magic is hereditary and would mix with yours without problems. The last line was the final nail on Mio's coffin. She can't enter it anymore. I can see Lady Phoenix wiping her tears with a fond smile. What is she thinking about, I wonder? Okay, since we agreed on this and already signed the contract for keeping this a secret, let's get it over with. I say while rolling up the contract. The contract itself says they have to keep anything I deem as a secret to themselves. It was a bit open-ended, but Lord Phoenix didn't care. I don't want people to know about multiversal stuff. I mean, they will eventually learn due to EXE, but still. I don't want anyone to come and ask me to summon them, powerful servants. Actually, that would be wonderful business, multiversal slave company. Wait, that already exists. Now, come here, Ravel. I will trade you with my bishop to free your brother's peace. Lady Phoenix beckons her daughter only for me to stop them. They already signed the contract to keep my secrets and I am planning on marrying their daughter. I can show my capabilities without worry. I reach out to reveal my hand going through her chest. Before anyone could react, I pull the crimson bishop from her soul. I trust this will be a secret, yes. I throw the piece to Riser. I also discreetly alter the piece. Someone other than Ajuka being able to pull the chess pieces out, that would spell trouble for devils. Despite his recent power-up, Riser isn't strong enough to reincarnate Mio without a mutation piece. So I helped him out. After all, we're going to be in-laws. Seeing them nodding, I nod in return while patting Rabble's head. Poor girl is flushed, she thought I was going for a chest. Once everyone got themselves back together, we moved to another room. Mio will be no doubt covered in blood when she's summoned, no need to stain the carpets. Dimensional gate, I connect to the desired world and focus on Mio. Pulling her to our side, I move back as Riser approaches her bloody figure. Mio has a gaping hole on where her heart should be and it looks unnerving. Riser places the bishop piece on her forehead, succeeding in reincarnating Mio. The hole in her chest regenerates and she takes a breath, but she doesn't wake up. I have no fears about her getting abused. Riser went through seasons worth of character development in just one day back during the rebellion. In the end, Riser got himself a redhead and I got myself a manager. Pretty good trade if I say so myself. Chapter 33, Chapter Rise of Him Interlude. Getting downstairs to my dungeons, I go to the holding cell of my latest toy. He is already screaming and I haven't even done anything yet. Let's hope he can keep that lively attitude during our fun time. Please. I will do anything. Hearing his please puts a smile on my face. I pulled a random number generator to select a country, then I had Euclid hack into their database to randomly choose my next toy. Alan Walker, an unsuccessful author of a book series. Recently divorced, I am used to backgrounds like this at this point. What do you want from me? Well, you see, Mr. Walker. There hasn't been anything fun to do ever since the ceasefire. I broke one of his fingers. The melody never gets old. I can't just snag an angel off the streets and play with it because they're in limited numbers now. I break another finger. And my own kind decided being evil wasn't good enough. We're fucking devils. Of course, we're going to be evil. Oh, dear, I killed him accidentally. Well, it was getting boring anyway. I'll have Euclid kidnap his ex-wife next then. While humans are weak, miserable, and mostly annoying. But I must admit they have their moments. 4chan may have been the best thing they invented. Yes, this is what I do. Torture some random fellow, catch up to the latest Anon stories and do internal monologues. The last one is required to be evil. Euclid, stop mopping and get me some Mountain Dew. I call out to my aide. He has been throwing knives at that Merlin kid's photos. Apparently, his sister adopted him or something. Poor thing still thinks she's being held captive. I keep him around to enjoy his delusions. Right away, Lord Lucifer. His loyalty is commendable as well. Sigh, mother, what am I going to do with you? It's been over 500 years, I tried everything. Why won't you wake up? I glance at my mother's comatose form. She's been like this ever since Dad died. I tried everything at my disposal. If she was awake, Underworld wouldn't have become like this. Although the latest attempt for civil war was cute, they didn't plan it through. What were they thinking? Those two super devils would just sit back and watch it. Sighing, I went back to my throne and sat down. I am bored. I wish something fun would happen. My lord. You must see this. Euclid comes back with a paper. I asked for Mountain Dew. Ha 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 ha. Other worlds exist. Euclid and his merry band of scientists detected a new world. According to Euclid, there have been multiple dimensional events in the last 2 years. It took them the third to pinpoint it to a person. That Merlin kid has a ticket to another world. Another world to play, to conquer. I might even get to act like a demon lord, ha 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 ha. Euclid, we must get this kid. Use everything we have at our disposal. Contact to those old Satan farts if you must. Yes, my lord. Why don't I help you with that rise of him? Hearing that voice, I stiffened. The benefits of making this hideout in the realm of the dead were bigger than putting it anywhere in the world. The biggest risk was the brother-sister primordial gods living here, not that bag of bones. But luckily Nyx and Erebus were too busy containing Tartarus to bother me, which was the main reason for my choice of location. What brought you to my humble abode, Lady Nyx? I smile at one of the people who can kill me in this world. I may be a super devil as well, but my father made me intending to fight with grandfather's toys, not primordial gods. I am simply under-equipped. I asked a question. Ah yes, why not? It will save me the resources, but I am curious, what has he done to draw your ire? He has been doing something with malice. It got Tartarus agitated. I wince. Not even I am stupid enough to mess with malice in the air. I am more interested in increasing it, but I have no intentions of absorbing it. He will be going to Yomi to meet with that pedophile. I will bait him here, don't mess this up. With that Nyx leaves. Well, Euclid, start cleaning. We're having visitors. Yes, my lord. Also, where is my Mountain Dew? Right away, my lord. Nix POV. I spat after leaving that sickening place. That kid has some loose screws in his head. That Merlin kid slipped up and drew his attention and I have to clean it up. Like I don't have enough problems, now I have to watch his back. I sigh, this is worth it. He might be able to fix Tartarus's problem. I have noticed a slight decrease in the malice of the world. It made Tartarus calmer, although not calm enough to relax. It gave me and my brother enough room to breathe and look for the source of the decrease. It traces back to that Merlin. I sent some of my minions to inspect him. I have a feeling he noticed but didn't care, and I saw his plans up close. If he can make this, Tartarus could finally be free. I can finally be free. All I need to do is make sure he doesn't die before he finishes that dungeon. I tap into my familiar's eyes, only to find Merlin holding it in his hands grinning at it. Wow, such familiar, much invisible. You need him, calm down. I am trusting you, Merlin. Don't fuck this up. Merlin POV. I released the invisible familiar. That thing was interesting. It was more interesting than the Grim Reapers and their replica Hades cap of invisibility I stole when I dealt with Samuel. I am quite aware that it belongs to Nyx. Normally I would be apprehensive, but after I learned about her story here, which was different than LN, I figured she wants my help with Tartarus. Fighting a hentai, tentacle monster for years must have been mortifying. I don't mind helping her. After all, Tartarus is the second largest source of malice. Fokuin can take him down as his debut to the world and get some reputation for himself. Merlin-sama, I was looking at the schedule you gave me, but are you just giving an hour per day to your women? Ravel comes in with papers in her hand. I gave her my current schedule and my plans, at least the ones I will do in public, so she can rearrange them. Ravel-chan, I have time manipulation. I can stretch that hour into years. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to ask. She blushes and leaves. She didn't even ask about my meeting with Izanami, but she's curious about how much time I am spending on my women. Such a dutiful manager. Yes, Yasaka sent some of her men to give me an official letter. I am allowed to go into Yomi and talk with Izanami at some point. There's even a little letter from Izanagi asking me to give her. He is sorry about everything, it seems. I feel like I am going to dive into some family drama, but whatever. Too bad I can't meet her right away since she has a tight schedule. It seems it isn't only Amaterasu who can't get a break from work. Chapter 34, Chapter. In the basement of a certain wizard, there exists a tank. Inside of the tank is filled with a green liquid substance. It is a nutritional liquid, also breathable. There's a squirrel-like white being floating inside, sleeping, awaiting his birth. Suddenly the liquid starts vaporizing, waking the little guy up. He awakens completely after feeling someone cupping his head, and opens his eyes to see a teen with long white hair and purple eyes. He looks handsome and gorgeous at the same time. Any female would fall for such a face, but he only feels annoyed at his grin. He disturbed his sleep, he must pay. Girls, meet my soul-bound familiar, Cathpalag, also known as Fokuin. I dramatically gesture towards my head where he stands. Merlin, he is pulling your hair. Valis says. He doesn't seem to share your enthusiasm. Tiamat adds. Well, he looks cute. Gabriel tries to save it. Ah, don't worry, he is just grumpy because he just woke up. Stop biting my glorious locks, Cathpalag. Foe. He pulls them harder. Why did I do this to myself again? I reach for him and hold him with my hands. We share a look before I pass him to Gabriel. She could use some fluff. Tsukomi aside, Foe and I have perfect understanding of each other from the start, so he isn't really trying to harm me. It's all in the name of comedy. Well, why don't we take a picture of the moment to remember in the future? Ravel brings a camera. She is yet to adjust to the lifestyle of our home. I mean, a lowly dragon is guarding a cognizant egg and everyone is living in the basement instead of using the living room. The only thing she didn't find weird was our treatment of Kanna. Ravel straight up hugged her at sight. Well, why not? Fokuin, come on, pose with me. First I make a background with some illusions. Then I make double peace signs and grin at the camera. Flash. The addition of Foe was also meant that the dungeon is ready for testing. Since I have yet to talk with Izanami and get her approval, I needed some other people to test it. So you had friends after all, Valley. How cruel of you to not introduce them to your boyfriend. I fake cry, making Valley embarrassed. They are not my friends, they're people I found powerful and can get even stronger. Valley explained. I look over to future Team Valley and nod. Sure. The most of the team is here minus Fenrir and Gormagog since they got those two during canon. I can see that Arthur found Excalibur, Ruler. Luffy has a new broom. Biko is arguing with Valley about what counts as friends and Kuroka is staring at me. I honestly don't have any intentions for her. I realize that even 5 girls hard to upkeep even with time manipulation. I simply don't have the emotional capacity. While I am ripping off fate Merlin, I am not that Merlin, I do have a heart despite my actions so far. Shaking my head I clear the depressing thoughts and grin at my test subjects. Valley here. Seeing that Valley and Biko still arguing I throw the katana I ordered for her. What is this? It feels familiar. I had Muramasa forge that from your balance breaker armor pieces. It should be good enough that you can finally pull off that move. I grin at her. She doesn't speak but materializes divine dividing and pulls the katana out of its sheath before making a straight slash. Divide. Albion announces as space splits into two. Ahaha, I told you my divide can pull it off. Of course he has to boast. It took me to get a badass blacksmith to forge this sword. It's not your power that helped. Please don't ruin this for me, Vala does that enough already. Two heavenly dragons, poor guys. One of them has to deal with a freshly minted Futa and the other has a host that constantly abuses his emotions. Seeing that everyone is once again paying attention I move on. Well, I am assuming Valley has told you what this is about but I'll repeat just in case. You're here to join me in testing the prototype dungeon. I explain getting nods and understanding. In return, you will be getting stronger by clearing the generated dungeons alongside me. I keep explaining. Question. How strong are the monsters in this dungeon? Well, so far we only have monsters up to low god class. Tiamat is working on designs for the stronger ones, so choose your poison. I will be limiting myself to get experience anyway. Fokuin, cue the drum roll. I call out to him, he has a tiny drum set. Drum roll portal to dungeon opens. The last floor was horrifying. Arthur of all people throws himself into the bean bags. We're on the resting floor of the dungeon. Yes, instead of putting monster-free zones, I put resting rooms in the dungeon. Well, I didn't know Tiamat added monster slimes. I mean, there are slimes in this world but they're harmless. But it wasn't that bad. I calm them down. The ones in the dungeon are horrible and most of them are immune to physical attacks. Have you seen their eyes? They have no souls. Yes, Lufei, that's kinda the point. Vala pats the horrified girl on the head. The only ones that didn't comment on the slimes were Biko and Kuroka. Considering how weird yokai could get I am not surprised. Ano Merlin-sama. Kuroka approaches with a blush on her face. I am not sure if it's because of exhaustion or arousal. Yes, Kuroka. I am surprised that she hasn't made a perverted remark. She doesn't even do that Naya thing. Then again she was mostly respectful towards powerful people. She didn't even try to seduce me. Maybe she got scared after seeing Tiamat and Gabriel. I doubt that you'll accept it but I have to ask. Can you give me children? Pin drops silence. Why do you want my children? Well, I might have accidentally caused my race to get killed. I want to have strong children to make sure Nikosho survives. I am pretty experienced with creating life at this point. How about this, once I go to visit Izanami I'll ask for some Nikosho souls and we can put them in volunteering Nikomata mothers. I don't need Izanami's help on this but using a god's name is a good way to make people trust you. You can do that really. Kuroka grabs my robes and looks up. Her yellow eyes filled with hope. Well, it doesn't pose any difficulty for me, it's up to Shinto God's decision. I slowly free her hands off my robe. She nods in a subdued manner and goes back to the group with a slight skip in her steps. Where are we going this time, Merlin? Well, unfortunately, I don't have another world trip planned. I was hoping we could roam the Garden of Eden and have a picnic. Well, it would have been lovely but it's been a while since I went down to lower heavens. Why? Did something happen? Gabriel gives me a blank look. The other angels are smoking and drinking non-stop. I am honestly surprised that we can still do our jobs. Well, I did automate the system. So technically they're not working as much as they used to. Anyway, we can't really visit the garden. Also, I might start eating all the apples again. She pouts. Her apple craving is worsening. Hungry for apples. I raise a basket full of apples. I shouldn't but I can't stop myself. Well, if we can't roam the garden then we might as well make our picnic somewhere else. I say while pulling out a world map. Well, I do know a nice place. I found it about 5 years ago when I snuck out to travel the world. Gabriel points out a small island as she bites an apple. My angel wife, even though we are not married yet, is cute. Chapter 35, Chapter. Finally, the day of the meeting has arrived. I wore my robes and gently put Foe to his little bed. He fell asleep on my shoulders while I was working. This little guy has been hard at work learning how to control his powers alongside the controls of the dungeon. Leaving the room I came across Valley. I want to come with you. She firmly states. Sure, but is there a reason? I am surprised at how determined she looks. My instincts tell I would regret not coming. Is it your womanly instincts or your dragon instincts? I mean, I know I will run into Rizavim there since I was the one that manipulated people to reach to this point. His research institute is on the way, Valley coming with me would be better. She is strong enough to take him down once I cancel his sacred gear canceller. After all, Rizavim is on the weaker spectrum of super devils. Valley with her devil trigger boosted juggernaut drive is more than capable of taking him down. Devil trigger did wonders for divine dividing, it basically absorbed the curse of the previous users and made Val's devil trigger stronger. She's nowhere close to Sin Devil Trigger, but there's no need for that. Considering Sin Devil Trigger Dante is capable of ending a universe, if I remember from VS Battles Wiki, I think Valley is plenty strong. Both. You do know that Izanami is married, right? I tease. Shut it, I am coming. Ravel, we are leaving. I let her know, she can't come with me all the time after all. I should take her out once this dungeon deal is handled. I mean, I understand that this is the realm of the dead and all, but why is it all ice? Couldn't gods make a better afterlife for their believers? I complained as we walked the icy roads. Why are we even walking when we have wings? Valley asks herself, then stops. Well, I have wings, should I carry you, my good sir? I can fly by myself just fine. Also, despite the horrible weather, this place isn't all that bad. Truly. I am staying optimistic. We kept walking and walking. None of us know the actual location of Yomi. We're lost, aren't we? Yep. Why did I trust your confidant smile? Let's find a Grim Reaper to ask. Well, why not ask that raven-haired lady over there? I point towards Nyx, who is slowly making her way towards us. That's Nyx, you know. The primordial goddess Nyx. Albion says, his tone strained. The same goddess scared off Zeus. Valley asks with slight excitement in her voice. She is truly fearless. Well, I doubt she's here to fight. She might even give us the directions to Yomi. I calm her down. I am basically building a dungeon of endless monsters that keeps getting stronger, and Valley is still looking for fights. Oh my, what an interesting sight. A living couple on a date, though I must say you two have terrible taste, who comes to the realm of the dead for a date? Nyx softly speaks. We're not on a date and we're also lost. Valley takes the lead. She is probably afraid I would hit on the goddess. We aren't. I exclaim in shock, earning a chuckle from Nyx. Well, tell me your destination. We're going to Yomi. Valley starts, but my repressed chaos decides to show itself. Do you know the way? I ask with an Ugandan accent, followed by clicking noises made with illusions. Both women stop and stare at me for a second. Sorry, it had to be done even though it is not a meme yet. It's still 2007 here. What's a meme? Nyx asks. The poor lady, she probably doesn't have time to keep up with modernization. Not important, can we get the directions? Thank you very much. Valley hits me with her elbow and winces when she takes damage from the hit instead. Very well. You see that valley over there? Nyx points out, seeing us nod, she continues. You need to follow that valley until you run into the totally not a super secret research institute. She continues to like what she said was normal. Then take a left, in about half a kilometer you'll see the entrance to Yomi. Thanks. Valley awkwardly waves at the retreating primordial. We're totally not going to check the totally not a super secret research institute, right? I grin. For fuck's sake. Whoever thought putting 10 levels of the security system must be a devil? Valley kicks the last door open as she yells. Yes, I have been hacking the security system after the security system. It is not boring to me, but Valley got bored. Well, last time I checked I was indeed a devil, dear granddaughter. Rizavim's voice comes to our ears as we enter the last level. I can see Rizavim sitting on a throne with two blazers on the side of the throne. There's an ice block on top of the throne containing a raven-haired woman with a succubus tail. Next to Rizavim, I see Euclid gritting his teeth while looking at me with hatred. You. Valley points at Rizavim. Me. He points at himself. I sigh, to think I am sharing my sense of humor with this guy. Before anyone can talk back, Euclid activates the security system that I hacked on the way to trap us here. Well, while I would like to catch up with you, Valley-chan. I need your boyfriend, so can you sit back while I torture the information out of him? Seeing the doors lock, Rizavim gets up and walks towards us. Why go straight to torture? Where's your decency? We're fresh out, I am afraid. Like hell, I'll let you get killed by Merlin. You're mine. And Valley goes straight to her balance breaker and attacks. I already disabled Rizavim's ability, she should be fine. Meanwhile, I am going to mess with Euclid. Hello, you look like Graphia Nasan. Do you happen to be a relative? How dare you call her that? She's my sister. But she adopted me. That means we're brothers as well. I grin. Like hell you are. You're nothing, I am the better Ototo. When did this turn into a competition? I doubt it, you weren't even there when she needed it. Also look, she even braided my hair. Arg. Euclid roars, seeing my glorious braids. I will kill you. And lunges at me. I take that moment to think about something. Something to notice about the DxD world is the lack of perverted spells. There was none until Issei came up with Dress Break. I am serious, I checked. While it wasn't my biggest achievement, I managed to create one-hit kill perverted spell that works for both genders. The humiliation aspect was enough for me to create it. But first, a full mosaic censoring, an illusion for my own mental health. Seeing that Euclid is completely turned mosaic including his face, I cast my next spell, Forced Orgasm. Euclid lets out a horrible scream and falls to the ground. Forced, in the name, implies that it is not an enjoyable experience because there's no true release. This spell would turn sadists into masochists, but it hasn't reached its full potential due to my fears. Luckily, I and Valley can only see him turning over and wiggling like a worm with mosaic covering. Unholy shit. I am suddenly happy that I am fighting Valichan. Rise of him comments as he dodges another hit. I feel a glare at the back of my head, but I ignore it in the favor of recording Euclid. I am not going to kill him, but this video is going to my blackmail stash, Graphia would understand. Then again, I can just say I didn't know who he was. Rise of him is going to die, and I doubt Euclid would survive this with his mind intact. Valley won't snitch me either. Forced Orgasm x10, seeing the spell ending, I cast it again with even more power, but soon it gets boring to watch his mosaic form suffer. So I turn towards Valley to see how she's doing, only to find her in Juggernaut Drive Devil Trigger mode pulling a Judgment Cut end at Rise of him. That was from Devil May Cry, wasn't it? Rise of him asks while checking his body. It looks like it wasn't cut at all. Valley doesn't reply and sheets her katana back, causing Rise of him to fall apart from the cuts. Chapter 36, Chapter. Once Valley incinerated Rise of him's remains, we went back to Euclid. He is laying on the floor with a blank expression, his eyes are open but there is no light in them. Since the spell wore off, the mosaic is gone as well. I am not touching him. Valley suddenly says. Well, one of us has to take him to authorities, Lilith too. Since I have a meeting scheduled, Valley is the only one left for the job. I'll teleport you and him to home and message Graphia. She should know what to do. Valley nods and I use the lull of the moment to kiss her. You finally got rid of him, huh? Yeah. Thanks for the help. I couldn't have done it without you. She smiles, her face is bright as the sun. Euclid groans. Fuck, he's still awake. Startled by the noise, Valley kicks Euclid, ruining the atmosphere. Why can't we have an emotional lovely-dovely moment? I yell indignantly. Since the moment is broken, I kiss Valley again and teleport her back home along with Euclid and Lilith. Now, Nick said take a left from here, right? Yomi is a bit different than the rest of the realm of the dead. First of all, there's no ice here, there is soil but it is all blackened and corrupted. Some yellow flowers are blooming, they radiate green-yellow light, it actually does reminds me of nuclear waste. I don't want to joke about it, but it seems WW2 hit this place hard as well. I know what you're thinking. A calm and soft feminine voice reaches my ears. But that's not it, we have an agreement with the Japanese government. This is their way of getting rid of nuclear waste. I turn towards the voice. The owner of the voice is a black-haired Japanese woman that is dressed like a Shinigami from Bleach, but she doesn't have a sword on her. Hello. She waves. Hi, I had a meeting with Izanami-sama. Oh. You're the guy I was waiting for. She circles around me, inspecting me. Very well, as you might have guessed, I am a Shinigami. Izanami-sama asked me to bring you to her. She looks into my eyes before pulling out a fruit. Want a bite? Japanese underworld is similar to the Greek underworld when it comes to food. Once you eat it, you can't go back to the land of the living. Well, that fruit won't work on me, but still, cute attempt. I'm not hungry. I smirk at her. She starts moving as I follow. TCH, such a handsome face. I had to try. Then she turns towards me again. Hey, want to convert to Shintoism? It would be a waste if you end up in void when you die. I am alright on my choice of afterlife. Atheists and those without faith go to void, at least that is the common belief. Who would have thought? One would assume they would be randomly distributed based on where they died, but nope. The Shinigami who never gave me her name guided me to a Japanese shrine in the middle of the land. She kept trying to tie me here as well. I think she just likes pestering me more than anything. Eventually, we reached the shrine. Before my guide could enter, the door of the place opened and a handsome middle-aged man left. Arima-sama, is Izanami-sama available? Her visitor has arrived. Shinigami respectfully bows to the now-named Arima. Ah, yes. She said something about that. Go ahead, I am going to take a dip in the lake. He casually waves and goes towards a toxic-looking lake. Hikaru Genji route is terrifying. This guy was groomed from birth by Izanami to be her husbando if Tiamat was not lying. Merlin-sama, if you please. Shinigami calls out to me, making me realize I got sidetracked. Nodding, I enter the shrine. I don't have much knowledge of Japanese customs, let's hope it doesn't bite me in the back. Entering the shrine, I am greeted by a green-haired woman with yellow eyes. I doubt anyone else lives here. So this must be Izanami. Her skin is deathly pale, her hair looks as if the color is wearing out, and the yellow of her eyes reminds me of some altar-class servants. The most unnerving detail of her is the black scara of her eyes. With all of this combined, she looks scary but not to the point of wanting to run away. Also, I have seen worse thanks to Tiamat's imagination during her monster creation time. Oh. You're not scared. Good, then we can speak. Izanami snaps her finger. All the previously mentioned details go away, leaving a beautiful black-haired woman behind. I have a feeling that I am going to be tested like this throughout the meeting. Not minding her tricks, I sat down and bring out my papers detailing the dungeon and start explaining things. You do know the story of Tartarus, right? Izanami asks midway. Actually, I have the support of Nyx. She has been checking my work for some time to make sure a second Tartarus doesn't happen. She nods, gesturing me to continue. Then I start talking about the benefits of the dungeon to the Shinto faction and how they can use this to their benefit. I doubt my faction can have the monopoly on this thing. She mutters to herself before looking up at me. You weren't going to limit the entrance, were you? Well, once your people start benefiting from this, others will flock, but I have a plan to handle them as well. I tell. Since I am mingling with 3 factions, I can push for the treaty and make that the entrance condition. You want the dungeon, sign up for peace. Or I can just scare them with EA. That plan could work. We'll just throw the warmongers in the dungeon and have them compete that way. Izanami nods, liking the idea. What about the overflow, or will it going to get deeper and deeper? I sigh and talk about that as well. If she had let me talk, I would have come to that. Then again, my presentations have always been lackluster in university. Eventually, we reached the part about the respawn system. Izanami didn't react to it apprehensively as I was expecting. I can do that, but what do I get out of it? Some years worth of lifespan. That won't cut, Merlin. Well, I had expected she won't be satisfied with that. I planned that those who died would lose some lifespan and that lifespan would be given to Izanami as payment. I guess she doesn't expect many deaths from her faction. Well, I was expecting that, so this is my best offer. I will bring you back to life. I grandly open my arms. I don't mean like just leaving this place and such. What I mean that you won't be undead, and will be able to have children again. I quickly say before any misunderstandings could happen. Of course, I am not talking about sleeping with her, but I can truly make her fertile. Tiamat wanted children, Izanami also wants children, according to Tiamat, and I am providing. Prove it and I'll sign this. She frowns at my lack of elegance. I quickly manifest a golden apple. It is not required, but some flair is needed when you're dealing with old people. Izanami inspects the apple. The thing radiates pure life like she has never seen before. Even the air of the underworld clears up a little. Still frowning, Izanami bites the apple. The near-erotic moan she lets out wasn't intended, but I never tasted that apple myself. Visually nothing changed about her, but she knows that she is now alive. Opening her eyes, Izanami looks at the second apple in her vision. Well, it's for your husband. I say. Thank you. Was there anything else? She signs the documents about the system, binding herself to the respawn system. There is the matter of Nikosho. I don't need help, but Nikomata would be more willing to be surrogate mothers if your name is on the paper. I push forward Nikosho case. True, people tend to believe more if a god is involved. I will help, but you must unearth this case and find if anything amiss. Izanami signs the document and looks up at me. Anything else? Well, I have this letter from your ex-husband. I give the letter only for her to burn it. Cute. Anything else? Sighing, I take Shuri's documents and give them to her. Oh, I remember her. Sadistic shrine maiden that married a fallen angel, even sired his child. Too bad she didn't ask permission when fucking him. She was fun to break. What of her? Wait, it would have been fine if she had asked permission. Well, her niece wanted to learn if she was here. I guess I got my answer. Tell you what, as a sign of goodwill I'll let you take her out of here. Izanami smirks. What would that cost? She doesn't answer and summons a door out of nowhere. Opening it reveals a torture chamber filled with humans and yokai. Bring me Shuri Haimjima. Izanami orders one of the Shinigami working there. 5 minutes later, they bring her. She is barely clothed, she has a ball gag in her mouth, and she is supporting various injuries, but those injuries heal on the spot once she leaves the torture room. Well, Shuri. It seems someone from your family actually cares about you. Izanami's tone is mocking. Well, I have good news. You can go back to the land of the living and reunite with your daughter. She goes closer and starts caressing her head. The whole spectacle would have been touching if Shuri wasn't crying and she wasn't flinching at Izanami's every touch. Here's the deal, Merlin. If you want to take her back, you need to take her before leaving. Sorry, I didn't hear that correctly. If she wants to be free, all she has to do is sleep with you right here. She explains. The light of hope in Shuri's eyes doesn't help. What do you say, Merlin? Would you save a mother? Will you save her from this torment and reunite her with her daughter? Izanami states with a no-nonsense tone. Looking over Shuri, I must say it is a tempting offer, but I have a feeling Izanami is testing me with this. She is married. I doubt she would like to see a married woman sleep with a stranger to free herself. Hoping that my guess is correct, I roll my sleeve to reveal a red button that says, Abort Lemon. Pressing it opens a portal right above me. A literal ton of lemons rain on me, taking away all the lewd thoughts author had when writing shit along with it. Once I rise from the pile, I see the flying figure of my familiar. Thank you, Foe, you saved me from. I don't get to finish as Foe kicks me across the floor with a cute shout. Merlin die. Foe. Chapter 37, Chapter. Once I was finished with my meeting with Izanami, I teleported back home with Shuri trailing behind and Foe grumpily hitting my face. I figured he'd be rested long enough by the time I summoned him, but the slothful little thing was still sleeping. Oh yeah, Shuri is coming back with me. After that lemon trick, Izanami was amused enough to let her go as a sign of goodwill, something that will help once the peace treaty comes around. I will deliver her to the Haimjima family, with the written statement of her condition. Suzaka to be specific, since she is the current head of the family. But first, I need to check up on things at home, check up on Valley and inform Ravel since she needs to be with me when I'm going to Yasaka Shrine. Just because she couldn't follow me to Yomi doesn't mean she can't join later. The release condition for Shuri was that she and Barakil have to take Akino and go on a redemption arc, to ask forgiveness from Shinto fire god Kagetsuchi for not getting his blessings when they got together. In return, Akino will be blessed with fire manipulation of Haimjima clan. Wasn't Kagetsuchi killed right after his birth because Izanami died during birth? How come he is alive that he can bless Haimjima clan? Anyway, that doesn't concern me. For now, I deposited Shuri to Gabriel. They can be considered in-laws. Gabby. I call out to her. Yes, dear. Here, meet your sister-in-law. Barakil's former dead wife. I turn around. Shuri is shocked. I need to see Yasaka before handling her deal. Can you take care of her? Of course. Gabriel walks up to Shuri and pulls her to her room. I can hear her whispering to Shuri. You are a mother, right? Can you give me some tips? Well, with that done, I walk up to Vala's room. She killed the person she always wanted to kill. She is probably feeling empty. I should check up on her before I leave again. Valley, I came to see if... My words die out as I open her door. Valley, of all people wearing a maid outfit, was checking herself out when I entered. October 10th would barge in again. I give her a thumbs up as she blushes. You weren't supposed to see this yet. Idiot. I narrowly dodge a pillow as I leave the room. Wait, did she just said, yet? Merlin, Leviathan-sama wants to talk about the prisoner Valley brought in. Ravel comes with an adorable frown on her face. Is it urgent? She shakes her head. Then, put it at the end of the day. I want to finish the talks with Shinto faction first. She nods, but before she leaves I call out to her. Get ready, you're joining me before leaving. Okay, I'll get ready. Knowing how long that could take, I relocate to the living room. There I find Ophis playing Saints Row. Who gave her that game? She was just playing Pokemon a month ago. Hey Ophis, wanna play co-op? I asked, taking one of the controllers. Okay. Ravel managed to finish preparing by the time we finished a couple of missions. Now 3 of us are on the other side of Kyoto called Yurikyoto, which is an alternate dimension. Ravel looks around in wonder, seeing a new side of Kyoto, and all these yokai are running away from us in fear. Why does everyone look scared and why they are running away from us? Ravel asks herself. Fokuin is scaring them. I look at my chill familiar who looks harmless. He is actually taking in all the negative energies in this dimension, and that looks horrifying to yokai. Fo-chan. Why? Ravel asks, her gaze is on Fo now, making him puff up his chest in pride. He is actually a feral beast out for blood. Sensing the duo's gazes, I cough into my hand. He is out for my blood only, unfortunately. Fo nods, totally agreeing with me. This is the weirdest familiar relationship I have ever seen. We love to hate each other. Fo burps as I speak, signaling that he is finished eating. The advantages of entering Yasaka Shrine from Yurikyoto were being able to see many yokai chilling on their own and chance to see them using Yujitsu. Yokai version of magic, which wasn't in my library until now. It isn't anything groundbreaking or something that will change my entire fighting style, but adding poison mist to my flowers could be deadly. I already have illusions better than theirs, and elemental manipulation exists in most magic systems. We soon reached Yasaka Shrine where a Karasa greeted us and ushered us to Yasaka's room. Unfortunately we had to wait for a while since we came without a reservation. So Ravel. My schedule will be pretty empty once this deal is over. I suddenly say, my eyes scanning the place. I just saw a small golden tail flickering. Yes, what are you planning on doing afterward, Merlin? She asks, her notepad ready to mark my words. Haven't decided yet, but let's go on a date first. You're the only one that is yet to have a date. I slowly leave the strutting mess that is Ravel and move towards the mischievous kit that has been flicking her tails. It is a pretty common trope that Kunu is a lonely child that is starved for attention. Following the occasional tail flickers, I reach to a back garden where I found her smiling at me. Oni-san, will you play with me? Ah, I can already hear sirens and FBI operatives. Merlin, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere. Ravel finally recovered and noticed I wasn't there. By the time she found me I was already seated, watching Kunu chase my illusion. She came close to catching it a couple of times but I didn't let her catch it. Come sit down, Ravel, I am practicing fatherhood. I pat next to me. Isn't that Yasaka-sama's daughter? We'll get in trouble. Ravel nearly screams seeing my illusion. Quite the opposite actually. At that time Yasaka's voice reaches us. She comes near and looks over to her daughter. Impressive illusion, even I am having trouble discerning it. She comments as Kunu finally catches up to the illusion, only for it to burst into flowers. As the flowers clear up Kunu finally notices us looking at her and pouts. Oni-san cheated. Well, I am quite tired, Kunu-chan, I'll play for real next time. I then turn to Yasaka. Well, I believe we have a meeting. Yes, but I am just a priestess for Amaterasu-sama. She is the one you have a meeting with. Meeting 3 goddesses in the same day. It must be my birthday. I fake cheer. Yasaka brings us to the entrance of the shrine on the human side, the place where people pray to God. Here I was asked to pray to Amaterasu for her to pull us to her domain. I threw some money, rang the bell and clapped my hands, similar to how I saw it in anime, and bowed as my vision got overtaken with clouds. Opening my eyes, I found myself in an office on the clouds. There is a black-haired woman that looks similar to Izanami sitting on the desk working on papers with a scowl on her face. On her side stands a man that could be said gender-bent Izanami. I keep forgetting Izanagi and Izanami being siblings. He comes towards me with a hopeful expression. Merlin Dano, what did Izanami say about my letter? She called it cute. I say, his face practically glows. Then she burned it without reading. Ah, you can tell the exact moment his heart breaks into pieces. I see. Thanks for delivering. He leaves the office room with a rain cloud on his head. I don't know what Shishiyu was expecting when he sent that letter, anyway. Please take a seat, Merlin. Amaterasu gestures to the chair in front of her desk. Izanami told me I just need to give these to you. I take out the papers signed by her. Amaterasu takes the papers and starts writing some things on them before stamping them. I have never been to DMV, but I have a feeling the experience would have been similar. Well, I am honestly surprised that Haho gave her permission on this. What did you offer to her? She finally puts the documents into a file and puts them away before opening an energy drink. I made her fertile again. I say, make her spit the energy drink out. Chapter 38, Chapter. The Japanese dungeon, Shinto, yokai, and those permitted by me only, was officially opened after some festival. I didn't bother learning its name. I didn't expect people to react like they found water in the middle of the desert. Kyoto and Kanto yokai basically rounded up their criminals and warmongers, then threw them in the dungeon before asking me to seal the door for a week. It's not execution if they die while training, I guess. Fokuin was happy to help, torture, and guide them to boss rooms. The first batch that valiantly, they were screaming for help, volunteered to be the first. Once that was finished and the criminals died a few times to understand this new punishment was worse than death. Japanese dungeon finally started to have its first real visitors. The other mythologies wanted to sneak in, but after reading the giant warning signs saying if they die they'll die for real, a very limited amount of people entered. Those who did were greeted by Dark Souls type of dungeon that is set to make people suffer. That also included me as well. I came to realize my mistake with making Fokuin the dungeon master. Oh yeah. A Kool-Aid-man-shaped boss smashes through the wall, tackling me to the ground due to my sealed stats. I can't even laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Damn you, Kath Palag. I swear I can sense his smug aura from down here. I didn't get to bring Shuri to Haimjima clan and laugh at their expressions because Gabriel did that for me. Well, she wasn't laughing, but she did deliver her to Suzaku with the official decree from Shinto faction. Gabriel said Suzaku was going to stick something up to her uncle, but she didn't listen to them. Who knows, maybe Suzaku is sadistic as well. Currently, I am in the Kanto region along with Kuroka, meeting Maguri the Nikomata elder. We're here to artificially inseminate Nikomata ladies with Nikosho babies. If it was me 2 years ago, this would have already been turned into a giant orgy. But you want all those children to grow without fathers? Marguerite asks as she paws the documents back to me. Talking with a seven-tailed cat is a weird experience. I can see Kuroka's brows twitch after hearing her. I am saving a species. Also, you can't tell me there's no Nicomatus here that wants to have a child even with these conditions. That's true, and I can't stop you since you have a god backing you up. I am just saying I don't like this. She huffs and leaves to gather the willing women. Well, it isn't how I imagined it would go. Kuroka mutters to herself. Well, we still have a noble family to raid later and gather evidence. Wait, what? I didn't tell you. No. She can't continue because Marguerite comes back gesturing us to follow her. It wasn't hard for me to handle this operation, but it was tedious and took too much time. I used the souls of people who committed suicide. According to Izanami, this would be better for them. In the end, over 2,000 Nikomata got pregnant with a Nikosho baby. Once they give birth, the race won't be endangered like it is now. Once I exposed Nabrius family for their crimes, they will be mostly safe. I came back home to find some clues leading me towards Vala's room. Oh, am I finally going to eat the white dragon? I follow the trail while ignoring Ravel, who's following me, and enter the room. Inside the room, she stands waiting, wearing only a black lingerie. Not the maid outfit. I get closer as I inquire without bothering to completely close the door. You lost your maid outfit privileges. Valley huffs. Well, I just need to earn them back, I guess. I embrace her and kiss her neck. What about our little voyeur outside? I whisper to her ear. Let her watch, I don't care. Valley replies as she jumps and wraps her legs on my hips. And it came to my notice that I should better my writing before writing lemons. So yeah, sorry not sorry. Third POV. In the streets of Romania, two female exorcists are walking towards their objective. They just got a mission to dispatch a stray vampire. While messed up, the church can't go and kill every vampire due to a lack of resources. So, there are clear borders between the church and vampires. Even then they constantly fight each other due to their proximity to each other. The two finally reach the place that is said to be the hideout of the vampire, only to find a pile of rubble with the vampire's head on top. It seems someone beat us to it. Let's go back and report this, Irina. Blue-haired exorcist says to her partner, who nods back. Who do you think did it, Zenobia? Irina asks as the two check the remains to make sure the vampire is truly dead. I don't know, I don't care. She replies while she nudges the head with her sword. Seeing no response, Zenobia nods satisfied. When the two turn back, they notice pink flower petals raining on them. Looking up, they see a white hooded figure looking at them with a serious expression. Hello there. Merlin POV. Hello there. I look at the church duo. I have forgotten about the light container. Well, not really forgotten, it was just very low on the priority list and I barely come to it. I jump down from the roof and land right in front of them. While they were admiring my handsome face, I already wrapped them in my vines. Huh, I really use magic too much, how on Merlin like. Meh, both swords and magic are equally cool to me. Now that I in front of them, that they realize they're caught and trapped. Well, I don't know if you guys know me, but I'm going to introduce myself anyway. My name is Merlin. I take Foe in my hands and shove him to Irina's face, and this fluffy murder beast is Fokuin. Foe. He whines in my hand. The Merlin. Then why are you attacking us? Zenobia asks. Irina is still speechless. Well, I am here to save lives, but getting you two to listen to me would be too bothersome. So just listen while I tell a story. I remember reading smut to Mill ICAs. Scratch that, I am a terrible storyteller. There was a man with an obsession. He kidnapped orphans under the church's name. I stopped to think. I never bothered with the exact details of that. Wait, the church authorized his experiment as far as I know. Anyway, he basically harvested the souls of orphans and shoved them in a light container that your friend here has in her body. So as you can see, I am here to save these. As I was explaining things, my phone goes off. Harry Potter theme. One time I don't put this thing on silent mode and this happens. I grumble while answering the call. Moshi Moshi Merlin Diso. Ah, hello, Gabriel, what brought this on? I believe you know what, dear. The disappointed voice of my angel wife comes through the phone. They prayed to God. I glare at the two girls as Gabriel talks. Let me give you two a secret. Heaven doesn't like snitches. I made sure of that. I am saving the souls of the children. I reply to my wife's unasked question. You don't have to scare the girls enough for them to pray to Father. Fine. I put my hand on Irina's chest and grope her a little before pulling the light container out. Yes, groping was needed to replace the light container she lost. She can't use her sword without it after all. Irina was too busy being horrified by the screams of the children to care anyway. Once I got the container I broke it, freeing the souls of the children, letting them go to heaven. No holy demonic sword or a second sacred gear for Kiba, I guess. Then again, he won't matter in this story. Well, while I like to stay, I am a busy man. I bow to the two girls and disappear with a burst of flowers. Irina and Zenobia, third POV. So who's going to free us from these vines? They finally ask after they got over their shock. Chapter 39, Chapter. A group consisting of several humans and some yokai were moving through the unforgiving corridors of the dungeon. Huff. Huff. Come on guys, we're about to reach the resting room, said the leader of the group. They have just been facing acid-spitting monsters that came out of horror movies and barely survived. While not dying permanently is a major benefit since lifespan could be restored with senjutsu now that Japan is clear of malice, no one likes the sensation of death. Boss, watch out. The scout of the group, a human with sensory sacred gear, yelled in terror as the leader lost his head. A figure descended on the group. A fluffy-looking sheep walking on its two legs was crunching on the head. Sheepter the Sheep King. None of them survived the encounter. I am watching Foe manage the dungeon. The controls manifest in the form of a small console that is suited to his size, alongside an adjustable screen to watch what's going on. Currently, we're watching a group moving on after their fight with xenomorph monsters from Alien vs Predator. The live feed gives more options for little Foe to turn things into hell. They're about to reach safety, but nope, Foe just pressed the sudden boss button, killing them off. I look at him questioningly, only for him to point out the screen. There were 6 people in the group, but only 5 were respawned, meaning one of them wasn't allowed there. I sigh in relief that Foe isn't becoming sadistic towards others. Foe. Foe. Translation: better watch your back in the dungeon. Evil Cath Palig noises. I never played golf before. But are you sure about this, Ravel? I turn to Ravel. She's wearing an outrageous outfit. I figured you'd want a meal in a romantic setting. Well, we can have that later. She smiles at the idea before she frowns. My parents reserved this whole place for themselves, but something came up. Oh, I hope it isn't anything bad. Well, Riser Nii-sama had an arranged marriage, but ever since he and Mio started dating he wanted to cancel it. They are dealing with that. Ravel reveals, shocking me. Truly. He is choosing one redhead over another. Damn, Mio's plot armor must be thick. Well, Mio, despite being a tsundere, loves my brother. Rias on the other hand. She goes to speak but decides against it. Let's not bad-mouth Satan's sister. And, keep in mind that Ravel doesn't know Rias personally. So her impression is meh. Arranged marriages are stupid anyway, especially if you're a devil. I say. Ravel looks at me in shock. What? Your whole race is about being chaotic and rebelling against the rules. Lilith would have killed herself if she was awake. I guess, but we need more pure-blooded nobles. She says as we enter the court and find the starting point. Then clone them. Surzex have a clone of Sutra in his peerage. I saved an entire race by artificial insemination. Ravel places the golf ball and takes a position before hitting. I doubt cloning devils or any other method would be hard, especially with a Juka around. She got it in one. This is supernatural golf too. The hole is kilometers away. I guess they wanted to convert talents or get sacred gears. We move towards the hole to get her ball. Or they wanted to keep slaves. I can't believe I am seeing the logic behind it. Ravel finishes my words with a mild surprise in her voice. Finally reaching the hole, Ravel gets on her fours and sticks out her butt as she retrieves the ball. Ravel, your panties are showing. I smile seeing her pink stripes. I know. She smiles. Ravel changed a lot after watching me and Vala bang. I wasn't gentle with Vala since she is the dragon of supremacy. Which meant that I needed to fuck her silly until she passed out. Ravel has been peeking at me and the others ever since, despite knowing she was caught. It's not much of a secret at this point. Others were okay with helping the little blonde learn. It doesn't mess her schedule neither, since she's in the effective range of my time manipulation. The rest of the game passes similarly, with Ravel giving me various poses showing the glory of her body. She's hot and she's getting thirsty. One of the extra demon clans that had served the Lucifer clan for generations, the Nibiros, is noted to excel at scientific research, being the leading clan in the underworld that specialized in a variety of research subjects. They are also the main family of the Nebrius family, who did the super devil experiments under the orders of Zaorama Nibiros. Unfortunately, Zaorama has gone missing after the Devil Civil War and no one knows where he is, but the family still stands and they are not on New Satan's side. My journey started with going through the minds of the important people of Nebrius. I knew this was a waste of time, but I turned to my partner in crime for this operation only to find her reminiscing. Kuroka, are you okay? Yee. Yes, I am fine. She struggles before giving me a smile. I know it must be hard on you, but once this day ends, the charges on your head will be dropped. Yes, thank you for doing this, I am grateful. Don't be, I have my benefit from this. I wave her concerns away. I already had to stop her from becoming my willing slave after we came back from Kanto. Let's hope she won't do something drastic after this. As I said before, the hiding place of Zairama is unknown, not even his family knows where he is, but that didn't stop me from gathering evidence on them and posting it on DevielNet under Kuroka's account. Yes, I am giving her the credit. I may not be gracing her with my glorious and perfectly sized D. Ahem, I want to help her because I get off on that shit. It's like completing a side quest with little to no reward because you had the time. Finding Zairama was bound to be boring and tedious, so I flashed my clairvoyance and learned the location of his research facility. I want to get this over with before midnight. Entering the building, we found Zairama beating his meat while whistling a nice tune. Ah, now we just need to marinate it. Cooking is truly an amazing hobby. Yes, he is cooking. He is living alone after all. Would you like to do the honors, Kuroka? I ask her. Kuroka nods and quickly knocks the guy out. Once he was out like a light, I did some mind mumbo-jumbo and extracted his knowledge from him. I redacted the important parts while leaving the experiment details and clear evidence of Nibiru's family and its branches being traitors before uploading them through Kuroka's account. Will they let me be after this, Merlin-sama? Kuroka asks as she watches her follower count rise. Nope. But there's something sealed in this facility that will make them bend over to our whims. I smile at her confusion and move further in. Once we reached the deepest part of the facility, we came across a room filled with 12 black statues. The aura they are emitting is showing they're no mere decorations. What are those? It feels like I am looking at my own death. Kuroka mutters as she gazes on the Malebranche. They're called Malebranche Kuroka. I tell her while suppressing their aura to protect her. Yes, Malebranche is otherwise known as evil claws or satanic arms, heh. They were made by original Satans to oppose the sacred gears, the same material used to make the evil pieces were used in their making. The wiki says even the original Satans feared their power and opted to seal them. They weren't even used in Great War because Lucifer thought if he used them there won't be a world left to dominate and rule. Anyway, they are living entities that can be turned into weaponry and used after merging with the devil. You either need to convince them to share their power or beat them into submission. How similar to devil arms. They're currently sealed, waiting for the day all the Longinus users would gather up. Once that's done, they will awaken and fight them. I can already see OG Issei getting the one that looks like a hot succubus for himself. The plot of DXD went downhill after Trihexa, it seems. Foe. Just when I was about to seal up these guys to send them to Ajuka. My familiar jumps in the middle while growing in size. Foe currently is at the size of a hound with his tail becoming bigger than his body. Foe stops and looks at the Malebranche before letting out a growler filled with promises of death, aimed at the 12 statues. To my shock, the Malebranche unseal themselves before getting on their knees, showing clear submission towards Foe. Foe, I was going to use them for negotiation. Foe. That is not how it works. Foe whines at my refusal, giving me puppy eyes. Unfortunately, I haven't built up immunity for them yet. Fine, you can have them as your underlings, but you're going to have to let Ajuka inspect them whenever he wants. Okay. Hearing me giving permission, Foe for the first time jumps at me in joy, his size getting smaller in the process, and starts licking my cheek. Okay, stop that, it feels weird. Foe. He keeps licking. He found a new way to torture me. Chapter 40, Chapter. As a Satan, Ajuka Beelzebub had seen many things, most boring and those interesting stuff becoming boring as he researched them. That was until Merlin arrived and told the laws of the world to take a swim with the fishes. Ajuka is quite aware of what Merlin is, or at least has an idea. Things have started 2 years ago with his Kankara formula malfunctioning. Thankfully it wasn't mid-battle. The investigation has revealed that something literally changed how reality works and he needs to update his formula. It didn't take him long to find the source of the alteration, Merlin Ambrosius. The kid was a literal chick magnet with more power in his hand than he had any right for. Thankfully he seemed benevolent, even the rebellion he instigated put Underworld on a better path. Some deaths weren't all that important when the future is secured. It's not like Ajuka had the power to do anything about him. He didn't even tell his findings to his best friend, knowing he would get too emotional. Now Ajuka Beelzebub is looking at the news articles about the Nibiru's family's betrayal and the causal mention of a past case. It is obvious to him that Merlin wants something else from this. After all, he doesn't give things for free, he never did. Ajuka. I came to visit. Hearing his voice behind him, Ajuka took a breath before going to greet him. Merlin POV. So, your familiar subdued these Malebranche that even Lucifer was afraid of, and you're offering me the chance to inspect them at the cost of making Kuroka a high-class devil. Ajuka repeats to see if he heard right. Essentially. I nod. What do you get out of this? He asks. My goals are beyond your comprehension. I state. Ajuka sighs but doesn't comment. It can be done, but I also want those drinks you made for angels with fertility boosts. Fuck it, I'll even throw the cure for the sleeping disease, but I will make the devil's shot with energy regulators that will put the drinkers into a mental state equivalent of post-nut clarity at the cost of fertility boost. I smirk at his horrified expression. The drink is called devil's shot for a reason, ahem. Unknown to Merlin, this beverage will open the path of beautyhood for the devils in the future. Once the negotiations were finished, Ajuka made the calls that will declare Kuroka innocent, and she heroically stopped traitors but got branded as a traitor for it due to her low status, and now that her innocence is proved, she is getting a formal apology with a direct promotion to high class. Ajuka claimed this will also quench the bloodthirstiness of the lower class since they're still angry about the king piece. Kuroka is going to take a small portion of her ex-master's lands as well. Well, Kuroka. You're free to go and see your sister. Although you should wait for a day or two for the news to spread. I pat the head of the crying girl. Sniff, thanks, sniff, you sniff, Merlin-sama. Please let me pay. I bailed out instantly once she said, let me pay. That stuff always ends up with girls ending up in a harem. Once I arrived at home, I found some trails once again. This time they're bird feathers for comic relief. From the distribution of them, I can tell Ravel's hands were trembling when she did this. But to my surprise, the trail led me to the basement that is currently dark. Opening the lamps also triggered the confetti and such. Happy birthday. With a yell, the residents of the house reveal themselves in party gear. Huh, I was wondering why Ravel asked for my birthday. To think that I forgot my birthday. I don't remember celebrating last year, anyway with this I am legally 17. The party was nice until Tiamat bashed Opha's face with a cake. Who gave Tiamat alcohol? Anyway, with some time manipulation, the cake was restored and Ophis was given many head pats to calm her down. Ravel slipped out of the party at some time. At the end of the night, I was promptly kicked out of the living room and told to go to my room. Opening my door I found Ravel sitting on my bed with a small smile on her face. So, you're my present. She nods while inviting me to bed. My current stuff is mostly handled, Dungeon is up and running with my background processors handling the debugging and such. I have no projects coming up, other than Foe's fight with Tartarus. So I got lazy as expected, I slept in and once I woke up I found Kuroka with a maid outfit picking up the dirty sheets. Why? My voice is flat, Kuroka isn't shameless enough to declare herself as my maid and come here. Tiamat-sama said they will need extra hands once children are born. She said she would rather have someone she can trust. Kuroka bows respectfully, I can see her tails are trembling in fear. If girls are okay with it I don't care. I yawn as I get up. Oh, right, I am naked. I will take these to the laundry. And there she goes. She's surprisingly shy about seeing me naked. Once I got used to having Kuroka around it became clear that she has yet to go and see Kaneko. It seems she is avoiding it because she doesn't know what her reaction will be. I honestly can't handle it. I am trying to be lazy here but the world doesn't let me. So I tagged with Tiamat when she was about to leave for Isamu's training. Is there a reason for this, dear? Tiamat asks while throwing softballs at Isamu to teach her how to dodge. Well, children are about to be born, I was thinking about sending Isamu to Rias to clear your schedule. I can make time for my children, there's no need. You can send the receipt of your treasure to Gremmaries once Isamu becomes a devil under Rias. I whisper like a devil. For some reason I keep screwing that family, I don't hate them but they make wonderful scapegoats. Genius. Let's do it now. As we walk towards Ko Academy with Isamu, I remember the talk I had with Graphia back when Valid delivered Euclid. Flashback Dan. And I realized I never handled this talk and I couldn't fit it in the narrative, so it turned into a flashback. I teleported us to Citri Mansion where Serafal and Graphia were already waiting for us. By us, I mean me, Ravel and Foe. The talks don't last long, it is just about how we ended up running into devils thought to be dead and how we took them down. I sent Foe to Graphia right away since she looked sad, turns out Euclid completely lost his memories after our battle but that is for the best in my opinion. Graphia sent him back to their mother to get raised again. I hope he'll end up decent this time around. Once the talks were done, Foe jumped on Serafal's chest leaving me and Graphia to talk alone. Ototo-kun, I am aware that you seem to be adamant about your decision but at least meet her once, okay? Flashback ends. So this is Ko Academy. Yes, home to many glorious pay and education isn't all that bad according to the brochure. Isamu guides us to the ORC. She didn't interact with the devils of the school even after awakening her sacred gear. I naturally hit her signature so far so she won't be noticed. She is a bit giddy to meet them formally. Rias Gremory frowned as she sipped her tea. So, you're giving me a Longinus in exchange for nothing. I don't believe you. Her talent is the lowest of the lowest as a human. I have been training her nearly for a year, she hasn't achieved balance breaker. Tiamat says. Well, Isamu is ready for balance breaker but she doesn't have an emotional trigger. So you're hoping she'll do better as a devil? Yes. They keep exchanging words while I keep ignoring the stares of Akino and Kaneko. Akino probably learned about me from Shuri and Kaneko is smelling her sister on me because I made sure of it. I am hoping to snag a summoning flyer and summon Kaneko to my home and lock Kuroka with her. Rias eventually agreed to take Isamu after realizing she can control her via her breasts. She seems to be more cautious towards new additions to her family due to the rebellion but that's fine. While they were converting Isamu I snagged a flyer as planned and now I am about to summon Kaneko. Kuroka, this is for your own good. I pat Kuroka's head, she's tied to the chair. She had a glimmer of hope in her eyes when I was tying her to the chair but that died after she saw the Gremory summoning flyer. One summoning later Kaneko was here in the room. What? To her credit, she held her pride as a Kuderi and didn't show any emotions. Your sister is afraid to talk to you. So I had to tie her up. Now fix your relationship so I can go back to lazing around. I promptly evacuated the room, leaving Kuroka screaming at me in desperation. Chapter 41, Chapter. Are you sure about this, Merlin? I and my brother have been keeping Tartarus at bay for thousands of years. Nyx looks over to yawning foe. Can he take him on? I am so sure of myself that I am going to live stream it on DeviTube. Let's hope you're right. She mutters, not sure about the fluffy foe and his prowess. Foe. My familiar slaps her away. I faintly heard Begone thought in the background. I sent foe in his bigger and more powerful form, his tail was glowing in different colors, he even brought out the Malbranche as his underlings while going in. Tartarus is sealed in, you guessed it, Tartarus. Placing cameras and other arrangements was a chore but I couldn't help but go the extra mile for foe's debut in the supernatural world. I even made a viewing platform for Greek gods, and have them seated. None of them were happy about what's going on but Nyx glaring at them made sure they kept it to themselves. And finally foe and his men approached the black mass of tentacles. The opening move was done by Tartarus. The advantage of being a hentai tentacle is the immense potential for multi-hit and DPS and it shows here but none of his hits harmed their targets. Foe casually sidestepped and bit the offending uppunage while the Malbranche who got boosted by the malice of the dungeon, via foe, was able to block it and launched a counterattack. The leader of the Malbranche is a tactical genius on top of boasting massive power levels, he quickly arranged his men to cover their boss while foe slowly ate the malice out of Tartarus. At this point, the fight started to look like foe was bullying the poor thing. I can see Greek god's lips twitch at the sight. On the other hand the live stream is already buying the pre-made foe merchandise. What? If I didn't someone else was going to do it. With one last push foe took the last drop of malice out of the god, resulting in him turning back to humanoid form. Also with this victory, the last drops of malice were cleared from the world and put in the dungeon. Now I just need to advertise the dungeon rush, then work towards peace treaty while my ball of nothing completely binds to my soul. I never thought devils or angels would celebrate Christmas. I mutter while checking out the decorations. Gabriel has been directing Ravel as she placed the decorations. Gabriel can't do it herself due to her swollen belly. Well, it is a rather controversial topic but we just decided to go with it. Gabriel comments as Ravel places the star at the top of the tree. I mean, I was Turkish before and the only thing about Christmas was one-day holiday at the start of the year. Why didn't we celebrate last year then? I turned to Angelica. We did. All I remember going to some place where Hitler cured cancer. Angelica frowns. I am quite horrified right now, what happened to us there I erased my memory. Well, it doesn't matter. I trust my past self on this. I come bearing gifts, Ophis comes downstairs with a Santa outfit and a bag of gifts. She gives me a box, waiting for me to open it. Performance booster. I don't think I need this Ophis-chan. I give it back to her, my essence makes sure of that. Oops, that was for the girls. She takes the box back and gives me another one filled with candy. I sent a look towards the girls who are now supporting their grin full of expectations. Bloody hell, an orgy is a brilliant gift for me, too bad Gabriel can't join. The next morning I teleported gifts to certain people, Michael got all the seasons of 2.5 Men. They can watch it with the whole of heaven. Uriel got anger management personally, again another series with Charlie Sheen in it. At this point angels in heaven can relate to the guy. I had to get the shows from another world but that's okay as long as they're happy with it. I sent Crisis Trilogy to Azazel, I remember Vala telling me how Azazel bought a new PC to run the first game. Azazel has stopped talking with me after Gabriel moved in, I am hoping he'll be happy with his gift. Doorbell. Sighing I open the front door. Last night somehow Kuroka managed to insert herself in, so I am the only one awake at this hour. And, Kuroka isn't in the harem, she is staying as a maid and won't be making many appearances. Opening the door reveals nothing, no one is at the door. Wait, something is hitting my knees. Looking down I freeze in horror. No-o. Hashir sorry yo. Kaze no uni. Tsukimihara wa. Padoru Padoru. Congratulations Merlin, your son is healthy and was born without complications. I nod at the angel as I enter the place. We are currently in heaven. Gabriel went into labor, we brought her here and I was surprisingly not allowed inside. I mean why? I am the one with the best healing magic. Hearing Gabriel screaming was mortifying to me, I legit felt that in my heart, but looking at her feeding our son somehow soothes my heart. Look, Merlin. Our son is so cute. Gabriel shows him to me as he stops sucking. Yeah. Do you want to hold him? I nod and Gabriel hands him to me. I feel content as a gentle smile finds its way to my face. I am a bit tired, I am going to sleep okay. I nod at my wife and turn to Cathpalig. Look after her, I'll be right back. I leave the room with little Adam in my arms. While I didn't expect such an emotional roller coaster, I already made preparations for this moment. I even built an entire mountain in heaven for this day. I leave the room, its door is decorated to look like an entrance to a cave, and move towards the hill up ahead. It is surprisingly a cloudy day in heaven. Looking down from here I see the angels waiting anxiously, their faces laced in worry as they stare at the little silent baby in my arms. BGM, Lion King, Circle of Life. I raise Adam in the air as clouds part away and the light shines on the hill as if heaven itself was greeting his birth. Angels cheer, but it is limited to male angels since the female population is heavily pregnant. I got my heart kicked in the balls during the birth, but at least I recreated the Lion King scene. Adam was surprisingly a quiet baby. Well, the main reason for that is that I made an alarm system tied to my clairvoyance that warns us before he gets hungry. Was it okay for me to abuse my reality-breaking powers to make sure my son doesn't cry? Probably not, but who cares? Having a baby around also revealed that the best benefit of being a massive energy race is not producing waste. That trait is naturally shared with my children. My son completely digests any food without producing waste. In summary, there's no diaper changing, which is nice, I guess. My elder brothers used to complain about how many diapers they changed. Currently, we're all sitting next to Kana and reading books of our own while Ophis continues her game with a headset. We're waiting for Kana to get out of her shell. She is older than Adam and according to Tiamat, she is just being shy. Crack. Cracks spread throughout the egg as a tiny fist punches the top off. Getting up, we all observe the white purple-haired girl as she rises. She indeed does look like Kana Kamui. Is it normal for dragons to be born like this? Tiamat helps her wear a yellow dress on our daughter and takes her out of the egg. You finally decided to come out, huh? You adorable girl. Tiamat coos at Kana. Surprisingly, Kana grabs a nearby pillow and defensively goes behind me, making Tiamat's lips twitch. I look at Kana, we keep staring. Eventually, I relent and give her something to eat. She's not even hungry. Ophis observed the cracked egg that held Kana for the past months before turning to me. I want one too, she said, shocking the residents of the house. I don't know whether if I should laugh or cry. Ophis looks around 11 to 12-year-old depending on her mood. Her asking for a child is a bit disturbing with that appearance. I crouched down to her level and patted her head. You need to grow up a little bit more, Ophis. Is that okay? I'll think about it. With that, she sits back down and continues her game. Ophis is the introverted type. She likes being around but she doesn't like participating. She's would have been my spirit animal back in my first life. Chapter 42, Chapter. Adam managed to unfurl his wings and fly. It is driving me nuts. It seems he has a vendetta against me due to the whole Lion King deal. That's the only explanation. Adam, come down please. I gently call him out. He is poking the roof of the living room. Oh yeah, we finally moved to the living room. Guga. My lips twitch. Adam is basically radiating a smug aura while looking at me. Foe. Cathpalig jumps up and lands on Adam's head. He may be able to fly but he can't handle the weight. Finally, Adam is forced to land into my embrace. To think he is the easy one to look after. Tiamat has to watch Kana 24/7 because she started eating anything she could get her hands on. She has a magic technique called Devour that allows her to consume whatever she can eat, but that doesn't mean she should. Sighing, I put Adam in his crib and made sure he is sleeping. Kuroka, watch him for me, I need to take Gabriel somewhere. Kuroka bows and goes back to her job. Merlin, where are we going? Gabriel asks. She would rather stay with Adam but I need her as a witness. We are going to Italy, to a certain church to save a nun. I say with a grin. Ah, the power of the plot is enough to make Diodora go after Asia even though he knows Italy became a total no-devil zone after the system optimizations. Then again, the power of the plot also made the system malfunction for a second, long enough to allow him to enter and stay hidden. So, here I am. Dealing with it, we landed on a rooftop overlooking the church Asia lives in. Merlin, isn't that a devil? What is he doing here? He is going to bait that nun into healing him, which will get her excommunicated. Once that is finished, he is going to trick her into joining his peerage. I am killing him right now. Damn, I never heard her voice go this cold. Don't worry, I already took care of it. I just need you as a witness. I pat her head gently. If you say so. With that, we opted to watch the canon events unfurl, with my own twist added of course. We see Diodora injuring himself in the alley before throwing himself in front of the church to draw Asia's attention. Asia, bless her soul, acts without thinking, but she stops just when she was about to heal him due to me. Pray for him. I whisper into her ear. Gabriel looks at me weirdly but doesn't comment. Asia starts praying as Diodora's face goes white. Oh Lord, please heal this injured person. Amen. The expected doesn't happen. Pain doesn't assault Diodora's body due to the prayer. No doors of heaven open up above the sky, revealing Jesus himself looking high as a kite. He slowly descends towards Asia and Diodora. While Asia feels warmth, Diodora's skin starts burning off. Your prayer has been heard. Also, I am Jesus. He waits for a second and looks towards Diodora's burning figure. It is time to go to heaven, my child. Jesus takes Diodora by hand and rises back to heaven as Diodora screams in pain. Arg. Come on, let's go to heaven. Arg. Asia prays once again as the doors of heaven closed and disappeared. Gabriel's gaze is blank. Wasn't that Uriel? She asks. Well, it wasn't hard to convince him to play the part with drugs. I say, I also left a crate and a book for Asia. She's going to need it during the Kokabeel arc if plot decides to force itself to the world again. So I am calling Ajuka and Seraphal to have him taken back to the underworld and put on trial. She leaves. While Gabriel deals with Diodora case, I went back home. Kuroka finished cleaning and reading a book while watching Adam. Tiamat is on Kana duty. Angelica went back to England to see Julian. Vala left the house this morning saying she found something amazing but has yet to return. Ravel is visiting her family and that only leaves Ophis, whom I can't find. She normally is in the living room, but she's not here, neither in her room. My search finally led me to my room. This is the third time something like this happening. Let's hope she's not in her child form. Shall I cheer for you? Ophis smirks. Ah, this is life. Damn kid, I was angry at you, but this game is fucking worth it. Azazel pats, read as hammers, my back while loading up Crisis 2. Well, I had to get the other two games from another reality. So we still have time to mind control the producers if we don't like the game. That's the best part. Also, it is nice to be able to use my magic overclock. This game is a beast. Oh yeah, Azazel has magic overclocking. Barbie girl theme. Damn it. What is it now? I furiously open my phone while swearing vengeance on Vala for changing the ringtone. What is it, Hayadu? I got attacked by 3 Fallens, screaming 4 Fallens now. Bucho would kill them, but that doesn't seem smart. Fine, I am on my way. I am bringing Azazel too. What happened? One of your idiot cells attacked Red Dragon Emperor, who is also the pawn of Rias Gremory. Why can't I enjoy something for once? Azazel slaps the computer away in anger before leaving the mansion. Poor computer. Isamu was awaiting us at the entrance of the abandoned church with the rest of Gremory peerage. I can see Rias frowning at Isamu, probably because she is stopping her from killing the Fallens. The Fallens on the other hand look miserable, their wings broken. The male Fallen's wings are completely ripped off. Girls don't have any visible injuries other than their wings, but they're also naked and look horrified. It seems Isamu made the dress break already. That spell somehow reminds supernaturals that embarrassment is a thing and it is worth losing if it is to cover yourself. I mean, a real warrior would fight even when naked. Hence I am not a real warrior. Okay, what happened? Azazel asks calmly, making the Fallens tremble. Ahem, I think you guys should take this indoors. I point to the naked Fallens. Right, wait, aren't you coming in? Azazel asks once again, seeing I am not following. Valley was supposed to come and we were going to a date, but this happened. I see, then wait for her here. Valley arrived half an hour later. I relayed what happened. She was furious that someone tried killing her rival since she swore to kill her herself. Azazel came out not much later with a grin. Why are you grinning? Valley asks. I sold the girls to Red Dragon Emperor as reimbursement. They became her familiars. You should have seen their faces. Azazel looks over to us. He notices the hentai in Vala's hands. What's that, Vala, finally giving in to your desires? Azazel, look at this hentai Vala found. Main character looks like you. I give him the hentai. Oh, how nice. Wait, why does it have ugly bastard tag on it? Azazel looks up only to see the duo gone. Damn kids. Chapter 43, Chapter. We may have underestimated Kanna's eating habits. Also, she's no longer allowed in the zoo. At least she didn't touch the pandas. I had an idea to appease my daughter's hunger, but I needed knowledge. Hey Ophis, is it okay for dragons to eat other dragons? I asked the wisdom lowly. It's fine as long as it's not family. Ophis replies, making me grin. So you still want to kill that red prick? Ophis grins as well. In the dimensional gap, a gigantic red dragon was riding. What was he riding, you ask? He is riding the waves. Whatever the hell that means. He was doing barrel rolls. He was doing mad flips and sick moves while blasting music into the gap and making imaginary crowds with his dream powers to cheer himself on, tainting the once quiet place. His name is Great Red and he is the protector of DXD. Not anymore. Bro, I am protecting this world. Why are you hunting me? Screams the Great Red. He was just chilling, but suddenly he got hit mid-flip and he is being chased around at the moment. Fuck the world. My daughter is hungry. Screamed the magician as the lowly on his shoulders cheered. We came back home with more meat than I can handle. I had to expand my hammer space to fit that whole dragon inside. Let's hope Tiamat knows how to cook it. If Kanna is not satisfied after this, I'll just keep hunting bigger things. I waged war against the ancient ones to feed my daughter in another world. Sounds like a good title for a shit novel. Merlin. Just when I entered the house, I was greeted by a frantic Gabriel. What happened? I ask while checking the security. Adam is missing. Gabriel, you know I have protective checks on them. Did you check Heaven's system to see his location? I don't finish my words after seeing the panic disappear in her eyes. She was so scared and panicked that she didn't know what to do. Well, that's why I am using clairvoyance to keep them safe. Once Gabriel calmed down, she unlocked the console for Heaven's system and looked up at him. He is in Garden of Eden, near the Tree of Wisdom, and record says he already been to the location of Tree of Life. Gabriel trails off before she looks up to me. Please don't tell me he wanted the apple. Maybe not. Let's go get him before some crackhead finds him. Who is at fault for that? You turned Heaven into this. Gabriel knows I am joking. I legit adjusted the drugs to be perfect for angels without making them biologically addictive. They are psychologically addicted, which might be worse. I am no doctor. This ain't about them. Indeed, we found baby Adam at the base of the Tree of Wisdom. Adam somehow made himself a set of teeth by shaping his holy power, and he is munching on fruits of life and wisdom. I looked up with time manipulation to see how he have achieved this feat. He used the door I made for Gabriel and reached Heaven. Then he made it to the Garden of Eden and located the chopped trees, and then he somehow jury-rigged a spell to revive the said trees. He is not even 1 year old. To be honest, I am fucking proud. Hey young man, mind if I take one for myself? I reach for the fruits. Guga. And he destroyed the fruits. Anyway, the tree's still here, I'll eat them later. Merlin, we're invited to Riser Nii-Sama's raiding game. Ravel returned from her visit to the underworld. Who is he fighting with that even I am invited? He didn't invite me to any of his games before. Don't tell me. Invitation is from Graphia. Riser Nii-Sama is battling Ria-san. At least it isn't about the arranged marriage, but to show the underworld that everything is going fine even after the Nibiros family's expulsion. Do I have to? I'd rather stay home and spend the day playing with my children. It would be better if we attended. Ravel sends me a sad smile. So that is how I found myself in the special dimension created to watch the raiding game. I am seated next to Surzex with Ravel sitting on my other side. I was very tempted to put illusions in our place and go do something else, but Ajuka also invited Tiamat to make sure things are secure. That means things are not secure. Not at all. You simply don't call Tiamat if you think everything is going to be fine, and knowing the luck ORC has, there's going to be trouble. The raiding game was similar to Canon in the way of location. Ria's group started in their club building and all that. Where is Gasper? I figured he'd be training after I sent Valerie. I asked Surzex. Rias doesn't have enough achievements to prove herself to be capable to unseal him. Even though she is now strong enough, she needs to prove it. Gasper would be unsealed after this game. I nodded his explanation. Rias naturally didn't sit on her ass after the rebellion. Everyone is stronger than their canon selves. So, who do you think is going to win, Merlin? This time Surzex asks. Well, Rias has home advantage and she has Red Dragon Emperor. Rias herself has been working for a year by now. I analyzed the situation. While I'd like to say brother-in-law is going to win, it doesn't seem probable. Yeah, Isamu-san also has those 3 Fallens as her familiars. This is going to be a crushing defeat for Nii-Sama. Ravel sighs. That is exactly what happened. Akino was using her Holy Lightning, Kaneko was using her Senjutsu, and Isamu went Balance Breaker. Isamu didn't even summon her familiars. Only Riser, his queen, and bishop remained. Riser was about to admit defeat but Fire Nation attacked. Well, not really. Yubelina went down while taking Akino with her. Mio got grouped on after she managed to take down Kiba and Kaneko. That only left Riser versus Rias and Isamu, which wouldn't even be a fight with Isamu tanking while Rias spamming her pod, but Riser gave up after seeing his peerage taken out. 6 out of 10 would rather be home. I never liked these games anyway. Then again, I should be grateful that nothing bad happened during this game. We're home, I say after the teleportation. The residents of the house look at me with desperation. Okay, where did our roof went? Adam sneezed. Did he somehow manage to undress people with that said sneeze? No, that would be ridiculous. I sighed in relief after hearing that. This is a harem world. Adam already ate the forbidden fruit. I am expecting him to be a pervert. Adam the Forbidden Angel. I have a feeling the name is going to stick. Chapter 44, Chapter. Master. Can I ask something? Kuroka approaches me. What is it, Kuroka? I lower my book and look at her. Eto, Chiron-chan invited me to their club activity. As Kuroka was busy doing finger points, I answered. You can go. Hell, you didn't even need to ask me. Tiamat hired you. Well, Chiron and Akino asked me to invite you as well. Kuroka says. I sighed before looking over to my empty desk and the boring book I am reading. I don't have anything to do and it is getting to me. Kanna. I call out to her. Yes, Papa. Want to learn how to swim? I ask my daughter, if I am going to pool I might as well turn it into family time. Yes. I smile as she runs to Tiamat asking for a swimsuit. Hello once again, devils of ORC. I wave at the Rias group. I am ready for a pool episode. I am over-equipped for the pool, but whatever. Merlin-san, your familiar is biting your ankle. Akino mutters. Ah, he does that, don't worry. Huh, when did he get horns? But you're bleeding. I don't answer her back since Kuroka comes back with Kana. My daughter is cute beyond measure. The pool episode was ruined. Ruined means no lewd moments, due to the priestess of Kana. Kuroka taught Kaneko how to swim while I taught Kana. Afterward, I left her with the kids so I can sunbathe a little. She'll be fine. Today, Kana experienced betrayal for the first time in her life. Her father sunbathed while she got her cheeks pinched by the female population of ORC. Unfortunately, they were too big for her to eat them. The plot is moving again. I am now calling this phenomenon the plot correction, and it is done by the universe's will. Since I didn't insert myself into the main plotline as intended, the world is going back to its original plans. I derailed it enough with the Diodora deal and Asia arc by nature, but it seems it was only enough to safely pass the Riser rating game. Kokabeel is in town, and he already has the swords, except Ruler, Destruction, and Mimic. And Zenobia, Irina, and Asia are sent to recover it. Asia managed to make the cut after the miracle she invoked during her test. Yes, the church calling the whole Diodora event a test from heavens to see whether Asia would fall or not. I honestly facepalmed enough to leave a mark on my face. Gabriel, why aren't we alerted to Kokabeel stealing the swords? I complained about how Adam kept flying off unless supervised. It appears they didn't want to bother us. She scratches her cheek. I have this sudden realization that I need to apologize to my parents for all the dumb shit I did back in the day. That makes sense. Gabriel nudges me, getting my attention. Are you planning on going? I have a long-time investment joke going with the Excaliburs. I honestly say. Of course you do. Fine, then take Adam on a walk, but you must stay under an illusion. Gabriel kisses Adam and gives him to me. Of course. It wouldn't be fun otherwise. I wink at her and start walking towards Kuo with my son. We should reach there in time. By the time we walk to Kuo from Kyoto, the fight has progressed to the climax. Currently, Valper is merging the Excaliburs while everyone except Irina is fighting. Irina probably got taken out after she got the light container replacement I gave her, taken out from her. Unfortunately, Asia isn't throwing lightning bolts, but she was healing with AoE spells. She's basically spamming miracles. Her faith was boosted to unimaginable levels after she saw Jesus descending. Unfortunately for them, Kokabeel wasn't sitting around. As I said before, the plot correction restores the plot. It is easier to boost Kokabeel's side than weaken the main characters. So Kokabeel has 3 more Cerberus than he would normally have. The ritual Valper is using is also powered by my magic system, making it faster. Soon, the merged Excalibur was finished after a burst of light. Once the light calmed down, the new form of the sword was revealed. Impossible. How? How could this be? Valper falls to his knees after seeing the new Excalibur. What the fuck, old fart, I ain't touching that sword. Freed visibly recoils from the sight. I can see Cocobeel's mouth open enough to fit an egg. The new Excalibur. Why does it look like a dick? Isamu yells the question in everyone's minds. Not everyone is shocked though. Kiba is rolling on the ground laughing like a madman. His laughs get louder with every second. I took that moment to whisper something in Asia's ears. She didn't use them so far it seems. Use the hand grenade. Asia trembles for a second before her gaze turns sharp and she summons the crate I gave her before. This draws Cocobeel's interest but he doesn't stop her as Asia hands the grenade to shocked Zenobia. Asia, what is this? Where did you get it? It is the holy hand grenade of Antioch. I found it in my room after that day. It is time to use it. Asia takes out the book. But I need to read the book of armament. I can faintly see Cocobeel's eyes going blank as Asia starts reading the book without a care if it is going to hurt the devils or not. And Saint Attila raised the hand grenade up on high, saying, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that with it thou mayst blow thine enemies to tiny bits, in thy mercy. And the Lord did grin. And the people did feast upon the lambs, and sloths, and carp, and anchovies, and orangutans, and breakfast cereals, and fruit bats, and large chalapas. And the Lord spake, saying, First shalt thou take out the holy pin. Then shalt thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. For shalt thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then lobbest thou thy holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it. Once Asia finishes they hear a thump. Looking at the source they see Cocobeel's dead body with a light spear going through his head. It appears he has committed suicide. I look down at my son in my arms, our eyes meet. I can practically hear him saying, why? You see, Adam. I live for this stuff, and one day, you're going to take over from where I left. I gently caress his head. Adam, on that day decided to be the opposite of his father in certain ways. Unfortunately for the single girls of the multiverse that also included the harem part. Chapter 45, Final. By using the latest event I managed to get people to sit at the table for a peace treaty. It took some time because I had to convince Shinto alongside 3 factions. Fallen was naturally willing due to Azazel. Satans have been dreaming of this ever since the Civil War and heaven had just had an explosive population increase. No one is really in a position to go to war, and with the addition of dungeon privileges, aka not dying when killed, the peace never looked this tempting. That is why we have met up in this place. I finish my speech and look at others. Everyone except people who lived with me are looking at me in shock. They never saw me this serious before. The ORC and student council aren't here. Surzek said something about wanting her sister to have minimal exposure to me. I mean, you read smut to a 5-year-old before he goes to sleep, people get agitated. It's not my fault Mill ICAs liked the book and wanted more. Wait, Michael. Are you stoned? Your eyes are red. Azazel suddenly asks his brother. After hearing all the things Merlin did and after experiencing it firsthand, I figured I need to get high to leave this place with my sanity. Michael answers. Sadly everyone nods in understanding. Why is everyone treating him like this? Nyo, can you tell me Levi Tan? Miltan asks her. King who sighs before answering. He was the one who gave me your address. Seraphal calmly answers her bishop. Then I must thank you Nyo. Miltan bows as the rest of the people in the room recoils from his smile. I am not a person to admit their mistakes easily but, that might be my biggest mistake. Don't mention it. I say before thinking, whole devil population would lynch me if they knew. This meeting is mostly formalities and a big bait since we didn't even set up a barrier like the cannon. At this point, Cow's brigade is basically disbanded because Ophis isn't there as a head figure. Hero faction changed purpose due to Indra's warning. The magician group is no big deal for any of the factions. I mean even with the new improvements to magic systems, the magicians act as cannon fodder. Rizavim is dead and Euclid just relearned how to read devil language. There's no worthwhile enemy left in DXD. Well, there's the old Satan faction but that is exactly who we are baiting. You think they won't take it? Please. They'll basically run here due to their arrogance. Well, then let's get this thing done before Michael comes down from his high. Azazel claps his hands and signs the paperwork. While that's being done 3 figures teleport outside of the school. We the original Satans object to this treaty. Comes the haughty voice of Beelzebub. That's right. Leviathan attacks before Asmodeus could say his line. We naturally dodged that shit and took flight. Look. Our only enemy comes to us willingly. Isn't that great, Jesus? I yell towards the empty area of the school. A golden light beams to that location revealing Jesus himself. That's right, Merlin. He says jovially before his tone turns darker and his eyes turn red. Now kill them all. As you command, my lord. I bow to the figure as he leaves. This one was a genuine from another world. Michael, get it together. I faintly hear Michael falling to the ground from shock and Seraphal pulling him back. The three have already gone pale from seeing Jesus. So I just beheaded them with my sword before getting down to the ground. The leaders of the factions look over the corpses of their last enemies. The rest are just headless chicken now. There's no one to lead them. Now, we can finally sign this treaty and go back home. Azazel sighs and picks the paperwork again. Thankfully it wasn't destroyed. Yes. I can finally go back to heaven. I never thought I could get shocked like this after living with potheads for over a year. Michael comments as he sends a dirty look towards me. Ma, we finally have peace, that's all that matters. Sirs X consoles Michael. Merlin, who's that standing next to you? Seraphal suddenly asks. Jesus. I state this is a different Jesus. Do you see, white Jesus, they did it. They achieved peace. Yeah, I see. Yo, black Jesus, you see this shit? Jesus calls to the black Jesus. Yeah fam. How about you Korean Jesus? And he calls to the Korean Jesus, holy shit. I wave at them as they get surrounded by golden light and go back to wherever they come from. I don't even know where they come from, I just wished for a meme and it happened. Michael passed out just after he signed the treaty. I got playfully scolded by my angel wife. Right, there's a wedding coming up. At this point, even the will of DXD is afraid of me and left me to my devices. But I realized that people are not fast enough to sign the damn treaty. I am planning a wedding here. That brings us here. I am at the end of the world, doing a live stream called Watch Me Kill 666. It reached a good number of viewers, so I am ready to begin. First I cast Dimensional Gate to retrieve my EA. The sword struggles a little before recognizing me. It seems Gil tried hard to keep this away from me. I'll pay a visit to him or his alternative version later. Once EA entered the DXD, the whole world stopped similarly when I made Isamu Futa. I aimed the sword and fired it. The blast first took off the seals, revealing the monster behind before the two turned to dust. But wait, there's more. Now with the buy one get two more deals, the blast went until it reached the borders of DXD where it split it, separating this world away from EXE and FXF. Ain't nobody got time for evil Gundam gods. As I placed EA into my hammer space, I noticed that the cut part is slowly being eroded by void. It seems DXD isn't capable of supporting itself without EXE and FXF. Sighing, I take my ball of nothing and throw it to the hole in reality. This time there is a flicker of origin energy inside the ball. I wasn't going to do this for a while, but I might as well do it now. Let there be light. I declare as a new universe is created. The rest of the supernatural world was more than willing to sign the treaty after seeing me split the universe and fill the hole left behind by creating another one. That was recorded as the biggest flex in this new universe. Yes, the explosion also swallowed DXD inside. With my intervention no one died. Although there was a case of mass enlightenment in Eastern countries due to watching the creation of a new universe, even if it was from a live stream. Anyway, I basically became the supreme being of this new universe, and this is much better than the last since it is soulbound to me. This universe is affected by Blank and Archmage. I intentionally kept harem protagonist away from this universe. In time this place is going to become a multiverse of my own. But for now, I have a wedding to attend. Epilogue. I got bored again. My life hadn't changed much since the wedding. I spent my time raising my children. The multiverse could wait. I would like to think the efforts of my and my wives were not wasted, since neither Adam nor Kana became bad people. Oh yeah, the girls kinda decided to hold off on having more children for a couple of eons until they felt ready. The first two were truly hard, or it felt like that because we weren't ready. Even Tiamat got blindsided. Adam kept dissing me while growing up and rejecting my perverted ways of picking girls up. He decided on monogamy. Heresy, I tell you. He grew up to look like Adam from Record of Ragnarok. Apparently, the fruit of wisdom made him cognizant after eating, and he got the eyes of the Lord. But he refuses to call it that. He calls them perfect vision. I blame anime. Anyway, despite my complaints, I love my son. He was adamant about going the opposite way compared to me. Still, we had a good relationship. Currently, he is roaming our multiverse, helping people. He regularly visits for our monthly dungeon rush. Yes, that is a thing. It is actually a tournament for the others. You basically start from the beginning and go down without stopping to rest on the safe rooms. After years I still hold the highest score. Anyway, that's enough of Adam. My sweet daughter on the other hand had a crush on me for a better part of a millennia until she ran into Nakiri Irina and Yukihira Soma. She NTR'd Yukihira and stole Irina for herself. I blame Azazel for corrupting my daughter with his NTR ways. Now that Kana has a chef girlfriend and they are visiting the multiverse for new ingredients, I naturally gave Irina a cultivation method based on cooking and eating so she can keep up with my glutton daughter. Dad. Are you monologuing again? Kana comes and hugs me. She never quite grew up in the physical department due to wanting to stay cute, her words. Well, you know you're old man. I like doing that. I pat her head much to her delight. Where are mothers? They're getting ready. Now that you two became independent we can go on that honeymoon. She pouts at me as I mess her hair. Then I'll find them before that. Have fun, Dad. She gives me a hug and leaves. Fun. That's the point. I have been bored for quite some time. I even split parts of my soul and inserted memories into them before reincarnating them under different circumstances. The first one got dropped, the one with the second magic had a good run but he split off from me like other one who invented cultivation for himself. The rest wasn't all that bad except the times I became a witcher, those always ended up in a mess. Erg. Some of them built their own universes in my multiverse, which was okay. They are mini-me's after all, even if they split off from me. This type of reincarnation also gives them weakened versions of my essences, but I limited that to very weak version of blank. They might be mini-me's but they need to train if they want power similar to mine. I mean, look at me, I became OP in less than a year and how did that go for me? Merlin, come on. We're ready. I turn to Gabriel and smile. Now that there are no children to take care of we can try transmigration stuff. We'll have to seal our powers to make things fun, but there's a price for everything. I press the button that automatically reincarnates a soul piece ripped from me in random settings. It still has a part of me in the machine though, so I control them before reincarnation. This will stockpile reincarnation memories for me when I get bored. So by the time I come back I will have lots of things. With that I leave the throne of multiverse. It's time to have an adventure again. Well, readers. I have messed up in this life, it could have been better, but I hope you'll enjoy reading the adventures of my reincarnations. Merlin Ambrosius II. Ha! Take that fourth wall. In your stony face. And, this ties my previous books with Merlin's multiverse, the dropped and bad books, then again were there any good ones, or just bad combinations done by the reincarnation system he built? Totally not my fault. Chapter 46, Fourth Grail War on Crack. This takes place after Merlin Point, where he created his universe, but before the epilogue. Merlin, what are you doing? As a certain retired ice guy truck driver would say, I am pissing off the readers. I already did a mass release finish that looked suspiciously rushed despite the book being finished a week ago. What readers? Show, I must concentrate. The aura around Merlin becomes solemn as he chants. Unlimited waifu works. With the activation of the spell, an unlimited number of waifus from DxD and other fiction get summoned from the multiverse, all naked and ready for an orgy. Why is there an unnatural number of Rias Gremories in that group? Ravel questions. As I said, I am pissing off the readers. Sure. My wives look unsure of my sanity, which is surprising that they haven't already. But wait. There is more. Multi-shadow clone, only way to piss them off even further. Summoning an unlimited number of waifus and using clones to sleep with them. I unleash the endless horde of my clones onto the awaiting horde of women. Are you going to join them? Valley asks this time around. Nope. In a realm closed off to the world. There stands a tower without an entrance. At the top of that tower Merlin stands, his eyes glowing as he watches porn through his clairvoyance. He blinks as a ripple spreads through the fabric of reality and his gaze shifts into Fuyuki, where he finds a man looking very similar to himself waving at him with a jovial smile on his face. Wake up, Cathpalig, it seems something interesting is going to happen. He nudges the fluffy creature that was sleeping next to him, but his nudging accidentally causes the poor creature to fall off the tower. Foe. DxD Merlin POV. I have breached the distance and arrived at Type Moon. It seems that the date is 1994, meaning it is about the Fourth Grail War. I wasn't going to come here actually, but it is my day off and I got kinda depressed after my second attempt on Witcher reincarnation failed even more miserably than the first time. So I figured I might as well fuck around here. Foe. Cathpalig taps me on the cheek while asking where are we. We're in a world of suffering, Cathpalig. And we're going to save it with healthy doses of chaos. I grin at his horrified expression. The last world I saved became a sex cult under my name, near Android shivers, let's hope this won't end up like that. Ryunosuke Uryu, a man with a simple mind. He works in cash-paying jobs that are generally finished in a day and is an occasional serial killer. He had just got out of today's job, he was giddy with anticipation because he had just found a demon summoning book in his parents' home. He couldn't wait to summon one himself. Unfortunately, he had a sudden case of death on his way home. Well, he ain't Shinji. There's no need to torture him. I mutter to myself as I take the book from his corpse. Now, it is time to summon him, or should I visit the church first? Well, let's do the summoning first. Cathpalig felt fear for the first time after seeing the face of his partner. Essence of whatever matters. Come forth from your tower of perversion, to join me in this chaos-filled war where no one wins. I kick the magic circle on the ground seeing that it is not working. And it suddenly works, filling the room with light. Ahaha. I never imagined such a development. The smoke clears, revealing a man that is very similar to me with a Cathpalig of his own on his shoulder. Well, master, I believe you know who I am. I grin at Merlin and offer him a blunt. I have quit smoking, but this is a special occasion. Hey, Merlin. Did you know that you don't need conscious consent to become a counter-guardian? I ask while smearing Kiriai's blood on the counter-guardian contract. The trembling blue circle behind us slowly covers Kiriai with light. What has he gained in return? Merlin asks, looking at the unconscious form of Assassin's Master. He got emotions. I grin at his cringe. Kiriai had already retreated to church after their small trick, and we already took Kiriai's command spells and ordered Assassin to kill himself completely. Rise is brainwashed, and this war will end before Tokiomi could learn about this anyway. Why are we killing this pile of worms again? Merlin asks. He is healing Korea while I am finishing Zoken. Because I want to see whether if events of this hentai manga would truly happen. I pass him a Sakura X Korea and Kirai X Rin Dojinshi. This is the reason I stopped browsing Fate/0 Dojinshi. Oh, you had my attention, but now I am interested. Maybe I should give Merlin multiversal internet connection. You. Gilgamesh points towards us. We. Merlin and I point to each other. Merlin. WH. Wait. Why are there two of them? Artoria trembles as she gazes upon us. No. Even Lancelot recognized us. Foe, go and handle Sir Lancelot for us, will you? I order. Foe. Two of them jump down on Lancelot and start bullying him. Enough. Give me my treasure back, thief. Gilgamesh roars, seeing that no one cares. I lent that to you, Goldie. It was never yours. I take out EA and dangle it around. This is the same Gilgamesh I lent my sword. As a result of me taking it back, his NP lost considerable power. Oh, such a nice stick. Dude, that sounded really sus. Meh, I can switch genders. Please don't. Why? Artoria falls on her knees. Master. Who are those two? Ryder asks to waver. That's Merlin, apparently. One of the greatest magi, and how is there two and one of them is a servant? Did he summon himself? Ryder, what is your wish? I suddenly ask Ryder. I want to conquer this world after getting back my body. I tap my staff to the ground, following some magic. Ryder gets incarnated into life. There you are, incarnated now. I am teleporting you to Waver's home back in England. Bye. I wave at them while ignoring Waver's scream of terror. Was that wise, Merlin? Merlin asks. Meh, at worst he will get killed. I shrug at Merlin. Stop ignoring this king. Wait, Tokiomi, what are you doing? Stop. Ah, Tokiomi got scared and summoned him back, pity. Lancer has already sneaked out during the conversation, so there's only Artoria and Lancelot here. Banana, rotate. Banana, rotate faster. He seems to be doing all right. Cathpalig duo is giving him bananas to rotate. We move towards Artoria, lifting her up. Her face is stained with tears. Hello, Artoria. We approach her with a benevolent smile. You're telling me Berserker is Lancelot? Yes. Then why is he behaving like that? Artoria points to the many bananas in rotation, surrounding Lancelot. It seems he is confusing Cathpalig with Rabbit of Kerbanig. Fate, Merlin mutters. After those words, Artoria vanishes, her parameters suddenly reaching EX. She beheads Lancelot in a single swift move. We look at her weirdly. I put him out of his misery. We have relocated to Einsburn Castle after Artoria unwillingly admitted that she trusts us. How come she could trust Merlin after all this time? We told them about Ingramenu. Merlin says. Oh right. That's right, we revealed it all. This caused Kiritsugu to get drunk while Irisveal and Artoria are sitting with clear depression. Why all the gloom? We wouldn't be here if there wasn't a solution. I grin and reveal my master plan. There was a magic technique back in DxD, it completely reverses magic attributes. They even tried reversing Asia's healing to kill Satan's at some point. I am going to reverse all the evil of the world. Well, that is all and good, we still need to take down Archer and Lancer. Artoria says. Leave the Lancer to Merlin. Gilgamesh is someone you can take on once you got Avalon back. I say as my hand goes into Irisveal. I am not just extracting the Avalon but the Grail as well, also rewiring her to live more than 20 years. Ah, she's happily married, don't focus on the voice. I don't mind if you sleep with her. I cheated on Iri to hurt her. It is only Faithton. Kiritsugu passes out. I share a look with Merlin. While someone else's wife is better. It loses its taste if the husband gives permission. Merlin shakes his head. There are so many things wrong with that statement. Bah. Council of Merlin would have banned you for your anti-NTR ways. You're lucky I am generous and more handsome than you. I suddenly understand why Cathpalag wants him dead. Artoria awakens the next day. She leaves her room only to see one of the Merlins leave the room of Mihizo with a grin. She was able to see her white-painted body from the crack of the door. Seeing this, Artoria ran towards Irisveel's room only to run into her while she was changing. Saber. What happened? Was Merlin here last night? Artoria asks calmly. No. Then where is he? At another location in Fuyuki City. Merlin leaves the hotel with a satisfied expression. If one were to go to the top floor they would find Soleui Nuatari Sophiari in a very compromising position and totally drained of magical energy. Even worse, her fiancé is tied next to her with tears in his eyes. She doesn't have enough magical energy to sustain Lancer anymore thus. Let's see, my counterpart asked me to say this upon leaving. Lancer Ga Shinda. You're not human. Suddenly a 7-year-old redhead yells from somewhere. Leaving Merlin dumbfounded. Artoria versus Gilgamesh here was pathetic. Gilgamesh got a serious rank down since I have his weapon. He actually has an imitation EA with him but its power is comically low compared to the real deal. We were actually planning to assault Tosaka resident but Archer found us and declared he killed Tokiomi for pulling him out. I was honestly jovial at that information. Fuck Tokiomi. Then Artoria beat Gilgamesh to death. Well, since I took the Grail from Irisveel. We need to go to MT Enzo to where Greater Grail is located. Do you know where it is? Yes, we need to use the secret tunnel. BGM, ATLA, secret tunnel. The rest of my adventure wasn't worth mentioning, everything was in place except one thing. Artoria, do you plan to have your wish during the next war? Yes. How about a deal? I raise my hands innocently and continue. Servants has to die for the maximum power, so you won't get your wish as a servant. Let me reincarnate you. You will be around 17 by the time of the next war. I already made sure the next war would happen in 2004. Artoria struggles but after learning about the truths of the Grail she doesn't have a choice and nods. I reincarnated her in the past at a similar age to Shryu, we never got his name before the fire. She won't remember her life until she hits 14, let's hope she can let her wish go. Well, it has been a good ride Merlin, I had fun. Caster bows. Likewise. Also, thanks for helping her. I was never able to. With that Caster disappears, I had to fill the cup myself with my reserves but we're ready. I approach Kiritsugu. Wish for the total annihilation of the world. I am going to reverse it after all. He stiffly nods and goes into the Greater Grail. 5 minutes later the hole opens in the sky, the ominous aura felt around the world before I reverse it into a blessing. This act will help Gaia recover and push the Age of Steel 1,000 years away from its scheduled time. Giving humanity time to reach the stars. Seeing that my job is done I turn to leave, but before that, I flash my clairvoyance and see Artoria's fate. She actually gives up her wish and pursues Kendo while having a crush on a certain redhead. To my surprise, they get married too. Ah, I am satisfied.